I was originally stabbed to death by my companions while conquering the Abyss Demon, but I didn't expect to be reborn the day before the launch of Lord Age. In my previous life, this game merged with reality, bringing 3 chapters: Battle of Lords, Invasion of the Abyss, and Arrival of Aliens. Although I became one of the top 10 lords of China, I failed in the end. I also learned that the death of my parents was planned by my uncle Lin Tiank. In this life, I want revenge. I have 3 years of gaming experience ahead of other players, and I am also very rich. I decided to top up in advance, so I asked Butler Lee to cash out all my assets within 12 hours, and finally raised 1 billion. I recharged 1 billion into the game at the right time, becoming the first on the recharge list. After entering the game, I created a character, selected the human race, and began to draw the initial hero. Can I draw the ideal hero, reach the top in this cruel lord world, and avenge my enemies? My journey as a lord is full of challenges and hopes. I'm reborn. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and felt a sharp pain in his head. He clearly remembered that he was stabbed in the back by his companions when he was conquering the Abyss Demon Kunguzat. But when he opened his eyes again, he came here, the home he was so familiar with. Moreover, the calendar on the wall was turned to February 7, 2037. That is, the day before the launch of Age of Lords. At this moment, the sound from the TV suddenly reached Lin Yuan's ears. Age of Lords is a groundbreaking game that integrates resource collection, troop training, hero development, war looting, and many other gameplays. On this continent, you will become a lord and fight to expand your territory. There is only 1 day left before the official public beta of Lord Era. The phone number for ordering game cabins is... It's true. Lin Yuan sorted out his thoughts in an instant. He still remembered that in the previous life, Age of Lords also used this kind of overwhelming publicity method to attract countless players. The number of people online in the game on the first day alone reached 700 million. Even in 2037, when the population is growing rapidly, 700 million people online at the same time is still a terrifying number. However, this game called Age of Lords is far more than just a game. This is because, 7 days after the game is launched, all players will no longer be able to go offline. 1 month after the game was launched, the game and reality were officially integrated. Those who did not enter the game through the game cabin were also teleported into the game. At this point, the era of Universal Lords has officially begun. To be honest, even though Lin Yuan had spent 3 full years in the game, Age of Lords, in his previous life, he still knew nothing about the secrets hidden behind this game. In his previous life, Lin Yuan experienced a total of 3 chapters in The Age of Lords. The first chapter, the battle between lords. In this era of Universal Lords, all lords are competing with each other on this eternal continent. Various forces emerge one after another. It can be said that it is a battle for hegemony among the heroes. Chapter 2, Abyss Invasion. After the rise of various forces, the passage between the endless abyss and the eternal continent was quietly opened. In a short time, countless monsters from the abyss invaded the continent, causing great suffering to the entire continent and the death of countless lords. However, before the threat of the abyss monsters could be completely eliminated, the 3rd chapter was unveiled again. Chapter 3, Alien Planet Arrives. It was not until this time that Lin Yuan realized that they were not the only planet that was pulled into the Lord game. After the alien planet arrived, those alien lords massacred the Earth Lords and plundered their resources. Under the dual oppression of the abyss monsters and the alien lords, the living space of mankind is getting smaller and smaller, and it can be described as being in imminent danger. It is precisely because of this that Lin Yuan, one of the 10 great lords of China, thought of leading his companions to conquer the abyss demon Kunguzat. Lin Yuan had made all preparations for this expedition. However, just as he was about to kill Kunguzat, he was stabbed in the back by his companion. All efforts, in vain. What made him feel even more desperate was that the person who stabbed him in the back was none other than his uncle, Lin Tiank. And, as his life was about to come to an end, he learned a secret that made him even more angry. That is, the car accident that happened to his parents that year was planned by Lin Tiank. And his purpose is to occupy the entire Lin group. When Lin Yuan thought of the scornful smile on Lin Tiank's lips when he told this secret, he felt as if a fire was burning in his heart. That is, the fire of revenge. Fortunately, God opened his eyes and allowed him to be reborn. After living his life again, Lin Yuan only wanted to kill his enemies with his own hands. Lin Tiank, the Abyss Demon, the Alien Lord. He will not let any of these former enemies go. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately walked into the bathroom, washed his face with cold water, and forced himself to calm down. Then he began to analyze his current advantages. His biggest advantage now is that he has 3 years of gaming experience, which is ahead of other players. These gaming experiences can help him get the upper hand in the game. As the saying goes, one step faster, all steps faster. As long as Lin Yuan can grasp this advantage, it will be easy to get the snowball rolling. And the second advantage is that he is very rich. Moreover, Lin Yuan is very rich, and not just ordinary rich. His father is the chairman of the Lin Group. It is no exaggeration to describe him as wealthy enough to rival a country. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's parents died 3 years ago due to the car accident planned by Lin Tiank. As Lin Yuan was the only son, he naturally inherited the company's shares. After Lin's father passed away, the entire Lin Group began to go downhill. But no matter what, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. If Lin Yuan's shares were converted into money, he might not be able to spend them all in several lifetimes. After analyzing his current advantages, Lin Yuan quickly remembered one more thing. A crucial thing. That is, the game, Age of Lords, allows for advance recharge. After the game was launched, perhaps for the sake of fairness in the game, each person's daily recharge limit was only 1 million. Once this amount is exceeded, further recharges will not be possible. However, there is no limit on the amount of advance recharge before the game is launched. At first, many people regretted ignoring this function. After all, no one thought at that time that such a game would be integrated with reality. The reason why Lin Yuan remembered it so clearly was because he had recharged 10 million in advance in his previous life. It was this 10 million that allowed him to quickly take the lead at the starting line and eventually become one of the top 10 most powerful lords in China. Lin Yuan felt extremely regretful countless times when he woke up from his dreams at midnight. If he had recharged not just 10 million but 100 million at that time, his achievement would have been even higher. Fortunately, this time, I will not miss this opportunity again. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately took out his mobile phone and quickly dialed a number. After the call was connected, a middle-aged man's voice soon came from the other end of the line. "Master Lin Yuan, what can I do for you?" Lin Yuan said without hesitation, "Butler Lee, I order you to cash in all the company shares I hold within 12 hours. Not only the shares of Lin Group, but also the shares held in my name, all of them are sold. I will sell all my luxury cars, famous watches, and antiques that can be sold, even if they are sold at a low price. I need you to raise the most money for me in the shortest possible time. Do you understand?" After hearing this, Butler Lee was stunned. After he recovered from his shock, he hurriedly asked, "Master Lin Yuan, what happened? Were you kidnapped?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "If there is a transaction contract that needs to be signed, send it directly to my villa. Do you understand? You only have 12 hours, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up." "Okay, I'll do it right away." Hearing his young master's urgent tone, Butler Lee also took decisive action. Although he didn't know what his young master wanted to do, as a butler, his duty was to carry out all the instructions given by Lin Yuan. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan took another deep breath. Butler Lee has been working for his father since his father was alive, and he also watched him grow up, so Lin Yuan has no doubt about his loyalty. The only thing he was considering now was how much money he could raise in less than a day. The next day, 12 o'clock noon. Butler Lee has followed his own instructions and sold off as many company shares as possible, and also sold off his luxury cars and watches at a low price. However, half a day is still too short. You should know that the process of equity transaction is very complicated, and most of them are not paid in one go. Moreover, in business transactions, once you show an eager attitude, you will definitely be the one being manipulated. Therefore, Lin Yuan could only choose to sell it at an extremely low price. His only condition was that he would not accept installments, only cash. In just less than a day, I'm afraid that many people have regarded Lin Yuan as a fool and a sucker. However, Lin Yuan didn't care at all. Anyway, after a month, the game and reality will be completely integrated, and the money will become waste paper, which will be too hard even to use to wipe your butt. Lin Yuan didn't close his eyes the whole night and finished everything. In front of him was a stack of bank cards. The total amount of money in these bank cards is a full 10 billion. At this moment, there are only 5 hours left before the official launch of Age of Lords. Lin Yuan stared at the clock on the wall, waiting silently. When there are only 3 hours left before the server is launched, he will recharge the entire billion into Age of Lords. Tick, tick. Time passes by every second. Finally, the clock struck 2. It's time to start recharging. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, picked up a bank card, entered the card number and password, then entered the recharge amount, and made the recharge. The maximum amount for a single recharge is 1 million. In other words, if Lin Yuan wants to charge all the 10 billion into the game, he needs to do it a full 1,000 times. It is precisely because of this that Lin Yuan specially reserved 3 hours for himself to recharge. The reason why he chose to recharge at a later time and not leave himself more time was to prevent being discovered by others. You should know that there is a special recharge list, but it will be ranked according to the amount of advance recharge. There are always many wealthy people in this world. If there really is some wealthy person who wants to compete with him and starts to spend money like crazy, Lin Yuan's advantage will be greatly weakened. Before starting to recharge, Lin Yuan took a special look at the recharge list. It was found that the person ranked first was an Arab, who had recharged more than 60 million. I have to admit that there are indeed quite a few rich people in this world. Among the top 10, only 2 are from Longwa, one recharged 30 million and the other recharged 43 million. All of these people chose to hide their names and only revealed their nationalities. This game hasn't even been launched yet, but some people have already invested tens of millions. However, these people don't know it yet. What they are doing now is very likely to be the most correct choice in their lives. Below the recharge list, there is a comment section where heated discussions have already begun. This number 1 is simply a super rich man. He has already spent more than 60 million before the game is even launched. Nonsense, they sell oil, how can they not make money? Oh, comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. I'm still considering whether to add eggs to my morning pancakes, and these people have already started spending tens of millions playing games. Yeah, I don't know if these super rich people are still in need of dogs. I feel like their dogs should eat better than mine. But, have you noticed that there are also many super rich people in our dragon country? They actually occupy 2 positions in the top 10. This is the strength of our dragon country. It would be even better if we could snatch the first place. After taking a few glances at the comment section, Lin Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips. These people probably don't know that the real massacre is about to begin. Lin Yuan held a stack of bank cards and officially started his recharge journey. The amount you want to recharge is 1 million yuan. Are you sure? Confirm. Please perform fingerprint verification. Fingerprint verification passed. Congratulations on successfully recharging 1 million. Every time Lin Yuan recharges, it is the maximum amount. During this process, he entered the card number and password numbly like a machine, and then performed fingerprint authentication. And Lin Yuan's efficiency is also extremely high. In just 1 hour, he recharged a full 400 million. In an instant, the entire comment section was boiling. Am I dazzled? The person ranked first on the list recharged a full 400 million. Too awesome. Who on earth is this person? He really brings honor to our dragon nation. That's a full 400 million. That's outrageous. His current recharge amount is already more than all the other people on the recharge list combined. After Lin Yuan recharged 400 million in one go, the original first place was directly pushed to second place by him. The second place was not to be outdone and continued to recharge from more than 60 million to 100 million. It's a pity that compared with Lin Yuan's 400 million, it is still dwarfed by the sky. What's more, even now, for Lin Yuan, it has just been the beginning. Another hour passed. Lin Yuan's recharge amount directly reached 700 million. The second person on the list had his final recharge amount fixed at 150 million, and it did not rise any further. Obviously, he thought Lin Yuan was a lunatic and was not going to argue with him anymore. It seems that my rebirth has indeed brought about a certain butterfly effect. Lin Yuan still remembered that in his previous life, no one had ever recharged more than 100 million in advance, and even more than 50 million was rare. And in this life, under his stimulation, the top 10 on the recharge list almost all reached over 50 million. In Lin Yuan's opinion, these people really should thank him. Recharge is still continuing. After all, there is not much time left for Lin Yuan. Once Age of Lords is officially launched, no matter how much money he has, he will not be able to top up. Finally, at 455, Lin Yuan's recharge amount reached an incredibly astonishing 1 billion. At this moment, there are only 5 minutes left before the official launch of Age of Lords. And the people who were watching the fun in the comments section were almost numb. Recharge 1 billion at the beginning. Is this guy who ranks first on the recharge list a human? So scary. So awesome. Because he had been recharging for a full 3 hours, Lin Yuan felt extreme pain all over his body. Then, Lin Yuan lay down in the game cabin without any hesitation. Even the gaming cabin he ordered was the top of the line, star-class gaming cabin. The nutrient solution in the game cabin can even supply a normal person for a whole month. If nothing goes wrong, these nutrient solutions should be able to last until the day when the game and reality are officially integrated. Lin Yuan just lay in the game cabin, counting down silently, waiting for the official launch of Age of Lords. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the last second passed, Lin Yuan felt his consciousness being instantly pulled away. When he regained consciousness, he had arrived in a completely new space. At his feet are the vast land and towering mountains. This continent is called Eternal Continent. There are countless cities on the Eternal Continent. Humans, undead, elves, orcs, demons. Different races are fighting against each other on this continent. This is the Lord's world. Even though this was the second time Lin Yuan had seen this epic scene, he was still extremely shocked in his heart. The next step is to create the character. And, if he remembered correctly, he could start using money power during the character creation process. Please enter your character name. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Lin Yuan. The name of this game is homophonic with his real name, which he has been using since his previous life. However, in this life, he will not allow himself to have any regrets. Character name registered successfully, please select your initial race. Human race. This time, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and made a decision immediately. In the Lord's Age, there are 5 initial races to choose from: humans, ghosts, beasts, elves, and demons. Compared with other races, humans seem extremely mediocre and seem to have no special features at all. But Lin Yuan, who had lived a new life, knew clearly in his heart that although the human race was mediocre in the early stage, its growth potential was very strong, and it was one of the strongest races in the later stage. Even compared with some hidden races, it is not much inferior. After confirming the race, the elf in front of him asked again, do you want to choose the initial hero? Lin Yuan nodded, draw it immediately. The next second, a white light flashed in front of him. Ding, congratulations on successfully drawing the E-level hero, peasant leader, Kenlak. After hearing the prompt tone in his ear, Lin Yuan's face immediately turned dark. He obviously didn't expect that even if he lived again, he would still be such a loser. The hero Kenlak is the worst of the worst and is nicknamed the King of Farmers by many players. Because he has almost no combat ability, his only characteristic is to increase farmland production by 10%. Drawing such a rubbish hero means you lose at the starting line. Fortunately, Lin Yuan only needs to spend 10,000 gold coins to draw the initial hero again. You should know that the exchange rate between RMB and gold coins is 1-to-1. In other words, it costs 10,000 yuan to reset the drawing results once. For ordinary people, this is obviously not a small amount of money. But for Lin Yuan, who has already recharged 1 billion, it is nothing. After spending 10,000 gold coins, a white light flashed before Lin Yuan's eyes again. Ding, congratulations on successfully drawing the E-level hero, Sharpshooter Clark. Obviously, after redrawing the hero, Lin Yuan's luck was still not very good. Fortunately, the thing Lin Yuan has the most right now is money. The system's notification sound kept ringing in his ears. Ding, congratulations on successfully drawing the C-rank hero, Soul Hunter Dura. Ding, congratulations on successfully drawing the E-level hero, Scythe Maniac, Wilman. Ding, congratulations on successfully drawing the C-level hero, Fury Warrior Lion. Ding, congratulations on successfully drawing the B-level hero, Siren Slayer, Mantasha. I have to say, Lin Yuan's luck is really bad. After drawing a full 100 times, the best result was a B-level hero. In less than 5 minutes, 1 million was gone. I just don't believe it. I can't spare an A-rank hero today. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said fiercely, continue. 10 times, 50 times, 100 times, 200 times, 500 times. It was not until the 537th time that a purple light finally flashed in front of Lin Yuan. It's finally shipped. Lin Yuan couldn't help but flash a hint of excitement in his eyes. If I don't ship the product soon, I'll be wasting the more than 5 million I spent. Ding, congratulations on successfully drawing the A-level hero, Soul of Flame, Lelvius. Lin Yuan had some impression of the hero Lelvius. If he remembered correctly, among the A-level heroes, this hero's performance in all aspects was quite good. In particular, the initial skill is a group attack fire magic, which can be quickly upgraded in the early stage of the game. But, do I really want to choose him as my initial hero? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan finally made a decision, which was to give up. Although Levi's is already a pretty good A-class hero, it is still far from enough for me. Compared to Levis, in Lin Yuan's heart, there is another initial hero that he wants to draw even more. In his previous life, Lin Yuan had seen that hero and saw how powerful he was. If I could draw that hero. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately and decisively chose to continue drawing. Anyway, it would only cost 10,000 yuan to draw again, and the last thing he lacked now was money. Lin Yuan just didn't believe it. After spending 100 million, was it possible that he still couldn't draw the initial hero he wanted? However, after giving up on Levis, Lin Yuan's good luck seemed to have been used up. After drawing 1,000 times, not even one A-level hero appeared, and the highest was only a B-level hero. But Lin Yuan was still not discouraged, because he knew in his heart that the probability of drawing an A-level hero was extremely low. What's more, up to now, he has only spent more than 15 million. Soon, when he drew the number 1891, a purple light flashed before Lin Yuan's eyes again. Ding, congratulations on successfully drawing the A-level hero, Daughter of the Forest, Leah. This A-level hero still did not meet Lin Yuan's expectations. The skill strength of Forest Lady Leah is not even as strong as Levitris. Moreover, this hero is better at commanding the elven troops and is not very compatible with the human race. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan decisively chose to give up. The 2345th hero draw resulted in an A-level hero, Heart of the Desert, Shagat. The 2777th hero draw resulted in an A-level hero, the Shield of the Empire, Duragon. The 3444th hero draw resulted in an A-level hero, the Lady of Misfortune, Jindwa. After drawing heroes more than 3,000 times, Lin Yuan felt like he was almost numb. This was the first time in his life that he felt that drawing cards was such a boring thing. The most depressing thing is that the A-level heroes he drew later were not even as good as the one he drew at the beginning. By now, Lin Yuan had even begun to regret it. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have been so picky. The time he wasted extracting heroes here might have been enough for other players to build up their own territories. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already made up his mind. As long as the next A-level hero drawn is usable, I will just choose it. 4,000 times, 4,500 times, 4,700 times, 5,000 times. This time, Lin Yuan seemed to be trapped in some kind of curse and could not draw out an A-level hero at all. Otherwise, if Lin Yuan's family was wealthy enough, he would probably have been screwed to tears by this crappy card drawing system. Fortunately, at the 5135th time, a purple light flashed before Lin Yuan's eyes again. Ding, congratulations on successfully drawing the S-level hero, Sealed Sword, Altria. After hearing the system prompt sound in his ear, Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. After resetting for more than 5,000 times, Lin Yuan finally drew the A-level hero he wanted most, the sealed sword, Altria. To be more precise, the title of this hero should be the Sealed Sword of Victory. Because the artifact in Altria's hand is in a sealed state, players must complete an extremely difficult hidden mission before they can unlock it. After the seal is released, Altria will be promoted directly from an A-class hero to an SSS-class hero. This is exactly why Lin Yuan is so eager to draw this hero. Although it costs more than 50 million just to draw the hero, for Lin Yuan, as long as he draws Altria, it will all be worth it. You know, this person has the potential to grow into an SSS-level hero. Even though Lin Yuan was one of the top 10 lords of China in his previous life, the heroes under his command were only SS level at best. If his current strength was not too weak, Lin Yuan would have wanted to complete the hidden task right now and unlock the seal on Altria's sword. Dear Lord, are you willing to choose Sword of Sealing, Altria, as your starting hero? Lin Yuan said without hesitation, I do. After he said this, Altria, who was wearing silver armor, immediately knelt on one knee and raised her heroic and beautiful face. Respected Lord, Altria is willing to serve you. Congratulations on successfully selecting your initial hero. Next, lead your hero to the Eternal Continent to fight. Good luck, my lord. The next second, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared from the spot. When he came to his senses again, he found himself in an open space. Obviously, this is his original territory. Soon, a prompt box popped up in front of Lin Yuan. The land here is fertile and suitable for building a territory. Do you want to build it? Lin Yuan chose to build without hesitation. The next second, a wooden house rose from the ground. There is no doubt that this is the temporary lord's mansion. Although it looks very shabby, after all, there is finally a building on Lin Yuan's territory. In the lord's mansion, Lin Yuan can check his resource overview. In Age of Lords, resources are divided into 5 categories: food, wood, stone, iron, and silver. Whether it is building a building or training soldiers, it requires resources. As for gold coins, to be precise, they cannot be considered as resources. And now, as a lord who has just acquired a territory, Lin Yuan only has 100,000 of each resource. If calculated carefully, these resources would be more than enough for the initial construction of the territory. However, Lin Yuan was not prepared to live a tight life. After checking the resources, he immediately built the first building, a shop. The resources needed to build a shop were not many. Lin Yuan only spent 10,000 grains, 10,000 pieces of wood and 10,000 pieces of stone to build the shop. In the early stages of the game, constructing low-level buildings is quite fast. In just a dozen seconds, a shop had sprung up in Lin Yuan's territory. The function of the shop is also very simple, which is to sell various items to the lord. The items in the shop are refreshed every 24 hours. The higher the level of the shop, the more types of refreshed items there are and the better the quality. Afterwards, Lin Yuan opened the shop directly and quickly found what he wanted. Beginner Resource Pack, Consumables. Introduction: after opening, you can get 10,000 random resources. Price: 100 gold coins. Intermediate Resource Pack, Consumables. Introduction: after opening, you can get 50,000 random resources. Price: 500 gold coins. Advanced Resource Pack, Consumables. Introduction: after opening, you can obtain 100,000 specified resources. Price: 1,200 gold coins. You know, in the early stages of the game, resources are very important. Once resources become scarce, territory construction will quickly come to a standstill. And Lin Yuan obviously would not allow such a thing to happen. So, he directly chose to purchase the resource package. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing the Beginner Resource Pack X100. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing the Intermediate Resource Pack X50. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing 10 high-level resource packs. It has to be said that the price of the resource package is much cheaper than Lin Yuan thought. He bought so many resource packages and spent a total of 47,000 yuan. In fact, if possible, Lin Yuan wanted to buy more resource packages. It's a pity that the goods that first-level shops can provide are really limited. The resource packages that Lin Yuan bought were enough to empty the shop. For a moment, Lin Yuan felt sad that he had money but couldn't spend it. Fortunately, besides the resource pack, he has other things to buy. Worker recruitment order consumables. Introduction. After use, you can recruit an extra worker to stay in your territory to build buildings. Validity period, 3 days. Price, 10,000 gold coins. Harvest card, consumables. Introduction. After use, the output of all farmland in the territory will be increased by 20%. Validity period, 7 days. Price, 5,000 gold coins. Experience potion, small bottle. Introduction. After taking it, it can provide 500 experience points for the hero. Price, 6,666 gold coins. Random strategic treasure gift box, consumables. Introduction. After use, a strategic treasure of black iron to gold grade can be randomly opened. Price, 150,000 gold coins. The items in the shop are dazzling. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all. He just waved his hand and chose to buy all of them. Money is meant to be spent. If you don't want to become stronger, then spending money will be meaningless. What's more, compared with the money he recharged, the money Lin Yuan spent now was just a drop in the bucket. However, Lin Yuan's luck is pretty good. Just in the entry-level store, the random strategic treasure gift box was refreshed. You should know that in Age of Lords, strategic treasures are similar to equipment. The higher the level of the strategic treasure, the more precious it is. Each hero can be equipped with 5 strategic treasures. If equipped with a set of strategic treasures with top-notch attributes, even a B-class hero can be comparable to an S-class hero. This is the importance of strategic treasures. Although the price of a gift box was as high as 150,000 gold coins, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and bought 20 gift boxes in one go, spending 3 million in an instant and buying out all the items in the shop. If Lin Yuan wanted to buy again, he would have to wait until the next day when the items in the shop would be refreshed. Of course, before that, he would definitely upgrade the shop to a higher level. Only in this way will he have the opportunity to refresh more advanced items in the shop. Sometimes, having too much money to spend can be a real hassle. After purchasing 20 random strategic treasure gift boxes, Lin Yuan couldn't wait to open them. No matter what, he had to open a complete set of strategic treasures for Altria to equip. How can you be an A-level hero without good equipment? I don't know how many gold-level equipment can be found in these 20 gift boxes. After opening the first gift box, a golden light flashed before Lin Yuan's eyes. After seeing this golden light, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. When did my luck become so good? The first batch was shipped. After the light faded, Chu Feng saw that what appeared in front of him was a lion-shaped pendant. Lion Heart Pendant. Quality, gold. Attributes, strength plus 25, agility plus 25. Additional skill, Blessing of the Lion Heart. After the skill is activated, all human soldiers under your command will receive a 15% increase in all attributes. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooling time, 6 hours. I have to say that the properties of this strategic treasure are quite good. Even among gold-level equipment, it is considered a top-grade product. Especially the additional skill, which is simply a magical skill for the human race. It seems that my luck has really turned. Then, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and opened all the remaining gift boxes in one go. Ding! Congratulations on successfully opening the random strategic treasure gift box and obtaining the black iron level treasure, Rusty Iron Sword. Ding! Congratulations on successfully opening the random strategic treasure gift box and obtaining the black iron level treasure, Moldy Linen Robe. Ding! Congratulations on successfully opening the random strategic treasure gift box and obtaining the silver level treasure, Flowing Water Staff. Ding! Congratulations on successfully opening the random strategic treasure gift box and obtaining the gold level treasure, Burning Gem. There were 20 gift boxes in total, and Lin Yuan opened 8 black iron level treasures, 5 bronze level treasures, 4 silver level treasures, and 3 gold level treasures. In Age of Lords, equipment is divided into 9 grades: iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legend, epic, and myth. But in the early stages of the game, even gold-level equipment is extremely precious. Soon, Lin Yuan equipped Altria with a complete set of strategic treasures. 3 gold-level treasures: Lionheart's Pendant, Burning Gem, and Obsidian Battle Armor. 2 silver-level treasures, Frost Ring and Shield of Glory. On the first day of the server opening, Lin Yuan was able to equip his hero with such a complete set of equipment, which can be said to be extremely brutal. What is a perfect start? This is the perfect start. At this moment, Lin Yuan couldn't wait to take Altria out of the city to kill monsters and test the power of this equipment. Afterwards, Lin Yuan gave instructions directly to the construction workers in the city, asking them to build the buildings in order. After that, Lin Yuan took Altria directly out of his territory and walked towards the forest next to the territory. At the beginning of the game, some low-level monsters will usually spawn near the territory. As expected, just after Lin Yuan entered the forest, 5 grey wolves with ferocious faces slowly approached him. "My lord, I am here to protect you." Holding the sealing sword, Altria immediately stood in front of Lin Yuan. Even the heavy armor could not hide her beautiful figure. Lin Yuan nodded and said calmly, "Go, kill them all." If he remembered correctly, the grey wolf in front of him should only be a first-level monster. Low-level monsters like this can only bully farmers. Even well-trained first-level spearmen can easily defeat them. Not to mention, the one standing in front of them was an A-level hero with top-grade equipment. Asking Altria to kill them would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The next second, Altria's figure instantly turned into a shadow. The sword in her hand also swung out into the air. Laugh. Accompanied by a slight sound of flesh being torn. The 5 grey wolves in front of him were separated from their heads and bodies in an instant. With just one sword, 5 grey wolves were killed instantly. This is the strength of Altria. At the same time, the system's prompt sounds rang in Lin Yuan's ears one after another. Kill a first-level grey wolf, obtain grey wolf for X1, Lord Experience plus 10, Hero Experience plus 10. Kill a first-level grey wolf, obtain grey wolf for X1, Lord Experience plus 10, Hero Experience plus 10. Kill a first-level grey wolf, obtain grey wolf for X1, Lord Experience plus 10, Hero Experience plus 10. Although these low-level monsters will not drop any good stuff, the experience they provide is still considerable. Lord Experience can be used to increase the Lord level. Only when the Lord's level is high enough can he build more advanced buildings and command more heroes. Hero Experience is used to increase the hero level. The higher the hero's level, the stronger the hero will naturally become, and he will be able to command a larger number of troops. However, since Altria is so powerful, Lin Yuan would naturally not be satisfied with taking her to hunt these low-level monsters. He immediately waved to Altria and said, let's go directly to the depths of the forest. The deeper you go into the forest, the more numerous the monsters become. However, these monsters are no match for Altria. In less than half an hour, Altria's level had been raised to level 4. Even the various attributes have been greatly improved. At the same time, with more and more players entering, the World channel also began to become lively. Brothers, I got a B-level hero at the beginning, how about you? Screw the European King Dog. I reset 20 times and only drew a B-level hero. I am so sick. Reset 20 times, that's 200,000. Brother upstairs, you are really rich. A mere 200,000 is enough. I reset it 1,500 times and directly drew the A-level water element queen, Helena. Worship the boss. Kneel down to the boss. Alas, the world outside the territory is so dangerous. My D-rank hero can't even defeat the lowest level first-rank monster. Damn, me too. My dwarf warrior was also bitten to death by a pack of wild wolves. Although heroes can be resurrected, their loyalty is dropping rapidly. Stop talking. It's just tears. For civilian players like us, we should just build more soldiers before hunting monsters. Looking at the chat content in the World channel, Lin Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips. While most of the players were still being beaten to death by monsters in the wild, the heroes under his command were about to reach level 5. In this life, no matter what, he will not let history repeat itself. His fate is rewritten by himself. After killing a grey wolf, accompanied by a white light, Altria's level was directly raised to level 5. Upgraded again. Lin Yuan looked at Altria, smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" "Thank you for your concern, Lord. It feels great." A blush flashed across Altria's face. "It is my honor to follow you." The next second, the system prompt sound rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Hero Altria's loyalty increased by 1 point, and the current loyalty is 81 points. Hero Altria successfully comprehended the skill, Holy Light Slash. In Age of Lords, the hero's loyalty is a particularly important attribute. The loyalty of a hero can change at any time. Whenever a hero dies or the Lord's actions go against the hero's wishes, loyalty will decrease. Lin Yuan remembered that in his previous life, there was a horny player who wanted to force the female heroes under his command to sleep with him. As a result, the heroine's loyalty dropped drastically. Not only did she betray him, she also chopped off his penis with a single sword. It was not until this incident happened that most players realized that the heroes under their command were more than just game NPCs. They are just like real humans, with flesh and blood, and even have their own thoughts. Generally speaking, those with a loyalty level above 80 will not easily betray their lord. If the loyalty drops below 60, the hero may easily betray the lord in a life-or-death crisis. As for loyalty levels above 95, they can only be described as die-hard fans. No matter how extreme the things you do are, they are willing to protect you till death. However, what surprised Lin Yuan was that Altria had already comprehended her first skill at level 5. As expected of an S-class hero, his growth rate is astonishing. If it is an A-level hero, you may have to wait until level 10 to learn the first skill. Then, Lin Yuan's mind moved, and he directly called up Altria's hero panel. Hero, Altria. S-class hero. Title, Sealed Sword. Level, 5. HP, 1500/1500. Mana, 350/350. Attack, 240 to 430. Defense, 170. Strength, 160. Agility, 155. Intelligence, 135. Skill, Holy Light Slash. Holy Light Slash. After use, Altria will bless the holy light on the blade of the sword and swing forward 3 times in a row. Each slash will cause 150% damage to the enemy and double damage to dark creatures. After seeing Altria's attributes, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. An S-class hero could actually be this powerful. While Lin Yuan was still checking Altria's attributes, the latter's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "My lord, there seems to be a large group of grey wolves gathering ahead." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked in the direction of Altria's finger. Sure enough, I saw a large group of grey wolves. The number is at least over 100. The dense population of grey wolves can only mean one thing. That means there must be a boss nearby. Soon, Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the largest grey wolf. Its body size is twice that of an ordinary grey wolf. The hair covering its body is like steel needles, and its pair of wolf eyes are as red as blood, emitting a ferocious and violent light. Mutated Grey Wolf King. Silver level BOSS. Level 5. Health, 12,000. Attack power, 120 to 150. Defense, 70. Skills, unknown. A mutant among the Grey Wolves, possessing extremely terrifying strength and speed, the absolute king among the Grey Wolves. I don't know whether to say that Lin Yuan's luck is good or bad. He actually encountered a level 5 silver level boss here. According to Lin Yuan's experience, for a boss of this level, at least 1,000 first-level soldiers are needed to surround and kill it in order to have a chance to kill it. And beside Lin Yuan, except for Altria, there was no other soldier. If we go back now to replenish our troops, we may not be able to find any trace of this mutant Grey Wolf King when we come back. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan finally made a decision. He turned around, looked at Altria, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" Altria nodded firmly and said confidently, I will definitely fulfill your mission. Then let's do it. Lin Yuan immediately ordered, first clear out the Grey Wolves around, and then deal with the mutant Grey Wolf King. Under Lin Yuan's command, Altria went straight to the edge of the Grey Wolf pack. Soon, the Grey Wolves around her were very sensitive to her presence and came towards her to kill her. But these ordinary Grey Wolves are no match for Altria. As she swung the sword, one Grey Wolf after another died under her sword. Under such guerrilla tactics, the number of Grey Wolves continued to decrease. However, after Altria killed more than 20 Grey Wolves in succession, she finally attracted the attention of the mutant Grey Wolf King. Roar. Accompanied by a roar, the mutant Grey Wolf King pounced directly in the direction of Altria. The Grey Wolves around quickly surrounded Altria. The battle begins. Holding the holy sword, Altria moved among the Grey Wolves with ease. Almost every time the sword was swung, a Grey Wolf would bleed to death on the spot. At this moment, the mutant Grey Wolf King also rushed to Altria. The mutant Grey Wolf King suddenly slapped out with his claws, but she dodged it nimbly. Then, Altria swung her sword in her backhand and slashed at the wolf body of the former. -356. A blood-red damage number suddenly appeared above the head of the mutant demon Wolf King. I have to say that as an S-class hero, Altria is indeed very powerful. What's more, Altria is equipped with a complete set of strategic treasures. Being able to equip such a complete set of strategic equipment at the beginning of the game, Altria is able to have the strength to fight against the silver-level boss alone. Under Altria's powerful attack, the number of Grey Wolves around them became fewer and fewer. At the same time, the mutant Grey Wolf King's health bar was constantly decreasing. 12,000, 9,000, 6,000, 3,000. During this process, most of the mutant Grey Wolf King's attacks were nimbly dodged by Altria. Even if it hits head-on, it won't cause much damage to the latter. After all, in addition to her extremely high defense, Altria is also equipped with a gold-level treasure, the Obsidian Battle Armor. However, just when the mutant Grey Wolf King's bloodline fell below 3,000. On the battlefield, something strange happened again. With a long howl, the mutant Grey Wolf King's eyes became bloodshot, and his body expanded again. Immediately afterwards, the sharp wolf claws swung towards the direction where Altria was. The Wolf King's Claw. After entering the berserk state, the mutant Grey Wolf King's explosive power became extremely astonishing. Before Altria could react, the mutant Grey Wolf King's Claw had already swung to kill her. Fortunately, at this moment, the special effect of the strategic treasure, Shield of Glory, was directly triggered. The special effect of this gold-level strategic treasure is that when the wearer is about to suffer high damage, the shield will be automatically triggered to offset part of the damage. A phantom of a shield appeared directly in front of Altria. Immediately afterwards, under the fierce attack of the Wolf King's claws, the shield shadow shattered directly, but it was also considered that Altria successfully blocked this attack. Frost Imprisonment. Under such circumstances, Altria activated the additional skill of Frost Ring, again without any hesitation. The next second, thick frost condensed directly on the limbs of the mutant Grey Wolf King, forcibly imprisoning it in place. And Altria did not hesitate at all, and immediately activated her skills, Holy Light Slash. The dazzling Holy Light instantly bloomed from the edge of the sword. Then, the long sword shining with Holy Light slashed towards the mutant demon Wolf King at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. -579. -597. -633. 3 consecutive strikes of Holy Light reduced the mutant Grey Wolf King's already small health bar by more than half again. There will be no suspense at all in the following battle. Altria's sword kept swinging out, and every swing of the sword could take away a bit of the mutant Grey Wolf King's health. In less than a minute, the mutant Grey Wolf King's body fell to the ground with a bang, and died under the sword of Altria. Kill the silver-level boss mutant Grey Wolf King, obtain Grey Wolf King's Heart X1, Wolf Fang Necklace X1, Grey Wolf Knight Summoning Scroll X1, Lord Experience plus 2000, Hero Experience plus 2000. I have to say that the reward for killing the boss is quite generous. Altria's hero level was directly upgraded to level 7. At the same time, the world announcement also sounded. The Chinese player, Li Bingu, became the first player to kill the silver-level boss and received the following rewards: 3 random gold-level strategic treasure chests, 10 advanced resource packs, 100 equipment enhancement stones, and 1 hero recruitment order. After the world announcement sounded, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 waves. The chat channel was once again in an uproar. Is this true? I haven't even fought ordinary monsters outside the city, but someone has already started to kill the boss. Yes, and there are first kill rewards. The rewards are too generous. I am jealous just looking at them. Damn, comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Who on earth is this Li Bingu? He's too powerful. You are actually from China. You really bring honor to China. I'm a cute girl, please support me, Mr. Li Bingu, aw. Please be quiet upstairs and stop looking at the cute girl. Maybe what you take out will be bigger than mine. Li Bingu certainly knew how big a stir the world announcement of the first kill would cause. But he didn't care. Even if forces from all sides come against him, he remains fearless. Li Bingu is not only a reborn person, but he has also recharged 1 billion yuan. He still has some confidence. This time, whether it is the rewards dropped by the mutant Grey Wolf King or the rewards for the first kill of the boss, they are all extremely generous. Li Bingu directly opened the inventory and began to check the rewards he had obtained this time. The wolf tooth necklace is merely a silver-level strategic treasure. However, the first kill reward was directly given to Li Bingu 3 random gold-level strategic treasure chests. However, for Li Bingu now, strategic treasures are not that important. After all, he had equipped Altria with a complete set of strategic treasures. As for the advanced resource package, although it can produce a large amount of resources, Li Bingu is not very short of resources now. What really interested him was the Hero Recruitment Order and the Grey Wolf Knight Summoning Scroll. Hero Recruitment Order, Special Item. Introduction, able to randomly recruit a hero above level B. Collect 10 hero recruitment orders and there is a 50% chance of recruiting an S-level hero. Grey Wolf Knight Summoning Scroll, Special Item. Introduction, after use, you can summon 52nd level Grey Wolf Knights to be loyal to you. Whether it is the Hero Recruitment Order or the Grey Wolf Knight Summoning Scroll, they are both rare good things. However, Li Bingu was not in a hurry to use the Hero Recruitment Order. The probability of recruiting a top-notch hero through a single hero recruitment order is really too low. What's more, when he has Altria, recruiting some ordinary B-level heroes is meaningless for Li Bingu. Immediately afterwards, Li Bingu directly chose to use the Grey Wolf Knight Summoning Scroll. As the summoning scroll shattered, a white light flashed before his eyes. After the white light dissipated, 52nd level Grey Wolf Knights also appeared in front of Li Bingu. Although Li Bingu had no impression of this type of soldiers, since it was a second-level soldier, its attributes should not be too bad. Then, Li Bingu turned to Altria and said, "Take these Grey Wolf Knights and continue to hunt monsters. When your level reaches level 10, we will return to the territory." Altria immediately knelt on one knee, leaning on her sword. "I will obey the king's order." Then, she stood up and led 50 Grey Wolf Knights toward the depths of the forest. You know, the Grey Wolf Knights are, after all, second-tier soldiers, and their combat effectiveness is at least much stronger than that of first-tier militia. 3 Grey Wolf Knights can surround and kill a Grey Wolf without any injuries. It's a pity that after killing wild monsters, the soldiers cannot be upgraded. However, the experience gained from killing monsters can belong to the hero. It is precisely because of this that Altria's upgrade speed has been greatly improved. She led 50 Grey Wolf Knights and directly attacked the entire forest. 3 hours later, a white light flashed on Altria's body again. Hero Altria's current level has been successfully upgraded to level 10. Hero Altria successfully comprehended the skill, Chivalry. Chivalry active skill. Introduction, after use, all human soldiers under Altria will gain a 50% morale bonus and a 30% increase in all attributes, which lasts for 30 minutes. Cooling time, 12 hours. After Altria's level was raised to 10, she mastered a skill again. After reading the introduction of this skill, Li Bingu's eyes lit up. There is no doubt that this skill is absolutely a magical skill. Although Holy Light Slash is also a very powerful skill, it is ultimately just a single target output skill. However, once the skill of chivalry is activated, it can bring benefits to all human soldiers under your command. You must know that the race Lin Yuan chose is the human race. Therefore, he regards this skill as a magical skill. In Age of Lords, morale is very important. Except for the undead class, almost all classes of troops are affected by morale. Once morale is low, there is a possibility of desertion. Once morale is high, there will be a greater probability of combos and critical hits. Okay, it's almost time, let's return to the territory. Lin Yuan waved directly at Altria, preparing to take the ladder back to the territory. After all, there is plenty of time to improve the hero's level. In the early stages of the game, territory construction is the key. Soon, Lin Yuan returned to his territory. With 2 construction workers starting work at the same time, when Lin Yuan returned, there were already several more buildings in the city. Farmhouse, where farmers can be recruited. A militia camp, where you can recruit militia. And the tavern, where you can recruit heroes and accept quests. At the same time, the spearman camp and archer camp are also under construction. Once the construction is completed, Lin Yuan will be able to recruit second-level spearmen and second-level archers. The human race's initial military force can be said to be the weakest race in the Overlord era. Farmers and militiamen are useless. Spearmen and archers, although slightly better, are not that much stronger. However, everything has 2 sides. Being weak in the early stage means being strong in the later stage. After the human lords were able to recruit the 7th-level soldiers, griffins, this race began to gradually gain strength. After recruiting the 9th-level soldiers, archangels, the human race is directly promoted to the father of all other races. However, even if the human race is weak in the early stages, that is only for ordinary players. For a wealthy man like Lin Yuan who has already recharged 1 billion yuan, what is the point of recharging money if he is still on the same starting line as ordinary players? What's more, the recharge system of Age of Lords has been limited to 1 million recharges per day. Under such circumstances, no one can surpass Lin Yuan in terms of Krypton degree. Moreover, in addition to Krypton gold, Lin Yuan also has countless experiences from his previous life. These experiences alone are enough for him to leave ordinary players far behind. At this moment, Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly fell on the building of tavern. If he remembered correctly, in the early stage of the game, an extremely special NPC appeared in the tavern. As long as you follow the specific method, you can get a special treasure from this NPC. However, this task is not something that ordinary people can easily accomplish. Even Lin Yuan felt speechless when he heard how this task was completed. But now that he has lived a second life and knows the entire process of this hidden mission, he naturally will not miss this opportunity. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated and walked quickly towards the tavern. It must be said that the game, Age of Lords, is like a real world. After Lin Yuan entered the tavern, he immediately heard noisy voices and the sound of wine glasses clinking. The entire pub is divided into 2 areas. One of the areas is a bulletin board. This bulletin board will issue tasks to players every day. The levels of tasks are divided into simple, normal, difficult, adventure, nightmare, and hell. At the same time, there is also a very low probability of refreshing hidden tasks. If players are not satisfied with the tasks posted on the bulletin board, they can also use the task refresh order to refresh them. Lin Yuan walked forward and took a casual glance, and found that almost half of them were gray tasks, with a few white tasks in between, and only one was a purple task. Gray, white, and purple correspond to easy, normal, and difficult respectively. From this point of view, the chance of refreshing advanced tasks is indeed small. Among the 20 tasks, only one difficult task was refreshed. As for the other part of the tavern, it is the tavern counter. Here, the Lord can spend silver coins to summon heroes. Generally speaking, taverns below level 3 will only refresh 5 heroes available for recruitment every day. Moreover, most of them are heroes below level B. If an A-level hero could be refreshed, it would be a great honor for our ancestors. However, as the tavern level increases, more and more heroes will be refreshed, and the probability of refreshing high-level heroes will gradually increase. But these were not Lin Yuan's main purposes for entering the tavern. He came here just for that hidden mission. Lin Yuan looked around and soon fixed his eyes on a man who was drinking. He was a man with a very ordinary face, with brown curly hair. He was one of those common faces that you would not be able to find if you threw him into a crowd. However, there was an indescribable cunning in his eyes. Lin Yuan immediately walked forward and sat in front of the brown-haired man. "Bartender, 2 glasses of rum, I want to buy this gentleman a drink." After hearing this, the brown-haired man in front of him couldn't help but look up and asked in surprise, "You want to buy me a drink?" "Why can't I?" Lin Yuan smiled and said calmly, "Don't you find it boring to drink alone?" "It's really boring." The brown-haired man drank the wine in the glass and laughed as well, "But drinking alone is boring, why don't we have a bet?" After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. The process of triggering the hidden task was indeed correct. What you need to do next is to continue according to the process. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately asked, "How are you going to bet?" "The simplest way to play is to flip a coin and guess heads or tails." The brown-haired man smiled and said, "If you win, I will give you my heirloom." "The bet is so big?" Lin Yuan asked back, "What if I lose the bet?" The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a cunning light in his eyes. "Then you only need to lose me 1,000 gold coins. You know, in Age of Lords, the exchange rate between RMB and gold coins is 1-to-1. 1,000 gold coins is $1,000. For ordinary people, this is already a considerable amount of money." However, Lin Yuan agreed without hesitation. After all, his biggest advantage is that he has a lot of money. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. Bite. With a crisp sound, the gold coin was bounced directly into the air. Just as the gold coin fell back onto the back of the brown-haired man's hand, the latter stretched out his other hand and covered the gold coin. Then, the brown-haired man raised his head and asked, "Heads or tails?" "Front." Lin Yuan casually reported one side. "Anyway, no matter which side it is, the probability is 50%, so just guess." "What a shame, it's the other way around." The brown-haired man raised his hand and shook his head with regret. Lin Yuan didn't waste any more words with him and just threw a bag of gold coins over. "There are exactly 1,000 gold coins in this bag. Continue." Lin Yuan spoke calmly, not taking the money seriously at all. The gamble continues. I have to say that Lin Yuan's luck is indeed not very good. The probability is clearly 50-50, but I failed to guess it correctly 5 times in a row. Fortunately, by the 6th time, Lin Yuan finally guessed the direction of the gold coin. It seems that the goddess of luck is still on your side. The brown-haired man sighed, then took out a pocket watch from his arms and handed it to Lin Yuan, pretending to be reluctant to part with it and said, "This is my heirloom. Old pocket watch special item." Introduction: This dirty and old pocket watch seems to be an antique. After seeing the introduction of this item, Lin Yuan almost laughed out loud. I have to say, this guy in front of me is really good at manipulating people's mentality. He can even say with a shameless face that this broken thing is his heirloom. In the previous life, this brown-haired man in front of me had cheated countless gold coins. Countless players were deceived by him and lost their minds, complaining about him. Because if you gamble with him, you will definitely suffer a loss. If you lose, it means you lose 1,000 gold coins. But even if I win, the most I can get from him is a bunch of junk. But Lin Yuan knew in his heart that the purpose of this guy's existence was not just to cheat money from players. The gambling between the two parties continues. Lin Yuan still relied on his intuition to guess the direction of the gold coin after it fell. Out of 100 times, Lin Yuan won 37 times and lost 63 times. This means that in less than half an hour, Lin Yuan had lost more than 60,000 yuan. But all he won was a pile of junk without any attributes. If it were an ordinary player, he would have probably burst into cursing a long time ago. However, Lin Yuan remained as calm as ever and continued to gamble with the brown-haired man. The 53rd time, the 72nd time, the 87th time, the 99th time. Finally, Lin Yuan has won the bet 99 times. Although he paid nearly 200,000 gold coins for this, for him, it was all worth it as long as he could get the hidden treasure. It seems that you are also an out-and-out gambler. The brown-haired man smiled and said, in that case, why don't we make this a bigger deal? Let's still flip a gold coin and guess heads or tails, but this time, let's bet 1 million gold coins. How about that? 1 million gold coins. To be honest, if you are an ordinary player, you would probably be scared off after hearing this number. After all, 1 million is not a small amount. In some second- and third-tier cities, it is enough to buy a house. What's more, even if the brown-haired man lost before, all he gave was garbage. Even if I win this time, what if what I get is garbage? Is it possible to attack NPC? In fact, this is the second hurdle of this hidden plot. There is no need to explain the first hurdle. Only after winning 99 times can the player trigger the next stage of the plot. In this process, players lost real money and won a bunch of junk. No matter who you are, it is a test of mentality. But in fact, the real test starts from now, just beginning. Not everyone can afford a $1 million bet. Bite. With an extremely crisp sound, the gold coin fell on the back of the brown-haired man's hand again. Front. Unfortunately, you are wrong. It is the opposite. The brown-haired man smiled and opened his hand, revealing the gold coin facing the reverse side. In just a dozen seconds, Lin Yuan had lost 1 million. However, for him, this is just the beginning. This gamble is still going on. However, the goddess of luck seemed to have completely abandoned Lin Yuan. In the next few gambling games, Lin Yuan didn't win any of them. The gold coin in the brown-haired man's hand seemed to be teasing him. Each time the direction was opposite to what Lin Yuan had guessed. It was precisely because of this that in less than 10 minutes, Lin Yuan had lost a full 10 million gold coins. However, even so, Lin Yuan remained calm. Do you want to continue? The brown-haired man smiled, a cunning gleam in his eyes again. Of course we will continue. Lin Yuan stretched out his hand and snatched the gold coin directly from the brown-haired man's hand, but next. I'll toss the gold coin, and you guess the heads or tails. After he said this, the smile of the brown-haired man in front of him froze. At this moment, the hidden plot has entered the third stage. And Lin Yuan officially sounded the clarion call for counterattack. Bite. The gold coin was thrown into the air, and after rolling countless times, it fell back onto the back of Lin Yuan's hand. You know, there's a term called sunk cost. It refers to the costs that have been paid but cannot be recovered. Sometimes, people get deeper and deeper into trouble because their sunk costs are getting bigger and bigger. It's like this bet with you. The price I pay is getting higher and higher, but all I get is useless garbage. But for me, this price is nothing at all. A mere 1 million gold coins is just a small amount of money. Even if I lose this time, I will continue to bet with you until I win. Lin Yuan spoke slowly, smiled and said, Now, tell me, is this gold coin, front or back? The brown-haired man was silent for a moment, and finally shook his head helplessly and said, I lost. Even if I don't lose this round, I will definitely lose to you next time. So, as a bet, these 2 treasures belong to you. After saying this, the brown-haired man casually threw 2 treasures to Lin Yuan. A mask and a ring. Mask of the Deceiver special item. Introduction. After wearing it, the wearer's appearance and race can be changed freely without any flaws. Gambler's ring special item. Introduction. The wearer gains a luck plus 10 effect. A ring left behind by a gambler who always wins, with blood stains on it, is said to bring good luck to people. After seeing the properties of these 2 treasures, a look of joy appeared on Lin Yuan's face. To be honest, I only spent more than 10 million to get these 2 treasures, which is definitely a profit. However, few players can hold on to the end. Moreover, the only way to defeat the brown-haired man is to snatch the gold coin from his hand. Because this gold coin has magical power, if the latter is allowed to toss the gold coin, no matter how many times the bet is made, the brown-haired man will win. Lin Yuan still remembered that in his previous life, he was a wealthy man from the Middle East who spent more than 50 million to figure out this pattern. And with the help of these 2 treasures, he quickly rose to become a top lord famous all over the world. But this time, Lin Yuan got the 2 treasures before him. You know, hidden plots like this are unique. In other words, from now on, this NPC will no longer appear in the taverns of all players' territories. Looking forward to meeting you next time. Before leaving, the brown-haired man patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and gave a meaningful smile. To be honest, even in Lin Yuan's previous life, the identity of this brown-haired man was not clear. Some people say that he is just a gambler who cheats people out of money, and these 2 treasures are his heirlooms. Some people also say that he is the incarnation of the god of fraud walking on earth, so he has such a precious treasure in his hands. However, no matter what, Lin Yuan's goal has been achieved. After putting away the 2 treasures, Lin Yuan immediately walked out of the tavern. During the time he was in the tavern, the spearman camp and archer camp had been completed one after another. However, the level of these 2 buildings is only level 1. Under such circumstances, only 20 spearmen and 10 archers can be produced per week. In addition, recruiting soldiers also requires resources. To recruit a spearman, you will need 500 units of food, 500 units of iron ore and 500 units of silver coins. To recruit an archer, you need 1,000 units of food, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of iron ore and 500 units of silver coins. Of course, these resources are just a small amount for Lin Yuan. The 10 high-level resource packs rewarded for first killing a silver-level boss were enough for him to open 5 million units of random resources. So, Lin Yuan waved his hand and directly chose to recruit. After spending resources, 20 spearmen and 10 archers joined his team. As for the first-level militia, Lin Yuan was too lazy to even recruit them. They are just rubbish soldiers anyway, with no combat power at all. They are only used as cannon fodder if recruited. Next, Lin Yuan continued to assign work to the construction workers. First of all, the spearman camp and archer camp must be upgraded. Because only in this way can Lin Yuan recruit more troops and expand his team. However, before that, he must prioritize upgrading the City Lord's Mansion. City Lord's Mansion is the prerequisite for upgrading all other buildings. If the City Lord's Mansion is only level 1, then the level caps of all other buildings will also be locked at level 1. At the same time, upgrading the City Lord's Mansion can also increase territory taxes, allowing the Lord to obtain a certain amount of gold and silver coins every day. In addition, only when the City Lord's Mansion reaches a certain level can the construction permissions of certain buildings be unlocked. For example, only when the City Lord's Mansion reaches level 7 can the Lord unlock the authority to build Griffin Cliff and recruit Griffin Knights. But for Lin Yuan now, the 7th level, City Lord's Mansion, is still too far away. His real purpose is to upgrade the City Lord's Mansion to level 3 first. Because in this way, he can start building the auction house. Once the auction house is built, it means that Lin Yuan can trade freely with other players. Only in this way can Lin Yuan fully exert his own advantages. Of course, territory construction also takes time. Moreover, the more advanced the building, the longer it takes to upgrade. Without a construction acceleration card, it would take at least 3 days to upgrade the City Lord's Mansion to level 3. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible for Lin Yuan to stay in the territory for 3 days. Even when alone, Lin Yuan dared to take Altria into the forest to hunt monsters. What's more, he now has his own troops. Afterwards, Lin Yuan went straight into the tavern without any hesitation and recruited 2 heroes. These 2 heroes are Iron Fist, Batty, and Eagle Beauty, Ivy. These 2 heroes are both sea-level heroes and have no special attributes or specialties. The recruitment costs were not expensive, only a total of 120,000 silver coins. The reason why Lin Yuan recruited these 2 heroes was very simple, which was to use them to explore the way. You know, as an S-class hero and the main combat hero under Lin Yuan, it is naturally impossible for her to waste time on things like exploring the way. But the unknown areas near the territory must be explored. Therefore, these ordinary heroes recruited from the tavern just took up this heavy responsibility. If Lin Yuan's current lord level was not such that he could only command 3 heroes at most, he would even want to recruit a few more heroes. After all, he had plenty of money. Dear Lord, Batty is willing to serve you. Dear Lord, Ivy is willing to serve you. After being recruited by Lin Yuan, the two heroes knelt on one knee to express their respect to him. Iron Fist Batty is extremely burly, nearly 2 meters tall, and looks like an angry bear. The Eagle Beauty Ivy has a hot body, tall stature, bronze skin, and is full of wild beauty. Body, take 20 spearmen and 10 Grey Wolf Knights and explore in the direction east of the territory. Ivy, take 20 Grey Wolf Knights and 10 archers and explore in the direction west of the territory. If you come across an unowned resource point, just occupy it directly. But if there are a large number of monsters guarding the resource point, then come back and tell me, and I will personally send troops to clear them out. Soon, Lin Yuan assigned tasks to the two heroes in front of him and deployed troops. Afterwards, Batty and Ivy immediately led their respective troops and left the territory. The waiting time is long after all. But even so, Lin Yuan still did not leave the territory easily. If you leave the territory under such circumstances, you will most likely miss the information sent back by these two heroes. Sometimes, more haste, less speed. Patience will help you gain more. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Soon, 5 full hours passed. Lin Yuan was even so bored that he took a nap in the city lord's mansion. Fortunately, such a long wait is not meaningless. 5 hours later, Batty and Ivy finally returned at the same time. Dear Lord, during the exploration, we occupied a primary lumber mill, a primary farmland, and a primary iron mine. At the same time, 50 militiamen admired the Lord's reputation and joined our team. Batty knelt on one knee and reported to Lin Yuan the gains of this exploration. I have to say that this exploration was quite successful. At the very least, 3 resource points were occupied. These wild resource points, as long as they are occupied, can provide the Lord with a steady supply of resources. A piece of primary farmland can produce at least 20,000 units of food a day. The situation is similar for other resource points. For example, in the early stages of the game, when all lords were extremely short of resources, lords would often fight over wild resource points. In theory, after seizing a resource point in the wild, it is usually necessary to send troops to garrison there. It's a pity that Lin Yuan's current troops are not sufficient, and there is no way to garrison every resource point. However, if any blind lord dared to compete with him for resource points, Lin Yuan would not mind at all and let the other party experience what true despair is. Then, Lin Yuan turned his head again, looked at Ivy, and asked, "What about you? Did you gain anything?" "Yes, my lord." Ivy took a deep breath. "We found a gold mine, but it seems to be cursed. None of the people I sent in came back alive, and there's not even any news from them." Lin Yuan then noticed that Ivy's troops seemed to have indeed lost a few men. Cursed gold mine. Lin Yuan smacked his lips, thought for a moment, and then said, "In that case, just take me over to have a look." "Good." Ivy hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, obviously still a little scared. However, in reality, Lin Yuan already knew clearly what had happened. Under Ivy's guidance, Lin Yuan soon arrived at the cursed gold mine. "Respected Lord, this is the cursed gold mine I was talking about." Ivy's voice rang in Lin Yuan's ears. However, Lin Yuan now no longer cared about what she was saying, because he has focused all his attention on the gold mine in front of him. If he guessed correctly, the mine in front of him was exactly a copy of Age of Lords. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and took a step forward. The next second, the copy difficulty selection panel appeared in front of him. Death Gold Mine. Introduction: This used to be a rich gold mine, but because of a landslide, hundreds of lives were lost. These unwilling souls eventually turned into undead creatures. They killed all creatures that entered the mine and were buried with them. Difficulty selection: Easy, Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell. It's indeed a copy. A hint of joy immediately appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that in the process of exploring the unknown area, Ivy actually found a copy by accident. Relying on Lin Yuan's experience in his previous life, the rewards for completing high-difficulty dungeons have always been extremely generous. Some rewards are even unique. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan finally made a choice. He directly chose the highest difficulty, the Hell-level difficulty dungeon, the Death Gold Mine. The hell-level difficulty dungeon was officially opened. A gust of cold wind blew in from the mine in front of him. But Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all and waved his hand, "Let's go." Afterwards, he took Altria and his troops directly into the gold mine. The light inside the mine was extremely dim. The deeper you go into the mine, the darker it becomes. Two spearmen holding torches walked in front. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly heard a series of low roars in his ears. Lin Yuan looked up and found that a group of zombies covered in rotten flesh had appeared in the passage in front of him. These zombies move extremely slowly. Some wear miners' helmets on their heads, and some hold miners' pickaxes. Although zombies are a second-tier troop, their combat effectiveness is not very strong. Holding a long sword, Altria was the first to charge into the group of zombies. You know, her hero level has reached level 10, and she is equipped with a set of strategic equipment that is considered to be top-notch in the early stage of the game. Killing the zombies in front of him was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Immediately afterwards, the spearmen and Grey Wolf Knights followed Altria and charged into the enemy camp. There are 10 archers in the back, constantly drawing their bows and drawing arrows. Arrows whizzed out, and each arrow could cause considerable damage to the zombies. When there are melee troops in front, ranged troops like archers can output without any pressure. Even Iron Fist Batty and Eagle Beauty Ivy have joined the battle. Even though they were only C-rank heroes, they were still heroes after all. It is still easy to deal with second-level troops like zombies. The group of zombies in front of them was quickly defeated by Lin Yuan's troops. The system's notification sound kept ringing in his ears. Kill the second-level zombie, get 1 rotten heart, Lord experience plus 30, hero experience plus 30. Kill the second-level zombie, get 1 rotten heart, Lord experience plus 30, hero experience plus 30. Kill the second-level zombie, get 1 rotten heart, Lord experience plus 30, hero experience plus 30. I have to say that leveling up in this dungeon is a good choice. But Lin Yuan knew clearly in his heart that a dungeon of hell-level difficulty was definitely not that simple. Even though the Death Gold Mine is just an entry-level copy, it will not be easy to pass it after the difficulty is increased. Lin Yuan led his troops and continued to advance deeper into the mine. When they were halfway through their journey, a ghost appeared among the monsters blocking their way. Ghost, a third-tier necromancy soldier, has a very high movement speed and very strong attack power. Its only flaw is that it has low health and a relatively weak body. Compared with the first-level skeleton soldiers and second-level zombies, ghosts have officially escaped the category of cannon fodder. Under the cover of the zombies, the ghost rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Its extremely sharp claws could easily tear apart the flesh and blood body of the Grey Wolf Knight. However, although the ghost has strong attack power, its weaknesses are also obvious. As a third-tier soldier, the ghost couldn't even withstand 2 attacks from the Grey Wolf Knight, and its body was as fragile as paper. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan's troops inevitably suffered casualties. But Lin Yuan has never been a person who is afraid of dead soldiers. In his eyes, soldiers are created to die. Effective sacrifice is made in exchange for greater value. Those who cherish their soldiers so much that they want to register every soldier are the real fools. My lord, another group of enemies is approaching. Altria's voice sounded again. Before Lin Yuan could react, the former had already charged into the enemy camp again. As the sword fell, another ghost disappeared. To be honest, if it weren't for the existence of the S-class hero Altria, it would have been impossible for Lin Yuan to reach here with just the limited number of troops under his command. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the last batch of monsters. Lin Yuan watched the battle and couldn't help but think to himself. In an entry-level dungeon like the Death Gold Mine, even at the hell-level difficulty, the appearance of 5 waves of monsters is already the limit. Then the next step should be the boss battle. Lin Yuan tried hard to recall the information about this copy, but he could not remember anything. Even if he was reborn, it was impossible for him to know everything. You know, this is just a primary copy, and Lin Yuan only played it a few times when the server was first launched. When he died, it was already the middle to late stage of the game, so naturally he had no impression of this copy. Lin Yuan led his troops and continued to move forward, and finally passed through the narrow mine tunnel. But what appeared before him was a huge underground cave. It's more like a palace than a cave. Because there are balance beams supporting it all around, it is obvious that it was repaired by humans. If Lin Yuan guessed correctly, this should have been an underground cave. After being discovered by gold miners, it was repaired and transformed into an underground hall. My lord, do you need me to go in and scout the way for you? Altria whispered. No hurry. Lin Yuan shook his head and randomly found a gray wolf knight, asked him to hold a torch and rush into the cave. Naturally, he would not let Altria do such a dangerous task as exploring the way. After receiving the order, the Grey Wolf Knight immediately rushed into the hall with a torch in hand at the fastest speed. However, the scene before him made Lin Yuan feel extremely shocked. Under the light of the fire, the scene inside the hall finally appeared before him. The entire hall was filled with densely packed skeleton soldiers, zombies, and ghosts. And in the center of the hall, there is a creature of extremely huge size, a dragon. However, there was not a trace of flesh and blood on this dragon's body, only a white skeleton. There is no doubt that this is the 9th level necromancy unit, the skeleton dragon. For a moment, Lin Yuan's face couldn't help but look a little ugly. He really didn't expect that in the hell-level death gold mine, there would be high-level troops like the skeleton dragon. Even if there is only one, it is more than he can handle now. Even Altria could not be a match for the 9th order skeleton dragon. However, at this moment, the corner of Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly fell on a corner of the hall. There was a black treasure chest that faintly exuded the breath of death, placed in the corner. The Grey Wolf Knight who rushed in to explore the way was soon discovered by the Bone Dragon. In the Bone Dragon's eye sockets, there flickered a faint green soul fire. Then, it raised its huge dragon claw and smashed the Grey Wolf Knight into pieces of flesh and blood with one claw. There is an unbridgeable gap between the 2nd tier and 9th tier troops. Lin Yuan turned around and looked at Altria, then asked calmly, "Do you think you are a match for this skull dragon?" Altria gritted her teeth and whispered, "I am willing to fight him." "No need." Lin Yuan shook his head, "You can't possibly defeat this skull dragon." As a reborn person, he is well aware of how powerful the 9th level troops are. If Altria's hero level was higher, or if he had more troops under his command, perhaps he would have been able to surround and kill the skull dragon. But at the very least, Lin Yuan now has no chance of winning. This dungeon of hellish difficulty should be impossible to clear at this point. However, Lin Yuan was not ready to give up. Even if he couldn't clear the copy, he had to find a way to get some benefits. His eyes soon fell on the black treasure chest in the corner of the hall. His intuition told him that there must be good stuff in this black treasure chest. As for how to get closer, Lin Yuan has already thought of a solution. He looked at Artoria and said in a deep voice, "You and your troops will be stationed here. Do not act rashly. Do you understand?" "Clear." Altria nodded. Although she didn't know what Lin Yuan wanted to do, she always obeyed the Lord's orders unconditionally. Afterwards, Lin Yuan directly opened his backpack, took out the mask of the deceiver he had just obtained, and put it on his face. The next second, Lin Yuan's face and body began to rot rapidly, turning into a zombie. Looking at the scene in front of her, even Altria was shocked and couldn't help but take a step back. "My lord, are you okay?" "It's okay, don't worry about me." Lin Yuan waved his hand. The reason why he turned into a zombie was because he used the camouflage ability of the mask of the deceiver. Under such circumstances, even the bone dragon in front of him could not identify Lin Yuan's identity. After disguising himself as a zombie, Lin Yuan walked slowly towards the hall in front of him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Lin Yuan approached the location of the black treasure chest at an extremely slow and cautious pace. It has to be said that the camouflage ability of the mask of the deceiver can be described as flawless. The skeletons, zombies, and ghosts around him all treated Lin Yuan as one of their own kind and had no intention of attacking him at all. Even the skull dragon didn't notice that a human had sneaked in. 15 minutes later, Lin Yuan finally arrived next to the black treasure chest. This place is not far from where the bone dragon is. Once discovered by the bone dragon, Lin Yuan would be close to death. Fortunately, at this moment, the bone dragon was sleeping on the ground and did not notice anything unusual. We must hurry up. There is only one chance. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and chose to open the treasure chest without hesitation. Treasure chest is opening, current progress, 1%. The progress bar for opening the treasure chest immediately appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan roughly estimated that it would take at least 10 seconds to completely open the treasure chest. A mere 10 seconds seemed as long as a year to Lin Yuan. Treasure chest is opening, current progress, 92%. Treasure chest is opening, current progress, 95%. Time passes by every second. At this moment, the skull dragon finally realized something, and the soul fire in its eye socket suddenly ignited. The cold dragon eyes looked directly at Lin Yuan. Discovered. A chill suddenly ran through my heart. Fortunately, at this moment, a system prompt sound like the sound of nature rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Congratulations on successfully opening the death chest and obtaining a special treasure, the skull of the Skeleton King. At the moment when Lin Yuan successfully opened the treasure chest, the bone dragon's claws also roared and swung towards him. Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and shouted immediately, "Exit the dungeon." The next second, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared outside the death gold mine. Lord Li Yuan failed to challenge the hell-level copy death gold mine. He will be deducted 1 million grains, 1 million wood, 1 million iron ore, and 1 million silver coins. He will enter a weak state in the next 5 hours, and the hero experience and lord experience gained will be halved. For a primary copy like this, you can exit at any time. However, if you fail in the dungeon challenge, you will have to pay a certain price. Just like this time, not only was a large amount of resources deducted from Lin Yuan, but he himself also fell into a weak state. Fortunately, he finally succeeded in getting the treasure in the black treasure chest. For Lin Yuan, as long as he gets the treasure, everything will be worth it. Then, he took out the treasure and examined it carefully in front of him. What he took out from the black treasure chest was a black skull covered with dark lines. Skull of the Skeleton King Special Treasure. Introduction. After killing enemy troops, the troops led by the wearer will convert 10% of the enemy troops into first-order skeleton soldiers. Able to combine skeleton soldiers into more advanced skeleton soldiers. Skeleton Soldier, Skeleton Warrior, Heavy Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Knight, Heavy Skeleton Knight, Dark Skeleton Knight, Skeleton King, Hell Skeleton King, Skeleton Emperor. At the same time, the skeleton troops under the wearer's command will receive a 30% bonus to all attributes. Looking at the introduction of this treasure, a look of shock flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. He finally remembered. If he remembered correctly, in his previous life, the one who obtained this treasure was a North American undead lord named Blackhill. This lord named Blackhill is not only one of the top 10 lords in North America, but is also known as the Skeleton Emperor. Because the type of soldiers under his command is very simple, just skeletons. However, the skeletons under his command are not the kind of skeleton soldiers that can only serve as cannon fodder. Although Lin Yuan had never seen him, he had heard that the skeletons under his command could easily surround and kill even 9th-level troops. Being able to train a rubbish soldier like the skeleton to this level proves that Heixier must have some special treasure in his hands. Now it seems that the reason why Heixier was able to become the Skeleton Emperor, who dominated North America, should be closely related to this skull of the Skeleton King. However, in this life, it was Lin Yuan who obtained this treasure. Although Lin Yuan is a human, this treasure is still of extraordinary value to him. As long as he could transform enough skeleton soldiers through battle, he would be able to train a high-level skeleton army that could kill anyone who stood in his way. The number of times one could enter a dungeon each day was limited. Ordinary copies can only be entered 3 times a day. However, Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to continue the dungeon. After all, he is in a weak state now, and the lord experience and hero experience he gains will be halved. If Lin Yuan wanted to continue the dungeon, under the current circumstances, he would not be able to pass the hell-level death gold mine. He could only settle for the next best thing and challenge a lower difficulty level. Let's go, Altria. Lin Yuan waved his hand and spoke. During this period of time when it is not suitable to do dungeon clearing, killing monsters in the wild is naturally the best choice. After all, after owning the treasure, Skull of the Skeleton King, you can transform the killed monsters into skeleton soldiers while killing monsters. In this way, the troops under Lin Yuan's command will be able to grow rapidly. 6 hours later. The weak state officially ends. During this period of time, Lin Yuan had been hunting grey wolves in the forest with Altria and his troops. Even though her experience points were halved, Altria's hero level still rose to level 12 during these 6 hours. At the same time, Lin Yuan also used the treasure, Skull of the Skeleton King, to transform into 160 skeleton soldiers. In front of Lin Yuan stood rows of skeleton soldiers. Even if they are second-level spearmen, they can kill several of these lowest-level skeleton soldiers with ease. However, as long as he has the Skull of the Skeleton King, Lin Yuan will be able to combine these skeleton soldiers into more advanced skeleton soldiers. The next second, Lin Yuan directly activated the ability of the treasure. Then, a black magic circle suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yuan. The two skeleton soldiers were directly sucked into the black magic circle. Then, a second-level skeleton warrior holding a rusty iron sword slowly emerged from the black magic circle. Looking at the scene in front of him, a hint of excitement flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. It really works. Two skeleton soldiers can be combined into a skeleton warrior. Lin Yuan did not hesitate and continued to synthesize. 160 first-level skeleton soldiers were quickly combined into 80 second-level skeleton warriors. But for Lin Yuan, the synthesis has just begun. As the effect of Skull of the Skeleton King is activated, the black magic circle appears again. The 82nd level skeleton warriors were then combined into 43rd level heavily armored skeleton warriors. In addition to the rusty iron sword in his hand, the heavily armored skeleton warrior also had a set of heavy armor on his body, which obviously improved his defense. For Lin Yuan now, the third-level troops are completely sufficient. Therefore, he did not choose to continue the synthesis. It only took 6 hours to obtain 40 units of third-level troops. For Lin Yuan, this was a huge gain. Now that the weakness time is over, Lin Yuan should continue to go to the next dungeon. After all, the experience and treasures within the dungeon are incomparable to those of wild monsters. Soon, Lin Yuan led his troops to the Death Gold Mine again. However, this time, he chose the difficult level. Since he couldn't beat the Hell level, Lin Yuan didn't plan to challenge the Nightmare level for the time being and directly downgraded to the difficult level. Anyway, the rarest treasure, Skull of the Skeleton King, has already been obtained, and Lin Yuan is now clearing dungeons mainly for experience. The difficult level Death Gold Mine is indeed much simpler. The first wave of monsters that Lin Yuan encountered were almost all skeleton soldiers, and there were only a few second-level zombies. After experiencing the Hell level difficulty, the difficult level is nothing more than the simple mode. Altria led her troops directly and pushed forward. During this process, the third-level heavily armored skeleton warriors also demonstrated their extremely powerful strength. Even a second-level zombie can be killed with 2 swords. Because they were wearing heavy armor, the attacks of skeleton soldiers and zombies were like tickling to the heavily armored skeleton warriors. I'm afraid that only a third-level ghost can cause effective damage to a heavily armored skeleton warrior. It's a pity that even in the difficult level Death Gold Mine, the number of ghosts is extremely rare. Whenever there were a few of them, most of them were chopped down by Altria. In this situation of pushing forward all the way, Lin Yuan quickly led his troops to the final boss level. This time, it was no longer a bone dragon guarding the hall, but just a 5th-level dark priest, 10 ghosts, 20 zombies, and a bunch of skeleton soldiers. Naturally, Lin Yuan did not take this kind of lineup seriously. Heavily armored skeleton warriors, clear the way. Lin Yuan gave the order calmly. In the process of advancing the copy, he transformed more than a dozen heavily armored skeleton warriors, and the troops under his command increased instead of decreased. More than 50 heavily armored skeleton warriors advanced forward with overwhelming force. Those skeleton soldiers and zombies didn't even have a chance to fight back before they died under the swords of the heavily armored skeleton warriors. At this moment, the ghost also pounced forward. 2 ghosts, at ghostly speed, instantly flashed in front of a heavily armored skeleton warrior. 2 pairs of sharp ghost claws actually tore open the armor and tore the skeleton warrior's body into pieces. However, Altria would certainly not allow these ghosts to be so rampant. With just a low roar, he immediately charged into the enemy camp. The dazzling holy light suddenly covered the sword edge. Holy light continuous slash. The holy light sword in Altria's hand immediately slashed forward at an extremely fast speed. Every ray of sword light killed a ghost with incredible precision. Faced with such a powerful Altria, the Dark Priest, as the boss, finally could not sit still anymore. He just took a step forward, raised the scepter in his hand high, and chanted a spell quickly. God of the dead, please obey your will and punish these foolish mortals. Just as the chanting of the spell was completed, the ground beneath their feet turned directly into a black quagmire. This is the power of the Dark Priest, the Dark Swamp. Any enemy that steps into this dark swamp will have their movement speed slowed down, and even their various attributes will drop by 10% to 20%. Altria, just kill him. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and gave the order immediately. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. This has always been the simplest truth. After Lin Yuan gave the order, Altria directly activated the skill, Chivalry. In an instant, the morale of the spearmen and archers was boosted, and their attributes were also increased accordingly. It's a pity that the heavy skeleton warriors and grey wolf knights do not belong to the human race, so they cannot enjoy the enhancement of chivalry. From this point of view, the combination of heroes and arms is still very important. If there is a chance, Lin Yuan will definitely find a way to recruit an A-level or above necromancy hero to command his skeleton army. The three heroes, Altria, Batty, and Ivy, quickly surrounded the Dark Priest. In the back, the archers' arrows were whistling towards the Dark Priest. Under such circumstances, the Dark Priest's health was dropping madly. In less than 2 minutes, the price hit bottom. Don't ever think about leaving here. After his health points dropped to 0, the body of this Dark Priest exploded directly and turned into black mist. At the same time, the reminder sound of completing the copy rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Lord Lin Yuan successfully cleared the difficult level dungeon, Death Gold Mine, and received clearance rewards, Lord Experience plus 3000, Hero Experience plus 3000, Hero Recruitment Order X1, Intermediate Resource Pack X50, Random Silver Level Strategy Chest X2. It must be said that the rewards for the difficult level dungeon are still quite considerable. The rich experience allowed Altria's level to be directly raised by 1 level. However, apart from experience, the only thing Lin Yuan can really use is probably the Hero Recruitment Order. With Lin Yuan's current vision, he really doesn't think highly of silver-level strategic treasures. Now, there is still one more chance for a copy. After clearing the difficult level of the Death Gold Mine once, Lin Yuan took a step-by-step approach this time and directly chose to challenge the Nightmare level difficulty. After all, he now has nearly 70 heavily armored skeleton warriors under his command. With the treasure, Skull of the Skeleton King, in his possession, Lin Yuan can even fight to support himself. The Nightmare-level Death Gold Mine does not have much difference in process. There are still 4 or 5 rounds of monsters, plus the final boss level. However, the Nightmare-level boss is neither the 9th-level Bone Dragon nor the 5th-level Dark Priest, but the 6th-level Ghost-Eyed Spider. And around this Ghost-Eyed Spider, there are many spiders of different colors gathered around. Black Spider, Green Spider, Red Spider, White Spider. Among them, the Black Spider is extremely ferocious and has extremely high attack power. The Green Spider's attacks are poisonous. Red Spider can self-destruct, dealing damage to nearby enemies. White Spiders can spit silk to restrict enemy movements. Fortunately, the levels of these spiders are not very high, they are equivalent to 3rd-level troops, and at most there are more of them. Under such circumstances, although this boss battle resulted in some casualties and nearly half of the heavy armored skeleton warriors were lost, it was finally successfully won by Lin Yuan. Under Altria's holy light slashes, this 6th-level Ghost-Eyed Spider finally died under her sword. Lord Lin Yuan successfully cleared the Nightmare-level dungeon, Death Gold Mine, and obtained clearance rewards, Lord Experience plus 7000, Hero Experience plus 7000, Hero Recruitment Order X2, Intermediate Resource Pack X150, Random Gold Level Strategy Treasure Box X2. The rewards for clearing a Nightmare-level dungeon are much better than those for a difficult-level dungeon. Before Lin Yuan had time to count the rewards, the world announcement sounded again. World announcement: Chinese player, Lin Yuan, becomes the first lord to clear the Nightmare-level dungeon, Death Gold Mine, and receives rewards, 1 random Platinum-level strategic treasure chest, 20 advanced resource packs, 1 hero experience storage tank, and 2 hero recruitment orders. After the world announcement sounded, there was an uproar again in the chat channel. Boss Li Bingu has even cleared the nightmare level dungeon. This is too strong. I recharged 40,000 or 50,000 yuan, but I can't even clear a normal difficulty dungeon. I hugged myself in pain. Don't mention it. I can't even find the copy. Oh, this is too ridiculous. With so few soldiers like me, I can't even kill monsters in the wild. It's too difficult. I'm so jealous. This reward is too good. It's a platinum level strategic treasure. Boss Li Bingu is really one step ahead, every step ahead. To be honest, after hearing the world announcement, even Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Platinum strategic treasure chest. Even for him, a platinum level strategic treasure is considered to be quite rare. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all and directly chose to open the treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on successfully opening a random platinum level strategic treasure chest and obtaining a platinum level strategic treasure, Sword of Dawn. Sword of Dawn. Quality, Platinum. Attributes, Strength plus 75, Agility plus 45, Constitution plus 20. All attributes of all human soldiers under your command plus 10%. Additional skill, Dawn of War. After use, it increases the attack speed of all melee soldiers under your command by 30%, critical strike rate by 20%, and life sucking by 10%, which lasts for 15 minutes. The properties of this platinum level strategic treasure are quite good. Not only does it have good attributes, but the accompanying skills are also very powerful. Lin Yuan immediately handed the Sword of Dawn to Altria. Equip it, this treasure will be yours. Thank you, Lord. Altria's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she immediately took the sword. Hero Altria's loyalty increased by 1 point, and the current loyalty is 82 points. Obviously, Altria is also very fond of this Sword of Dawn. After equipping this platinum-level strategic treasure, Altria's attributes were directly improved. Hero, Altria. S-Class Hero. Title, Sealed Sword. Level, 14. HP, 2400/2400. Mana, 430/430. Attack, 390 to 560. Defense, 210. Strength, 245. Agility, 195. Intelligence, 160. Skills, Holy Light / Chivalry. After seeing Altria's current attributes, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but reveal a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. And, if nothing goes wrong, after Altria reaches level 15, she will be able to comprehend the third skill. After using up 3 opportunities to go to the dungeon, Lin Yuan directly returned to the territory with his troops. During the time that Lin Yuan was away, the construction of the territory continued. The most important, City Lord's Mansion, has been upgraded to level 2 and can now collect 2,000 gold coins and 20,000 silver coins every day. Spearman Camp and Archer Camp have also been upgraded to level 2, and more troops can be recruited. However, for Lin Yuan, military strength is no longer the most important thing. Now, he has only one goal, which is to upgrade the City Lord's Mansion to level 3 as soon as possible and then build the auction house. Because only in this way can Lin Yuan fully utilize his advantage of being rich. Sometimes, having too much money to spend is also a worry. However, Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. After all, he had accumulated a big enough advantage on the first day of the game's launch. In the next 2 days, Lin Yuan would take Altria to brush the nightmare-level death gold mine 3 times every day. Under such circumstances, Altria's level increased as quickly as a rocket. In just 2 days, I reached level 20. At the same time, Altria also unlocked her 3rd skill, Glory Shield, and her 4th skill, Holy Seal. Skill, Glory Shield. Introduction. After the skill is cast, it can bless the hero with a Glory Shield, which instantly removes most negative effects and absorbs 1,500 points of damage. While the Shield of Glory lasts, the defense of all soldiers under this hero increases by 20%. Skill, Holy Seal. Introduction. After use, a single enemy can be sealed, restricting its movement and skill casting. The sealing time lasts for 2 to 10 seconds. During the sealing time, all attributes of the sealed enemy will be reduced by 30%. The specific sealing time depends on the strength of the enemy unit. After unlocking 2 skills in succession, Altria's true strength began to gradually emerge. However, the reason why Altria is called the sealed sword is because her current strength is still in a sealed state. If I really have to make an analogy, Altria is like a treasure buried deep underground. Only by unlocking her seal can her potential be fully tapped. But it was still too early for Lin Yuan. After all, the game has only been launched for 3 days. During these 3 days, the City Lord's Mansion was finally upgraded to level 3 as Lin Yuan wished. And after that, the auction house that Lin Yuan had been dreaming about was finally completed. This meant that Lin Yuan could finally start executing his next plan. After the auction house was built, Lin Yuan did not go there immediately, but instead came to the tavern. He came to the tavern owner, casually threw out 10 gold coins, and asked with a chuckle, "Boss, I heard that an alchemist with strange behavior came here recently. Do you still remember him?" In fact, this alchemist is a random NPC who only appears in the tavern occasionally. However, Lin Yuan naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for something to happen. Now that you already know who you want to find, you can just go ahead and collect intelligence. The tall tavern owner immediately put away the 10 gold coins and said with a smile, "My dear, you are looking for Araki, right? That guy is very weird. Every time he comes here to drink, he adds some weird things to the wine. Last time, he seemed to want to add salamander pancreas to the wine, and he almost blew up my tavern." Araki. That's right, this is the guy. The publisher of the 100 Rings quest. Lin Yuan suppressed his excitement and asked in a deep voice, "Then where can I find him?" If I remember correctly, he should live in Starlight City. The tavern owner smacked his lips, then directly took out an account book, and after flipping through a few pages, he nodded with certainty. "Yes, that's right. It's Starlight City, number 87, Silver Street District. This is the address he left for me. Last time, he asked me to send 2 boxes of rum over there." "Okay, thanks." Lin Yuan nodded, wrote down the address, and left the pub directly. He still knew the location of Starlight City. After all, these days, in addition to completing dungeons every day, he also did not forget to send the other 2 heroes to explore unknown maps. If he remembered correctly, Starlight City was already a main city relatively close to his territory. If we travel at full speed, we can arrive safely in 3 hours. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and chose to set off immediately. 3 hours later. Starlight City, number 87, Silver Street District. Lin Yuan successfully found this place according to the address given by the tavern owner. To be honest, this Starlight City is much more prosperous than his territory. Compared with Starlight City, his territory was so simple that it looked like a farmhouse. However, territory construction is a process from scratch. Lin Yuan believes that his Lin Yuan city will one day become more prosperous than this Xingguang city. Then, Lin Yuan walked forward and knocked on the door. Not long after, the door opened and a man with messy hair poked his head out. He asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Who are you looking for?" "Mr. Araki, I have come specially to visit you." "Visiting me?" Araki seemed even more confused. "Do you know me? I heard of your name by chance. You are a very talented alchemist." Lin Yuan chuckled and said, "I heard that you are collecting some special monster materials recently. Is that true?" No matter how many holes there are, flattery will never wear out. Since you are here to take on a mission, you should be more respectful. I'm not even close to being a master. Alchemy is as vast as the ocean, and I've only just begun to glimpse the basics. Araki scratched his head with an embarrassed look on his face, and then said, "But I have indeed been collecting some special monster materials recently. If you could get it for me, I'd be very grateful. Do you want to accept the mission, Araki's commission?" Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all and chose to accept it directly. The 100 Rings mission was finally received. After accepting the task, Araki put forward his own request. The recent alchemy experiment requires 50 grey wolf hearts. I wonder if you can get them for me. The heart of a grey wolf. Lin Yuan has plenty of these things. After all, in these days, the number of grey wolves that died at his hands, even if not tens of thousands, must have been several thousand. Lin Yuan immediately chose to deliver the task. Lord Li Yuan successfully completed the task, Araki's commission, and received rewards: Lord Experience plus 500, Hero Experience plus 500, Primary Resource Chest x5. To be honest, the reward for the mission is not very generous, and even a bit shabby. However, the reason why this task is called the 100 Rings task is because this task is extremely complicated and has a full 100 rings. During this process, Araki will ask players to collect various strange alchemical materials for him. Most players will choose to give up halfway because of the tediousness of the tasks and the meager rewards. Only Lin Yuan knew how generous the reward was for completing the 100 Rings mission. In addition, the first player to complete the 100 Ring mission will receive a unique special reward. The second round of Araki's mission requires Lin Yuan to collect the poison sacks of poisonous spiders. Lin Yuan happened to have this kind of material. After all, the boss of the nightmare-level death gold mine is the ghost-eyed spider. After completing the task, Lin Yuan once again obtained 500 Lord Experience points, 500 Hero Experience points, and 5 primary resource chests. The third round of tasks requires Lin Yuan to collect 200 black-tailed snake scales. Lin Yuan did not have this material. However, for him, there is nothing that money can't buy. Without any hesitation, he opened the auction house immediately. As long as the auction house building is built in the territory, the Lord can open the auction house anytime and anywhere. Soon, Lin Yuan opened the auction house and quickly found the black-tailed snake scales consigned by other players. In the early stages of the game materials are still quite precious. The price of a black-tailed snake scale ranges between 100 and 150 gold coins. However, for Lin Yuan, this little money is nothing. Even 200 black-tailed snake scales would only be worth 20 or 30,000. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan directly bought 200 black-tailed snake scales and immediately chose to complete the task. Lord Li Yuan successfully completed the task, Araki's commission, and received rewards: Lord Experience plus 500, Hero Experience plus 500, Primary Resource Chest x5. 1 ring, 5 rings, 10 rings, 20 rings. In just 1 hour, Lin Yuan had completed the 50-ring mission. However, in order to complete this 50-ring mission, the gold coins spent on purchasing materials alone have reached more than 3 million. Especially some rare materials, which cannot even be found in auction houses. After all, the game has only been launched for 3 days, and many players are not in a hurry to trade the materials in their hands. But this did not pose a problem for Lin Yuan. Whenever he encountered materials that could not be found in the auction house, he would directly call for the purchase of the materials in the world at a high price. If 10,000 is not enough, then 50,000. If 50,000 is not enough, then 100,000. Under the offensive of money, there will always be players who will be tempted. Although more than 3 million gold coins are not a small amount, for Lin Yuan, as long as he can complete the 100 Rings mission, everything is worth it. While continuously acquiring materials and completing tasks, Lin Yuan successfully completed the task of Araki's commission to the 99th level. Although each mission only rewards 500 points of hero experience, the cumulative rewards for 99 rounds of missions are nearly 50,000 points of experience. The huge amount of experience points allowed Altria's level to be directly raised to level 22. Next, only the last task remains. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately raised his head, smiled and said, "Mr. Alaki, is there anything else I can help you with?" "Thank you so much, I have to say, you really helped me a lot." Araki rubbed his hands and said with an embarrassed look, "You collected so many materials for me, but I can't give you much reward." "It doesn't matter." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Everything is for the development of alchemy." "That's right." Araki said excitedly, "Believe me, I will definitely be able to make achievements in alchemy. However, my research so far is still lacking one most critical material. It would be great if you could help me collect it." Lin Yuan nodded and asked, "What does Lord Araki need?" "Dark Moon Tree Heart." Araki took a deep breath and whispered, "There is a 1,000-year-old tree in the Dark Moon Forest outside Xingyue City. What I need is the heart of that ancient tree. However, there is a group of dark elves in the Dark Moon Forest, so please be careful. The material needed for the last link is indeed the Dark Moon Tree Heart." The materials for the first 99 rings can all be purchased from other players, except for the Dark Moon Tree Heart. Because the material of Dark Moon Heart can only be obtained by clearing the Dark Moon Forest dungeon. However, if Lin Yuan remembered correctly, the Dark Moon Forest dungeon was extremely difficult. In fact, in the previous life, it was not until 10 days after the server was opened that the first lord who cleared the Dark Moon Forest appeared. But even so, Lin Yuan still had no intention of backing down. After all, as a reborn person, your job is to make the impossible happen. Otherwise, how can you change your destiny? After accepting the mission, Lin Yuan immediately took Altria and his troops towards the Dark Moon Forest. 2 hours later, a gloomy and dark forest appeared in front of him. There is no doubt that the forest in front of us is the Dark Moon Forest mentioned by Araki. Unlike dungeons like the Death Mine, the Dark Moon Forest is a special dungeon, so there is no level division. Do you want to enter the dungeon, Dark Moon Forest? After the system prompt appeared, Lin Yuan immediately chose to confirm. The next second, the scene in front of him changed instantly. When Lin Yuan reacted, he and his troops had already appeared in the Dark Moon Forest. Everyone be careful, let the heavily armored skeleton warriors go in front. Soon, Lin Yuan issued orders to his troops. After all, this is the territory of the Dark Elves, so it's always better to be careful. As it turned out, Lin Yuan's consideration was indeed correct. Before they walked far away, they heard a whistling sound breaking through the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sky is filled with black rain of arrows, covering the sky like an overwhelming force. Fortunately, at the front of the team are heavily armored skeleton warriors with high defense. But even so, more than a dozen heavily armored skeleton warriors still died under the rain of arrows. You know, the heavy armored skeleton warriors are third-level soldiers, which shows how amazing the lethality of this wave of black arrow rain is. It's the Dark Elf. Altria made a decision immediately. Grey Wolf Knights, charge in and limit the offensive of the Dark Elves as much as possible. I have to say that Altria's strategic judgment was very correct. In this situation, it is necessary to limit the opponent's firepower. However, the movement speed of the heavily armored skeleton warriors is too slow, so only the Grey Wolf Knight can perform this task. Although the Grey Wolf Knight's level is not high, the mobility of this type of soldiers is still quite strong. Even in the forest, it feels like walking on flat ground. After the Grey Wolf Knight rushed in, the power of the rain of arrows was obviously weakened a lot. After buying time for the heavily armored skeleton warriors, the skeleton troops immediately rushed in and began killing. The screams of the Dark Elf archer immediately rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Soon, corpses one after another were thrown in front of him. A total of 30 Dark Elf archers were killed by Lin Yuan's troops. If Lin Yuan remembered correctly, this type of troops should belong to the third-level troops. Its characteristics are extremely high attack power and extremely long range, but its body is very thin, even worse than the second-level soldiers. Especially when being approached, he is like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. But we have to admit that the reason why we were able to win so easily without too many casualties this time was entirely due to Altria's decision. Well done. Lin Yuan chuckled and praised, then wanted to transform the corpses in front of him into skeleton soldiers. However, before he could act, a cold voice sounded in his ears. Human, this is not a place you can set foot in. And these undead creatures, they're so disgusting. Just as this voice ended, 34 figures holding long swords rushed out from the shadows of the jungle one after another. Third-tier troops, Dark Elf swordsmen. High attack, high agility, but the body is still weak. Heavy armored warriors like the heavy skeleton warrior are naturally good at restraining light armored warriors like the Dark Elf swordsman. Therefore, Lin Yuan was not worried. His eyes fell on a Dark Elf holding 2 swords. Compared with other Dark Elf swordsmen, this guy's aura is obviously more powerful. Even the 2 swords in his hands were covered with black magic patterns. Dark Elf sword. Silver level BOSS. Level 20. Health 36,000. Attack power 620 to 850. Defense 370. Skills: Dark Sword Dance, Dark Double Sword Slash. The master of swordsmanship among the Dark Elf swordsmen, he has extremely high attainments in the way of swordsmanship and possesses extremely amazing strength. This guy is indeed a little boss. The next second, the dark elf sword sect directly charged into Lin Yuan's formation. The two swords in his hands were as agile as fluttering butterflies. Almost every strike of the sword could easily chop off the head of a heavily armored skeleton warrior. However, Altria would never allow him to kill so wantonly. Dazzling holy light suddenly surged out from the edge of the sword. Holy light continuous slash. -1165. -1256. -1248. 3 blood-red damage numbers suddenly appeared above the head of the Dark Elf Sword Master. The latter's health line also dropped instantly. Do you want to stop me too? The Dark Elf Sword Master raised his head and glanced at Altria with cold eyes. Then, without any hesitation, he activated his skill, Dark Sword Dance. The next second, the two swords in his hands began to dance rapidly at an extremely high frequency. The two wildly dancing swords seemed to form a blade storm around the Dark Elf Swordsman, sweeping directly towards Altria. Even though the sword had not yet hit Altria, Lin Yuan could already feel the power of this skill. However, at this moment, Altria's figure suddenly retreated backwards. Then, she raised the sword in her hand high. I will seal you in the name of justice. Just as Altria finished her words, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the edge of the sword in her hand. The next second, a hexagram magic circle shining with holy light appeared at the feet of the Dark Elf Sword Master. Before the latter could even react, his dark sword dance was forcibly interrupted. Even his body was forcibly confined to the spot. And this is exactly the skill that Altria used, Holy Seal. You know, the skill, Holy Seal, was unlocked after Altria's level reached level 20. After using this skill, a single enemy can be sealed. Not only can it restrict its movement, but it can also interrupt the use of its skills. At the same time, during the sealing period, the sealed person's overall attributes will be reduced by 30%. Obviously, the Dark Elf Sword Sect's Dark Sword Dance was forcibly interrupted by the Holy Seal. During the process of being sealed, the sword in Altria's hand continued to slash towards the Dark Elf Sword Master. Even 3 or 4 heavily armored skeleton warriors surrounded and attacked the latter crazily. For a light armored swordsman who relies on flexibility, being trapped in place is simply a nightmare. Under the joint siege of Altria and the heavily armored skeleton warriors, the Dark Elf Swordmaster's health line was dropping madly. After finally holding on until the confinement time was over, this guy only had a quarter of his health left. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan naturally would not let him go easily. Iron Fist Batty and Eagle Beauty Ivy immediately took dozens of spearmen and blocked the Dark Elf Sword Master behind to prevent him from escaping. With their retreat route completely blocked, the latter had no choice but to fight on. It's a pity that he is no match for Altria. After several rounds of fighting, his health was completely reduced to 0, and he fell in front of Lin Yuan with a look of unwillingness on his face. Kill the silver-level boss Dark Elf Sword Master, obtain Dark Elf Saber X2, Dark Elf Heart X1, Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scroll X1, Hero Recruitment Order X2, Lord Experience plus 8,000, Hero Experience plus 8,000. Although both are silver-level bosses, the reward for killing the Dark Elf Sword Master is much richer than that for killing the mutated Grey Wolf King. After all, one is a level 20 boss, and the other is only a level 5 boss. After getting the reward for killing the boss, Lin Yuan used the Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scroll without any hesitation. The next second, 53rd level Dark Elf Swordsman appeared in front of Lin Yuan. After the Dark Elf Sword Master was defeated, the battle ended quickly. After all, just a few dozen third-stage Dark Elf Swordsmen could not threaten Lin Yuan's troops at all. Although some of his troops were lost, Lin Yuan once again activated the ability of the Skull of the Skeleton King, and used the corpse to summon nearly 200 skeleton soldiers. The higher the level of the corpse, the more skeleton soldiers it will summon. Afterwards, Lin Yuan directly began to synthesize skeleton soldiers. 200 first-level skeleton soldiers are combined into 100 second-level skeleton warriors. 100 second-tier skeleton warriors are combined into 50 third-tier heavy-armored skeleton warriors. Despite having experienced a battle, the troops under Lin Yuan's command increased instead of decreased. However, for human soldiers such as spearmen and archers who need to be recruited from the camp, their death would mean one less. This couldn't help but make Lin Yuan feel a little embarrassed. He is clearly the lord of the human race. As a result, more than half of the soldiers under his command were from the Ghost tribe. But for Lin Yuan, as long as it can enhance his own strength, let alone the Ghost tribe, even if the troops under his command are a hodgepodge, he will accept it. Keep pushing forward. After simply cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Yuan immediately gave orders and led his troops to continue advancing. Eliminating a small boss is just a temporary victory. His real target is still the Dark Moon Tree Heart. While continuing to advance, Lin Yuan was ambushed by several waves of Dark Elves again. Dark Elf Swordsman, Dark Elf Archer, Dark Elf Mage, Dark Elf Assassin. These Dark Elves, without exception, are all third-tier troops. Moreover, in each round of ambush, there are at least 50 to 80 units of third-level Dark Elves. Fortunately, Lin Yuan has the treasure, Skull of the Skeleton King. Otherwise, his troops would have suffered heavy casualties before reaching the final boss level. Even Lin Yuan has a difficult time, let alone ordinary players. For other players, the Dark Moon Forest dungeon is simply not something they can challenge at this stage. You know, even in Lin Yuan's previous life, it wasn't until 10 days after the server was opened that someone completed the Dark Moon Forest dungeon. At this moment, an ancient tree finally appeared in front of Lin Yuan. This ancient tree is so tall that it seems to reach the sky. Obviously, this is the Dark Moon tree worshipped by the Dark Elves. I have to admit that the scene before my eyes is indeed extremely spectacular. At least, before this, Lin Yuan had never seen such a huge ancient tree. Stop here, you filthy human. Just when Lin Yuan was feeling extremely shocked, a cold voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall dark elf queen in a short black dress standing in front of him, looking down at him with contempt. Under the short black dress is a pair of slender legs. The gray-black skin color adds a touch of exotic temperament to the dark elf queen. A black magic book was floating beside her. At the same time, a strong dark magic lingered around her delicate body. The tight black short dress shows off the hot body of the dark elf queen to the fullest, and is absolutely the best of the best. To be honest, the charm exuded by the dark elf queen in front of him really made Lin Yuan feel extremely amazed. Kill him for me. Before Lin Yuan had time to appreciate it, the dark elf queen stretched out her finger and pointed at Lin Yuan. The next second, 4 black shadows suddenly attacked towards Lin Yuan. These 4 black shadows are all dark elf sword masters holding dual swords. There is no doubt that these 4 dark elf sword masters are the dark elf queen's personal guards. Protect the Lord. Altria acted decisively and stood in front of Lin Yuan. She alone was able to forcibly stop the 2 dark elf sword masters. Immediately afterwards, a large number of heavily armored skeleton warriors besieged the other 2 dark elf sword masters. Although the dark elf sword sect was very powerful, it was still struggling to resist the siege of a large number of third-level troops. The number of heavily armored skeleton warriors under Lin Yuan's command is already quite impressive. It is no exaggeration to say that the skeleton sea tactics have already taken shape. Even a level 20 silver grade boss could not withstand the siege of dozens of heavily armored skeleton warriors. The battle situation is getting more and more intense. With her own strength, Altria managed to hold down 2 dark elf sword masters. The health of the other 2 dark elf sword masters was also constantly decreasing under the siege of the heavily armored skeleton warriors. The current situation is naturally extremely favorable for Lin Yuan. However, up to now, the dark elf queen has not shown any intention of taking action. Protect the queen. At this moment, a shout suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Immediately afterwards, a large number of dark elves appeared from behind the elf queen and charged towards Lin Yuan's troops. Dark elf swordsman, dark elf archer, dark elf assassin. Soon, the skeleton army under Lin Yuan's command faced the dark elf army head-on. The final boss battle is naturally extremely difficult. Only after defeating this wave of dark elves can Lin Yuan officially declare war on the dark elf queen. Fight for the Lord. Altria immediately raised the Sword of Dawn in her hand and activated the accompanying skill without hesitation. Dawn of War. At the moment the skill was activated, a holy light burst out from the Sword of Dawn. After this skill is activated, it can increase the attack speed of all melee soldiers under your command by 30%, critical strike rate by 20%, and blood sucking by 10%, which lasts for 15 minutes. I have to say that platinum level treasures are still quite powerful. Under the amplification of War of Dawn, all the troops under Lin Yuan's command have been greatly amplified. Immediately afterwards, the system's prompt sound continued to ring in Lin Yuan's ears. Kill the silver-level boss Dark Elf Swordmaster, obtain Dark Elf Saber X2, Dark Elf Heart X1, Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scroll X1, Hero Recruitment Order X2, Lord Experience plus 8,000, Hero Experience plus 8,000. 4 consecutive system prompt sounds rang in Lin Yuan's ears one after another. This means that the 4 Dark Elf Sword Masters have died one after another under the siege of Altria and the heavily armored skeleton warriors. Immediately afterwards, Altria rushed into the Dark Elf's formation with a sword in hand. This kind of third-tier soldiers could never be her opponent. Under the powerful force of her sword, one Dark Elf after another died under her sword. Seeing her fellow tribesmen dying one after another in front of her, the Dark Elf Queen couldn't help but frown. You despicable human, you will pay for what you have done. The Dark Elf Queen took a step forward and quickly flipped through the dark magic book beside her. Immediately afterwards, the dark magic energy condensed into dozens of dark magic bullets, which directly bombarded Lin Yuan's troops. Boom 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 boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, a large number of heavily armored skeleton warriors fell directly under the bombardment of dark magic bullets. As the final boss of the dungeon, the Dark Elf Queen is quite powerful. Ordinary third-tier soldiers were no different from cannon fodder in front of her. At the same time, the attributes of the Dark Elf Queen also appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Dark Elf Queen. Platinum level BOSS. Level 25. Health 100,000. Magic attack power 1220 to 1650. Defense 300. Skills: Dark Magic Bullet, Shadow Blade, Dark Elf Summoning, Dark Life Drain. The Queen of the Dark Elves controls the power of darkness, leads the entire Dark Elf tribe in the Dark Moon Forest, and has a very high prestige. After seeing the attributes of the Dark Elf Queen, even Lin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flash with shock. As expected of a platinum-level boss, its attributes are indeed terrifying. I'm afraid that Altria alone may not be a match for the Dark Elf Queen. Fortunately, Altria was not fighting alone. As long as he can defeat the Dark Elf Queen in front of him, Lin Yuan will not hesitate even if his troops are wiped out. Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately tore open 4 Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scrolls. You know, these 4 summoning scrolls were just dropped from the Dark Elf Sword Master, and he didn't expect that they would come in handy so soon. In an instant, another 200 units of Dark Elf Swordsmen joined the battlefield. Looking at the scene before her, the Dark Elf Queen seemed even more furious. You actually betrayed me for a human. You are a disgrace to the Dark Elves. Just as he finished speaking, a large amount of dark energy surged out of the dark magic book again. These dark energies condensed into the shape of a blade out of thin air and suddenly slashed towards the surroundings. These dark magic blades are extremely sharp and can even cut through the body of a heavily armored skeleton warrior in an instant. Faced with the Dark Elf Queen firing at full power, Altria no longer chose to hold back and immediately activated her skill, Glory Shield. After this skill is cast, it can not only grant the hero a glory shield that absorbs 1,500 points of damage, but also clear most negative effects at the moment of casting. At the same time, while the Shield of Glory lasts, the defense of all soldiers under this hero will be increased by 20%. With the dual blessings of Battle of Dawn and Shield of Glory, the troops under Lin Yuan's command are making rapid progress. Even Altria, with her shield, forcibly withstood the attack of the Dark Elf Queen and raised her hand to launch a series of holy light slashes. -1,648. -1,754. -1,654. Although the Dark Elf Queen is a platinum-level boss and her skills have extremely amazing damage, she is ultimately a mage-type existence. The common problem of the mage profession is the low health. With just one holy light slash, Altria caused nearly 5,000 points of damage. the Dark Elf Queen's health line dropped sharply. Immediately afterwards, the archers in the rear, relying on their range advantage, launched a volley of shots directly at the Dark Elf Queen. -175. -168. -144. -258. Although the damage of the second-level archer is not high, under the situation of gathering together to form a tower, the damage of a volley is still extremely considerable. In Age of Lords, it is useless to rely solely on the strength of heroes or the number of troops. Only by combining heroes and arms can the strongest power be unleashed. Altria keeps wandering around the Dark Elf Queen, and will attack as long as she finds the opportunity. And those heavily armored skeleton warriors are also standing at the forefront, fearless of death. Even though their bodies would be easily shattered by dark magic bullets, these skeleton warriors had no intention of retreating. 90%, 75%, 45%. The Dark Elf Queen's health line continued to decrease and finally fell below the 20% mark. Even though the current situation was very good, Lin Yuan still did not let his guard down at all. Because, as usual, the less health a boss has, the more dangerous it is. As expected, after her health points dropped to only the last 1/5, the body of the Dark Elf Queen immediately floated up, and the dark energy around her surged wildly, like leaping black flames. The Dark Elf Queen nodded slightly with a cold expression, just like an empress ruling the world. Those who desecrate this place will be punished by the Dark Moon, dark life absorption. Countless threads composed of dark energy immediately spread out in all directions and connected to the troops under Lin Yuan's command. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan witnessed with his own eyes that one of the black threads directly sucked a spearman into a mummy. At the same time, the Dark Elf Queen's health line also increased. Obviously, the effect of dark life absorbing this skill is to absorb the vitality of other lives and give it back to itself. Looking at the gradually increasing health of the Dark Elf Queen, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, made a decision immediately, and said in a deep voice, "Focus on her directly, and don't let her health recover." After Lin Yuan gave the order, Altria took the lead in launching the attack. Even though she was also having her life energy sucked away by the dark threads, there was no trace of fear on her face. The same was true for the troops under Lin Yuan's command. They surrounded and killed the Dark Elf Queen without fear of death. In this situation, even if the Dark Elf Queen could recover her blood by absorbing life energy, her recovery speed would be far slower than the damage she suffered. Looking at the boss's health continuously and steadily decreasing, Lin Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that the decision I made was indeed correct. The more times like this come, the more we must have the courage to burn our boats. If you were hesitant and timid, the Dark Elf Queen might have recovered her health. That would only make the situation more difficult. Laugh. In the end, the sword in Altria's hand pierced directly through the chest of the Dark Elf Queen. The long sword pierced through her heart, easily taking away the last bit of blood of the Dark Elf Queen. "I failed to protect you, my people." With a whine, the Dark Elf Queen slowly knelt on the ground. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. The Chinese Lord, Lin Yuan, successfully killed the Platinum-level boss Dark Elf Queen and obtained the Platinum-level strategic treasure, Heart of Dark Moon. Obtain Dark Elf Queen's Magic Book X1, Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scroll X4, Dark Elf Archer Summoning Scroll X4, Dark Elf Assassin Summoning Scroll X4, Hero Recruitment Order X5, Lord Experience plus 38,000, Hero Experience plus 38,000. After hearing the reward notification sound, a hint of excitement flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. I have to say, the reward for killing a platinum-level boss is really generous. Those 12 summoning scrolls alone add up to 600 units of third-tier troops. Although Lin Yuan lost a large number of troops in this battle, he now replenished them easily. However, the reward for killing the boss is only a part of it. The real highlight is yet to come. What was totally unexpected to Lin Yuan was that the world announcement sounded again soon. The Chinese Lord, Lin Yuan, became the first lord to kill a platinum-level boss and received the following rewards: 2 random platinum-level strategic treasure chests, 150 advanced resource packs, 300 equipment enhancement stones, and 5 hero recruitment orders. The Chinese Lord, Lin Yuan, becomes the first lord to clear the dungeon, Dark Moon Forest, and receives the following rewards: Dark Elf Queen Recruitment Order X1, Advanced Resource Pack X100, and high-level hero experience book X10. After these two world announcements sounded one after another, there was an uproar again in the chat channel. It's boss Li Bingu again. He's so awesome. The world announcements are dominated by him. It's only been a few days since the server was launched. He even killed a platinum-level boss. Is he still human? Alas, all I can say is that we are not playing the same game as the big guys. This reward is too generous. A platinum-level strategic treasure chest, a dark elf queen recruitment order, all good stuff. It really makes me excited. I will lead my militia to clear the dungeon right now. Ha 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 ha, the militia should just focus on farming. Their combat effectiveness is so weak. I regret choosing the human race. Yes, the human race was so weak in the early stages, but it seems that boss Li Bingu is also a human, right? This really has nothing to do with race. For a boss like this, no matter what race it is, it can't be too weak under his control. To be honest, Li Bingu doesn't really care about the outside world's evaluation. However, the reward for the first pass through Dark Moon Forest was somewhat beyond his expectations. There is actually nothing special about the platinum-level strategic treasure. Although they are very valuable in the early stages of the game, they will quickly become commonplace in the later stages of the game. What really concerned Li Bingu was the recruitment order of the Dark Elf Queen. Dark Elf Queen's recruitment order, special item. Introduction: after use, you can refresh the S-level hero in the tavern, Dark Elf Queen. This hero will be in the tavern for 24 hours, please recruit him as soon as possible. Another S-class hero. Li Bingu took a deep breath, but his eyes could not hide the excitement. You know, the more high-level heroes, the better. Even though he already had the S-class Altria, he wouldn't mind having another S-class hero. After all, S-class heroes all have infinite potential. Moreover, even in the later stages of the game, when all strategic treasures have depreciated, heroes above level S still have their value. After completing the dungeon, Li Bingu did not leave in a hurry, but went straight to the Dark Moon Tree. He did not forget that the purpose of challenging this dungeon was to obtain the Dark Moon Tree Heart. If we can't get the Dark Moon Tree Heart, then we're really putting the cart before the horse. Soon, Li Bingu arrived in front of the Dark Moon Tree. Only when he stood in front of this 1,000-year-old tree could he feel how huge this Dark Moon Divine Tree was. Then, Li Bingu stretched out his hand and said, "Altria, lend me your sword." Good. Altria nodded and immediately handed the sword in her hand to Li Bingu. You know, the reason why she is called the sealed sword is because of the sword in her hand. It is precisely because of this that her sword is extremely sharp. Li Bingu directly grasped the hilt of the sword and began to cut on the Dark Moon Tree. Soon, he used the sword to cut all the way into the Dark Moon Tree and saw a core that looked like a fruit. Moreover, this core also emits a faint moonlight and looks extremely beautiful. There is no doubt that this is the heart of the Dark Moon Tree. Even if the heart of the Dark Moon Tree is taken away, the Dark Moon Tree will not die. Because there is more than one Dark Moon Tree heart inside the Dark Moon Tree. However, Li Bingu would not be so greedy as to dig out all the Dark Moon Tree hearts. After all it takes to complete Araki's 100 Rings quest is one Dark Moon Tree heart. After taking the Dark Moon Tree heart, Li Bingu immediately rushed towards Xingyue City. Although he knew that no one would be able to complete the 100 Rings mission before him, he still wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible. More than an hour later, Li Bingu finally led his troops back to Xingyue City. "Sir Araki, I have brought you the Dark Moon Tree heart you need." After knocking on Araki's door, Li Bingu smiled and took out the Dark Moon Tree heart and handed it to Araki. It's really the Dark Moon Tree heart. After taking the Dark Moon Tree heart, a hint of excitement flashed in Araki's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that Li Bingu could actually get the Dark Moon Tree heart for him in such a short time. You know, Dark Elves are not a friendly race. It is not an easy task to get a Dark Moon Tree heart from those Dark Elves. As long as I have this Dark Moon Tree heart, my alchemy experiments will be able to make greater progress. Thank you very much. Araki said excitedly, in the next period of time, I will study in seclusion. After 3 days, I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Li Bingu smiled and said, in that case, I will wait for your good news. Araki nodded heavily. Don't worry, I will definitely succeed this time. The final reward for the 100 Rings mission can only be claimed after waiting for 3 days. Because the final reward of this mission happens to be related to the alchemical experiment that Araki is about to conduct. Therefore, Lin Yuan did not waste any more time and immediately chose to return to the territory. After returning to the territory, Lin Yuan entered the tavern immediately. Now he can't wait to summon the Dark Elf Queen. After entering the tavern, Lin Yuan immediately took out the summoning scroll from his backpack and chose to use it without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, the option of the Dark Elf Queen was added to the recruitment list of tavern heroes. However, in order to summon the Dark Elf Queen, 20 hero recruitment orders are required. I have to say that this design is really a bit disappointing. You should know that after using the summoning scroll, players only have 24 hours to recruit. If you fail to collect 20 hero recruitment orders in advance, you will miss this opportunity directly. Fortunately, since the game was launched, Lin Yuan has accumulated quite a few hero recruitment orders. Even if there are still a few missing, the worst that can happen is that I can just buy them from the auction house at a high price. Although this thing is extremely rare, no matter how rare something is, as long as the price is high enough, there will be people who choose to sell it. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately opened the auction house and checked the price of the hero recruitment order. I have to say that there are still many rich people in the game, Age of Lords. As a rare item, the price of the hero recruiting order has been driven up to 1 million gold coins per piece. In other words, if you want to recruit the Dark Elf Queen, it will cost at least 20 million. Lin Yuan casually bought 6 hero recruitment orders and spent 6 million gold coins to collect a total of 20. Then, without any hesitation, he immediately chose to recruit the Dark Elf Queen. Dear Lord, Kaylin is willing to serve you. The proud and cold Dark Elf Queen once again appeared in front of Lin Yuan. However, this time, she was no longer an enemy, but a hero under Lin Yuan. Even in her cold voice, there was a hint of flattering charm. However, the Dark Elf Queen who had just been recruited was only level 1. Fortunately, Lin Yuan still has 10 high-level hero experience books in his hands. Each high-level hero experience book can provide the hero with 20,000 experience points. 10 experience books, that's a total of 200,000 heroic experience points. Lin Yuan immediately used all these 10 high-level hero experience books on Kaylin. Immediately afterwards, upgraded white lights flashed across Kaylin's body one after another. The system's prompt sound also continued to ring in Lin Yuan's ears. The level of the heroic Dark Elf Queen, Kaylin, has been raised to level 12. The loyalty of the hero Dark Elf Queen, Kaylin, has increased by 1 point, and the current loyalty is 81 points. Heroic Dark Elf Queen, Kaylin successfully comprehended the skill, Dark Magic Bullet. Heroic Dark Elf Queen, Kaylin successfully comprehended the skill, Summon Dark Elves. Check the hero's attributes. After Lin Yuan said this, Kaylin's attribute panel immediately appeared in front of him. Hero, Kaylin. S-Class Hero. Title, Dark Elf Queen. Level, 12. HP, 1800/1800. Mana, 1450/1450. Magic attack power, 540 to 730. Defense, 120. Strength, 80. Agility, 160. Intelligence, 375. Skill, Dark Magic Bullet. After use, multiple dark magic bullets can be condensed around the body, causing damage to one or more enemy targets. The number of dark magic bullets depends on the hero's level. Each dark magic bullet can cause 60% magic damage to the enemy. Skill, Summon Dark Elves. After use, you can summon multiple dark elves to assist in battle. The rank and number of dark elves summoned depends on the hero's current level. I have to admit that the Dark Elf Queen is worthy of being an S-Class hero. Compared with Altria, its attributes are almost the same. Not only that, the two also have their own merits in beauty. Altria is a heroic and majestic female swordsman, while Kaylin is a sexy and noble queen. For other players, being able to own a hero like this is a great honor. However, Lin Yuan took both heroes into his pocket. After completing the 100 Rings mission, there was nothing urgent for me to do. Lin Yuan planned that in the next 3 days, he would build his territory, recuperate, and explore the surrounding map. He still understands the principle that more haste makes waste. Sometimes, stable development is more important than rushing for quick results. In the next 3 days, Lin Yuan only did 3 things: building Li Yuan City, letting Altria and Kalen lead their troops to level up in the wild, and sending 2 other heroes to explore unknown maps. During this period of time, the level of the City Lord's Mansion has been successfully upgraded to level 4. At the same time, the Heavy Armor Camp and Night Training Camp were also built one after another. This means that Lin Yuan can already recruit 3rd-level heavy armored soldiers and 4th-level knights. Despite unlocking higher-level troops, Lin Yuan did not seem very excited. After all, before the level of the barracks is upgraded, the number of troops that can be recruited is pitifully small. If you want to expand your troops as much as possible, you still have to think of other ways. During these 3 days of stable development, what Lin Yuan looked forward to most was the reward for the 100 Rings mission. Now, the time has finally come. In the early morning when the sky was still dark, Lin Yuan had already led his troops to Xingyue City, ready to find Araki to claim the mission reward. "Sir Araki, how is your alchemy experiment going?" In front of Lin Yuan, a lackey looked haggard with sunken eye sockets. Obviously he had not had a good rest in the past 3 days. However, there was still a gleam of excitement in his eyes. "Thanks to you, the experiment was a great success." Then, Araki took out a roll of parchment from his arms and said solemnly, "I don't have anything good to give you, so just take this as a reward. This is the result of my years of hard work. I hope you don't mind." Lord Li Yuan successfully completed the task, Araki's final commission, and received the reward, Dark Potion Formula. That's right, this is the final reward for the 100 Rings quest. A recipe for an alchemical potion. Although this is just a recipe, in the previous life, someone made nearly 10 billion in profit from this medicine recipe. You know, the most profitable way in the world is monopoly. The final reward of the 100 Rings mission is unique. In other words, the formula of the dark potion is only possessed by Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan remembered correctly, until the middle of the game, the dark potion was a god-level potion sought after by countless lord players. The cost of making the dark potion is only 200 gold coins. However, the price of a bottle of dark potion can be as high as 2,000 gold coins. Nearly 10 times the profit. Although Lin Yuan had little experience with secondary occupations, he knew that a master alchemist could prepare a bottle of dark potion in just 3 minutes at most. For a bottle of dark potion, that's a profit of 1,800 gold coins. If you prepare 20 bottles in an hour, that's a net profit of 36,000 gold coins. Even if you only spend 8 hours a day preparing medicine, that's nearly $300,000 in profit. In just 1 year, Lin Yuan could make a profit of 100 million with the formula of the dark potion. Although Lin Yuan is very rich, who would mind having a lot of money? If you live beyond your means, one day your wealth will be gone. Only by continuously opening up new sources of information can we have an inexhaustible supply of resources. But now, the problem arises again. Although preparing dark potions is extremely profitable, it is impossible for me to waste a lot of time on preparing potions. Therefore, I have to find someone to prepare the dark potion on my behalf. Moreover, it must be someone you trust. After all, faced with a profit of 100 million yuan a year, few people would not be greedy. Once the other party becomes greedy, what you will face is betrayal. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lin Yuan has a very thorough understanding of human nature. In the previous life, I trusted others too much and ended up dying tragically at the hands of the demon god of the abyss. When he thought of this unforgettable hatred, Lin Yuan couldn't help but clench his fists. In this life, he swore that he would never repeat the same mistake again. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan directly contacted Butler Lee. Up to now, the game, Age of Lords, has been launched for more than 7 days. All players who enter the game can no longer go offline. This is true even if coercive measures are used. However, in this case, players in the game can still communicate with the outside world. Soon, the communication was connected. "Master, is that you?" Butler Lee's voice soon rang out from the other end of the line. "It's me." Lin Yuan asked directly, "Uncle Lee, have you entered the game, Age of Lords? Butler Lee smiled and said, isn't this game played by you young people? I'm already old, so I won't join in the fun. This guy just gets more useless as he gets older. I originally wanted to help you manage the company's affairs, but you've already sold all of your company's shares, so it's time for me to retire and return home. I plan to buy a small villa with a garden in the suburbs, grow some vegetables, get a dog, and live a simple life. It would be nice to spend my old age in peace like this. He has been a butler for so many years, so it is normal for him to have some savings, which is more than enough for him to live a worry-free life in his later years. Obviously, he still didn't understand why Lin Yuan made such a decision. After all, the Lin Group was founded by Lin Yuan's parents, and it was also the legacy they left to Lin Yuan after their death. However, Lin Yuan directly chose to sell all the company's shares and cash out. Butler Lee originally thought that Lin Yuan wanted to start a new business but lacked startup capital. But he obviously did not expect that after Lin Yuan sold his shares, he turned around and played games, which made him somewhat disappointed. However, given his status, he could not interfere with the decision made by Lin Yuan. After hearing the answer from Butler Lee, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and finally decided to tell the truth. Uncle Lee, remember what I'm going to say next, because it's very important to you. After hearing this, Butler Lee was slightly stunned. Because in his memory, young Master Lin Yuan rarely spoke to him in such a serious tone. If possible, you must purchase a game cabin in the next few days and enter the Age of Lords. Because, after 1 month, everyone on Earth will be forcibly teleported into the game world. By then, the game world will replace the real world and become the main world. The sooner you enter the game, the sooner you can build up an advantage. After hearing this, Butler Lee was stunned. Lin Yuan's words really shocked him. He even suspected that his young master had gone crazy. Otherwise, how could he say such nonsense? I know that this kind of thing is hard for any normal person to accept. But everything I said is true. Lin Yuan said calmly, I treat you as my own, so I tell you these things. As for why I know this, you don't have to worry about it. If you believe me, then do as I say. Then, Lin Yuan seemed to have remembered something and asked, by the way, there should be a lot of news recently, right? According to the time, players in the game now should no longer be able to exit the game normally. After hearing this, Butler Lee couldn't help but be shocked. Because what Lin Yuan said was indeed correct. Recently, news about this incident has been emerging in an endless stream, occupying the headlines of major news websites. After all, it's no small matter that players can't exit the game normally. Once the nutrient solution in the game cabin is exhausted, the player's body will also be exhausted. However, the vast majority of people believe that there must be something wrong with the game cabin and were ready to collectively denounce the game company. But now it seems that the occurrence of these incidents does not seem to be accidental. If everything is really as Master Lin Yuan said. That's too horrible. Will the game world completely replace the real world? Butler Lee felt it was magical just thinking about it. But now, all the evidence shows that Lin Yuan did not lie to him. And, Lin Yuan seems to really know something. Otherwise, he would not have sold the company's shares so decisively. You know, those are all high-quality shares. Even if you just hold it in your hands, you can get a lot of dividends every year. At this moment, Butler Lee suddenly remembered that his daughter seemed to have bought a game cabin recently, saying that she wanted to play with her friends. Thinking of this, Butler Lee broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Master Lin Yuan, I'll call you later. My daughter seems to have entered the game as well. I have to go ask her. After leaving these words, Butler Lee immediately hung up the phone. Lin Yuan then remembered that Butler Lee seemed to have a daughter. And, if he remembered correctly, in his previous life, his daughter was a well-known female lord who founded a guild called Thorny Rose. It was precisely because of the care of Lin Yuan and his daughter that even though Butler Lee entered the game a month later, he was not bullied much. Moreover, even in the game, Butler Lee still used her talents to assist her daughter in managing the guild in an orderly manner. I will never let go of a management talent like Butler Lee. And, if possible, he also wanted to take his daughter as his own. After learning from the lessons of his previous life, Lin Yuan also understood that the power of one person alone is ultimately limited. If you want to have a place in this world, you must build your own power. Soon, Butler Lee called his daughter with an uneasy mood. Hey, Bingu. Are you in the game? Yeah, Dad, what's wrong? While Li Bingu continued communicating, he deployed troops to surround and kill the skeleton general in front of him. This is a copy called Land of Bones, and she is almost completing it. Moreover, the difficulty level she challenged was difficult. Obviously, the success of any lord is never accidental. Even though the server has only been open for a few days, Li Bingu is already ahead of most of the players. After hearing his daughter's voice, Butler Lee couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he quickly asked, Bingu, did you buy the game cabin recently to play the game called Age of Lords? Yes, what's wrong? Nothing, I just wanted to ask, have you tried to quit the game recently? I tried, but I can't quit. Li Bingu said calmly, but it seems that I'm not the only one like this. Butler Lee was slightly stunned, and asked, then you are not worried at all? What's the point of worrying? No one can leave the game anyway. Li Bingu said, even if we have to die, we will die together. Even Butler Lee himself had to admit that his daughter was too open-minded and free-spirited. As a woman, she is able to remain calm even when faced with a huge crisis. With such a mentality, it is no wonder that he can rise strongly in such a cruel game world as Age of Lords. Butler Lee hesitated for a while, and finally told Li Bingu what Lin Yuan had told him. To be honest, he still believed in Lin Yuan deep down in his heart, but this matter was too magical and he couldn't judge it by himself. Do you think this is possible? It's not impossible. Li Bingu thought for a while and said, the realism of this game has far exceeded what today's technology can achieve. That is to say, this is very likely to be true. This game is far from as simple as we imagined. However, if the game world really replaces the real world in a month, then the most important thing we should do is to establish an advantage in the game as soon as possible. I have to say that Li Bingu's ability to accept things is still very strong. Moreover, even in this situation, she still remained absolutely calm. After listening to his daughter's analysis, Butler Lee nodded thoughtfully. Then, he said, in this case, I will also find a way to enter the game as soon as possible. By the way, I'll give you Master Lin Yuan's contact information later. If you encounter any difficulties in the game, remember to go to him. Li Bingu nodded, okay. Not long after, Lin Yuan received a friend request from Li Bingu. Lord Bingu applies to add you as a friend, do you agree? Lin Yuan accepted the other party's friend request without any hesitation. After successfully adding Lin Yuan, Li Bingu's first message was quickly sent. You are Lin Yuan. There was an obvious hint of shock in Li Bingu's tone. Because the name Lin Yuan is too famous. In the few days since the game was launched, almost two-thirds of the world announcements were posted by Lin Yuan alone. For most players, Lin Yuan is a legendary lord, standing at the top of the pyramid. It is no exaggeration to call him the #1 lord of China today. Li Bingu just found out that Lin Yuan was actually Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan. Such a similar name, she should have thought of it earlier. Lin Yuan smiled and replied, what's wrong? Can't I be? That's not what I meant. Li Bingu smiled embarrassedly, it's just that I didn't connect you two together for a while. It's okay. Now that you know, it's not too late. Lin Yuan said calmly, I think your father has told you everything I told him, right? Well, he relayed it to me. So what do you think? Are you willing to believe it? Or do you think I'm kidding you? I believe what you say. Li Bingu said firmly, this game is indeed unusual. But I'm curious, how do you know all this? Lin Yuan chuckled and said, I said I was reborn, do you believe it? Li Bingu pursed her lips and said, since you don't want to say it, forget it. Everyone has secrets, and I won't force them. How come no one believes the truth these days? It's okay. Since you don't believe it, let's not dwell on it anymore. Lin Yuan said, you should know why I told your father such an important thing, right? Because you trust him enough. That's right. Lin Yuan continued, but besides that, there is another reason, which is that I hope he can help me. I see. Li Bingu said, you also need a helper. You need him to help you handle things in the game. Clever. Lin Yuan smiled and said, however, in addition to him, I hope you can also come and help me. Li Bingu seemed a little surprised, but it seems like this is the first time we meet. When I first met you, it was like an old friend returning. Lin Yuan smiled and said, didn't I tell you? I am a reborn person, of course I understand you. In fact, what he said was all true. Although Lin Yuan was a loner in his previous life, he had dealt with Li Bingu several times. He still had some understanding of the latter's character. Even as a friend, Li Bingu is absolutely trustworthy. Not to mention, there is also the relationship with Butler Lee. Lin Yuan was sure that as long as he could recruit Li Bingu under his command, she would never betray him. If that's the case, I'll think about it. Li Bingu did not agree to Lin Yuan immediately. For her, this decision is very important and must be considered carefully. Lin Yuan did not force it, because he knew in his heart that he could not force someone like Li Bingu. If you are willing to work for me, I can pay you 1 million gold coins every month. Lin Yuan said, in addition to this, I will also provide you with game strategies to ensure that you can stay ahead of most players. 1 million gold coins, even if converted into real money, is still a real million. What's more, when the game world completely replaces the real world, all the money in reality will become worthless waste paper. By that time, gold coins will be the real hard currency. As soon as Lin Yuan opened his mouth, he offered Li Bingu a monthly salary of 1 million. The reason why he was so generous was because Li Bingu was worth the price. Li Bingu not only has a quick mind, but also possesses a high talent for games. After hearing the salary offered by Lin Yuan, even with Li Bingu's temperament, his eyes couldn't help but flicker. Of course, what impressed her could not be a monthly salary of 1 million. 1 million a month may sound like a lot, but for someone with the ability, it's actually nothing. What she really cared about was that Lin Yuan was willing to provide him with game strategies. If these words were spoken by someone else, Li Bingu would definitely sneer at them. But the key point is that these words came from Lin Yuan's mouth. This man has dominated most of the world's announcements. He is now the undisputed First Lord of China. If she chose to follow Lin Yuan, she might be able to grow up faster. And this is what touched Li Bingu the most. Okay, I've already given you the conditions. Lin Yuan said, next, I will give you some time to think about it carefully. However, just as he was about to disconnect the call, Li Bingu suddenly spoke. I promised you. After hearing these words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. In that case, from now on, we will be companions fighting side by side. Although Lin Yuan guessed that Li Bingu would most likely choose to agree. But when she actually agreed, Lin Yuan still felt happy. Because this means that he has 2 more helpers. Butler Lee and Li Bingu. For Lin Yuan, this is undoubtedly a great help. Adhering to the principle of trusting people, after Li Bingu agreed to join the gang, Lin Yuan told her about the formula of the dark potion as soon as possible. Moreover, the value of this medicinal formula was emphasized. Even with Li Bingu's temperament, he couldn't help but feel shocked after listening to Lin Yuan's introduction. You know, this is a net profit of 100 million yuan a year. Absolute monopoly. Absolutely huge profits. Then, Li Bingu immediately asked, so what are you going to ask me to do? It's very simple. Lin Yuan said, I want you to help me find a suitable candidate to learn this formula and become a full-time pharmacist. As for remuneration, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. But I only have one request, and that is absolute loyalty. I don't want the pharmacist I trained with great effort to end up being someone else's wedding dress. Okay, I understand. Of course Li Bingu could understand what Lin Yuan meant. In fact, the pharmacist is just a carrier. What is truly valuable is this recipe. It is precisely because of this that Lin Yuan needs to find someone who will not betray him. After hesitating for a moment, Li Bingu immediately said, actually, I do have a good candidate here. I know a little girl who is a poor student. My father sponsored her to go to college, and now she has started working. She has good character and a strong temper. She almost never asks for money unless she has no other choice. After she started working, she would send a fixed amount of money to my father every month, and she would come to visit my father during the holidays. After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nodded. So it seems that this little girl has pretty good character. At the very least, know how to be grateful. Moreover, the boring preparation of medicines day after day does require a strong character that can endure loneliness. However, this is no longer something Lin Yuan needs to worry about. Since he chose to trust Li Bingu, Lin Yuan would give her full authority over this matter. Lin Yuan immediately said, "Since you already have a suitable candidate in mind, you should pay more attention to this matter. I will send you the potion formula and 1.5 million gold coins later. 1 million will be your salary, and the other 500,000 will be used to purchase materials for preparing the potion. When you first start, the failure rate of preparing potions will be very high, but it doesn't matter. Everything requires initial investment. It will be fine once you become more proficient." Good. Li Bingu nodded to show that he understood, but he couldn't suppress his excitement in his heart. She could feel Lin Yuan's trust in her. The pharmaceutical formula worth hundreds of millions was given to me as soon as he said it, and he also paid me 1 month's salary in advance. Of course, I will never let this trust down. Just as Lin Yuan said, now they are companions fighting side by side. Li Bingu never thought of herself as a pretty girl from a small family. She has her own pursuits and ambitions. However, from now on, her ambitions were firmly tied to Lin Yuan. After finding the right person to handle various affairs for him, Lin Yuan put aside his distracting thoughts and began to plan the next step. Lin Yuan now has sufficient strength. The number of third-level troops under his command has easily exceeded 1,000. However, most of the third-tier troops are heavily armored skeleton warriors transformed from corpses. Another part is the dark elves summoned using the summoning scroll. The real human soldiers do not account for a large proportion. However, as long as his own strength is strong enough, Lin Yuan does not care much about the purity of the troops. No matter whether the cat is black or white, as long as it can catch mice, it is a good cat. Moreover, Lin Yuan not only has sufficient troops under his command, but the strength of the two S-level heroes is also extremely powerful. After the Dark Elf Queen's level was raised, Lin Yuan specially equipped her with a set of suitable strategic treasures. 2 platinum-level treasures plus 3 gold-level treasures have greatly improved her attributes. The current strength is more than enough for Lin Yuan to carry out his next plan. Since Xingyue City is the main city closest to him, Lin Yuan deliberately recalled whether there are any tasks suitable for him to take on in this main city. In the end, it really reminded him of an extremely special task. Commission from Architect Bright. Relying on the memories of his previous life, Lin Yuan quickly found the master architect Brett in Xingyue City. The man in front of me had sunken eye sockets and a cigarette in his mouth. He looked like a depressed and frustrated middle-aged man. However, his real identity is the chief architect of Star Moon City, Brett. Even the entire Xingyue City was designed by him. Logically speaking, with such a high status, Brett's life should be extremely happy. However, the middle-aged man in front of him looked extremely decadent, like a body without a soul. After seeing Lin Yuan, Brett couldn't help but frown and pointed at the door. "Get lost. How many times have I told you not to disturb me when I'm drawing?" Facing the other party's rude words, Lin Yuan was not annoyed at all, and said calmly, "Mr. Bright, I am here to accept your commission. The group of orcs outside Xingyue City have become restless again recently. If you need, I can help you clear them out." After hearing this, Brett was stunned for a moment, then his eyes instantly turned red, and he sobbed in despair, "Annie, my Annie." After a while, Brett seemed to finally realize his own gaffe. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief, took a deep breath, and said viciously, "If possible, I hope you can kill all those damn orcs, leaving no one alive." His tone was extremely fierce, like a wild beast that was cornered. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will kill all those orcs for you." "Good." Brett said, "I swear on my honor, if you can really do it, I will never treat you unfairly. You have successfully accepted the mission, Bright's commission." To be honest, anyone who knows Bright's background story will understand why he hates orcs so much. In the eyes of most players, Bright is one of the most miserable NPCs in Age of Lords. He had an extraordinary talent in architecture, So he was successful at a young age and was full of energy and ambition. When he was 28 years old, he fell in love with a noble lady named Anne. They were a perfect match and soon fell in love. However, Brett, who was immersed in love and unable to extricate himself, had no idea that this was just the beginning of his miserable life. And is lively and loves nature, so after getting married, Brett immediately decided to take her out of town for a trip, which could be considered a honeymoon for the two of them. But it was this wrong decision that made him regret for the rest of his life. In order to ensure the safety of the trip, Brett also hired a team of mercenaries. But even so, the accident still happened. Just after the carriage left Xingyue City for more than 30 miles, they were ambushed by a large group of orcs. These orcs are numerous and extremely ferocious. The mercenary team hired by Brett was quickly slaughtered by this group of ferocious orcs. Brett and Annie also became prisoners of the orcs. After the great victory, these orcs immediately began to celebrate excitedly. They hung the corpses on the trees like trophies, tearing the flesh and blood and stuffing it into their mouths, smearing the blood on their bodies, and constantly making low growling sounds like wild beasts. Looking at the scene before him that was like purgatory on earth, Brett felt only endless fear, his stomach was constantly churning, and he began to retch. But the real nightmare has just begun. The orcs, who were so excited that they couldn't vent their energy, soon set their sights on Annie. You know, the intelligence of these orcs is at most like that of a child, and most of the time, they are driven by instinct. Therefore, these orcs used Anne as a tool to vent their desires right in front of Brett. In front of the burly orcs, Anne, a noble lady, was just like a toy. She was manipulated at will and could not even resist. She could only cry and scream. Listening to the shrill cries in his ears, Brett felt his heart bleeding. Finally, the crying and shouting died down. The orcs, having had their fill, threw Annie's body aside like trash. Looking at the scene in front of him, Brett felt hopeless and his eyes were full of despair. He never thought that things would develop in this direction. Just a few days ago, he was still a young and promising master of architecture who had just married a beautiful wife. But in the blink of an eye, he found himself in hell. However, these orcs didn't care how desperate Brett was. Being ferocious by nature, they soon found other ways to entertain themselves. One of the orcs walked up to Brett, said something incoherently, then clenched the wooden stick in his hand with a strange smile, and smashed it directly between his legs. Brett's screams immediately echoed above the orc camp. Fortunately, Brett was lucky. Before the orcs had a chance to kill him, the Imperial Knights of Star Moon City arrived. They drove away the orcs and successfully rescued Brett. But what is lost can never be recovered. In this tragedy, not only was his newlywed wife raped to death by the orcs, but he himself became completely inhumane. This incident left an almost indelible shadow in Brett's heart. That's why he hated the orcs so much. Even Lin Yuan had to admit that Brett was tough enough. If it were anyone else, even if they were saved, they would have probably collapsed mentally long ago. However, Lin Yuan naturally did not choose to accept Brett's commission because of Brett's tragic background story. He is a very down-to-earth person. He takes on missions for only one purpose, which is to get the mission rewards. After accepting the mission, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately rushed towards the direction of the orc camp. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had a pretty good memory and remembered the approximate location of the orc camp, which saved him a lot of time. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan quickly led his troops to the location of the orc camp. Orc camp. Introduction: there lives a large group of extremely ferocious orcs here. They will brutally tear all invaders into pieces. Difficulty selection: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. The orc camp, like the death mine, is a dungeon where you can choose the difficulty. Even if you don't accept Brett's mission, you can still take on the challenge. But Lin Yuan knew that the final reward for this task was linked to the difficulty of clearing the dungeon. In other words, the higher the level of the copy he challenges, the richer the mission rewards he can get. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and directly chose the Hell level difficulty. Hell level dungeon, orc camp. Immediately afterwards, the scene in front of Lin Yuan changed. An orc camp, like a primitive village, immediately appeared on the plain in front of him. Due to the low intelligence of the orcs, they can only build such crude wooden houses. There was still a fishy smell of blood in the air. Lin Yuan raised his head, looked at the orc camp in front of him, and immediately waved his hand, attack directly. With sufficient troops, frontal crushing is always the best choice. Following Lin Yuan's order, nearly 1,000 heavily armored skeleton warriors immediately charged in the direction of the orc camp. In fact, Lin Yuan has long been able to upgrade the heavily armored skeleton warrior into a more advanced skeleton knight. However, although the 4th level skeleton knight's flexibility has been greatly improved, its health and defense will not be significantly improved. Moreover, Lin Yuan tried it and found that it took 4 heavily armored skeleton warriors to synthesize one skeleton knight. In other words, 1,000 heavily armored skeleton warriors can only be synthesized into 250 skeleton knights. For Lin Yuan, this is obviously not cost-effective. Roar! The charge of the army of heavily armored skeleton warriors quickly attracted the attention of the orcs. In the orc camp, bursts of angry growls were heard immediately. Immediately afterwards, a large group of orcs armed with giant wooden sticks rushed out of the orc camp and started fighting with the skeleton army. Since Lin Yuan was challenging an orc camp of hell-level difficulty, even the most ordinary orcs possessed attributes comparable to those of third-tier troops. The first wave of orcs rushing out of the camp numbered about 200 to 300. These orcs alone are simply unable to break through the defense line of the heavily armored skeleton warriors. Moreover, with the support of the frontline troops, the archers and dark elf archers in the rear can output without any pressure. Under such circumstances, in less than 10 minutes, more than 200 ordinary orcs were completely wiped out by Lin Yuan's troops. On Lin Yuan's side, only dozens of heavily armored skeleton warriors were lost. Even though the results of the battle were so brilliant, Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. Because he knew in his heart that the hell-level orc camp was not that simple. As expected, before Lin Yuan's troops had time to advance further, another large number of orcs rushed out of the camp. However, these orcs were all wearing bronze armor and holding huge axes in their hands. These well-equipped orcs are the 4th-tier troops, the orc warriors. With the orcs' intelligence, it is naturally impossible for them to make armor and weapons by themselves. It is considered good enough if they can pick up a wooden stick and use it as a weapon. However, the orcs who formed a tribe would regularly plunder the dwarves. While plundering, they would also detain a group of dwarf craftsmen to forge armor and weapons for them. These well-equipped orc warriors have extremely high attack and defense capabilities. Their only drawback is that they move relatively slowly. Fortunately, the number of this batch of orc warriors is still not large, only about 200. Lin Yuan was still able to deal with 200 units of 4th-level troops. Kill them all. Following Lin Yuan's order, the skeleton army attacked again. At the same time, Altria and Kaelin also chose to take action. Altria was seen holding a long sword, her figure instantly turned into a shadow, and she rushed into the enemy camp. She draws her sword extremely fast, and even the thick-skinned orc warriors cannot survive a single blow from her. However, when it comes to killing efficiency, the Dark Elf Queen is still better. Kaelin was seen chanting a spell, and the magic book floating around him began to turn pages and burst out with dark magical energy. The magic bullets condensed by dark energy immediately blasted towards the surrounding orc warriors. Boom, 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 boom. Although the dark magic bullet can only cause 60% magic damage, it is more than enough to kill the 4th-level soldiers instantly. After all, the strength of S-class heroes is still quite strong. What's more, Kaelin is equipped with a set of top-grade strategic treasures. Under the bombardment of dark magic bullets, the orc warriors fell at her feet one after another. After 2 S-level heroes joined the battle, the current situation has begun to develop completely in a direction that is favorable to Lin Yuan. But at this moment, 2 extremely tall figures suddenly stepped out from the orc army's camp. These 2 figures are extremely tall and burly. Not only are they 3 meters tall, but they are also covered with muscles. They look full of explosive power. Moreover, the equipment on these 2 orcs is also more sophisticated. There are even magic patterns engraved on the giant axe in his hand, which clearly shows that it is blessed with magical power. Orc Centurion. Gold level BOSS. Level 25. Health 58,000. Attack power 720 to 950. Defense 570. Skills: Violent Force, Great Axe Destruction. A powerful warrior among the orcs, capable of commanding hundreds of orcs. With his huge body, he possesses extremely terrifying power. It is not recommended to fight him head-on. Roar. A wild beast-like roar came out of the orc centurion's mouth. Immediately afterwards, this huge monster took a step forward, and the huge axe in his hand swept directly in the direction of the heavily armored skeleton warrior. Crack. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones bursting, at least 4 or 5 heavily armored skeleton warriors died directly under the axe of the orc centurion. If they cannot be restricted, these 2 orc centurions will definitely cause heavy damage to their own troops. Although Lin Yuan doesn't particularly care about the casualties of his troops, it doesn't mean that he will let his troops die in vain. These 2 orc centurions must be restricted. Altria, Kalin, stop them. In fact, there was no need for Lin Yuan to give orders, as Altria and Kalin had already blocked the 2 orc centurions. Holy light slash. Altria let out a low roar and took the lead. The sword in her hand instantly turned into an afterimage and slashed towards the orc centurion. Minus 3056. Minus 2896. Minus 2784. Now Altria's hero level has reached level 27. With the help of a set of top-grade strategic treasures, her damage is considerable. With just one holy light slash, the orc centurion's health was reduced by nearly 10,000 points. You know, the total health of the orc centurion is only 58,000 points. Obviously, Altria is completely capable of challenging the opponent without any pressure. Then, Lin Yuan turned his attention in another direction. Here, too, the Dark Elf Queen is facing off against an orc centurion. However, due to the relatively late recruitment time, Kalin's hero level is only level 21. The orc centurion glanced up and down at Kalin, and couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with animal lust. Although orcs have low intelligence, they can still distinguish between beauty and ugliness. The next second, the orc centurion roared, and his eyes instantly turned blood red, obviously entering a violent state. After the activation of violent power, its various attributes have been significantly improved. However, instead of showing any fear, Kalin actually showed a hint of disgust in his eyes. Dirty idiot. Kalin shouted coldly and immediately chanted a spell. A black magic circle immediately appeared in front of her. Nearly 50 dark elf swordsmen appeared in the magic circle and protected Kalin. This is Kalin's skill, summoning dark elves. Even though she is a fragile mage, she is able to protect herself with the dark elves she summons. The orc centurion was in a violent state and was surrounded by the dark elf swordsman before he could react. Immediately afterwards, several dark magic missiles whizzed over and hit its body heavily. A few minutes later, the bodies of the 2 orc centurions fell to the ground with a loud bang. The 204th level orc warriors were also completely annihilated by Lin Yuan's troops. If nothing goes wrong, the next step will be the final boss battle. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the ground beneath Lin Yuan's feet suddenly shook violently. A huge shadow as big as a mountain stepped out from the orc camp and appeared in front of them with an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Orc leader. Platinum level BOSS. Level 30. HP 200,000. Attack power 1020 to 1550. Defense 750. Skills: Blood Boiling, Axe Fury, Savage Charge. The absolute king of the orc tribe, leading the entire orc tribe, possesses extremely terrifying brute force, so strong that he can tear steel with his bare hands. The orc leader in front of him was nearly 4 meters tall, extremely burly, with explosive muscles all over his body, and covered with hideous scars. It was obvious that he had been through many battles. Along with the orc leader, there were 304th level orc warriors and 603rd level ordinary orcs. Even Lin Yuan would find it difficult to deal with a lineup of this size. However, these are not the most difficult things for Lin Yuan. His gaze passed the orc leader and fell behind it. There were 2 orc priests with hunched bodies, ugly faces, and holding oak scepters. Among the orcs, orc priests are one of the few who possess wisdom. Moreover, these 2 orc priests, like the orc centurion, are both level 25 gold bosses. However, if you underestimate these two orc priests, you will pay a heavy price. In previous lives, there have been countless lords who have challenged the orc camps, proving this point. The orc priest has only one skill, called Blessing of the Beast God. This skill has two effects. Strengthen the orc warriors in the area in front of you, increasing all their attributes by 80%. Or you can enhance the orc leader to increase all attributes by 30% and make him immune to 50% damage. Any lord who does not know the orc's sacrificial skills will suffer a great loss when he challenges the orc camp for the first time. After all, the orc leader is a level 30 platinum boss, and his strength is already quite powerful. In this case, if he is blessed by the blessing of the beast god, then the orc leader can really be said to be able to kill gods and Buddhas. At the very least, it would be impossible for Altria alone to stop it. And, more importantly, in addition to amplifying the orc leader, the orc priest can even strengthen the orc warriors. Therefore, these two orc priests are the targets that should be killed first. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan made a decision immediately. All ranged units, focus on the orc priest first. Heavily armored skeleton warriors, stand in the front and clear the way for the dark elf assassins. Under Lin Yuan's command, the troops under his command began to move in an orderly manner like sophisticated machines. A barrage of arrows whizzed out and swept towards the direction of the orc priest. Densely packed heavily armored skeleton warriors rushed to the front fearlessly and held off the charge of the orc warriors. The dark elf assassin, relying on his extremely fast speed and the ability to conceal his own breath, constantly shuttled across the battlefield and approached the orc priest. No matter what, the two orc priests must be killed. Altria obviously understood Lin Yuan's intention, and immediately burst out at the fastest speed, rushing towards the direction of the orc priest. However, at this moment, the orc leader's body as big as a mountain suddenly blocked her way. The giant axe covered with magic patterns chopped down directly in her direction. The fury of the axe. Humans, die. The orc leader opened his mouth and uttered a few extremely dull syllables. Facing the opponent's full-strength attack, Altria did not dare to hesitate at all and directly activated her skill, Glory Shield. In an instant, a phantom shield appeared in front of her and blocked the attack for her. -944. I have to say that the damage done by the orc leader is indeed extremely shocking. With just one axe, the Glory Shield was covered with cracks. You know, even if Altria has reached hero level 27, she only has more than 4,000 health points. In other words, without a shield to protect herself, Altria could not withstand the attacks from the orc leader. At this moment, one of the orc priests raised the scepter in his hand and began to chant something. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but look cold. Because he already knew what was going to happen next. Sure enough, as the chanting of the spell was completed, Blessing of the Beast God was also bestowed upon the orc leader. I feel the power. The blood-red light enveloped the orc leader. Its body actually swelled a bit again, with veins bulging on its muscles. With the blessing of the Beast God, the orc leader can not only obtain a 30% bonus to all attributes, but also have a 50% damage reduction. Die. With a roar, the orc leader chopped down again with his axe. The shield of glory in front of Altria finally shattered. Even her own body was blown away, and she lost more than 700 points of health. The orc leader who has been enhanced is so powerful. Holy Seal. After suffering a loss at the hands of the orc leader, Altria quickly adjusted her strategy. What she needs to do now is not to confront this guy head-on, but to restrict it as much as possible. Because only in this way can others get rid of the orc priest. After the Holy Seal was activated, holy light burst out from the sword in Altria's hand, and then directly blocked the direction of the orc leader. However, Altria didn't know how long this skill could imprison the orc leader. But no matter what, I have to do my best. Thinking of this, Altria raised the sword in her hand again and activated the additional skill of Sword of Dawn. Dawn of War. After using this skill, it can increase the attack speed of all melee soldiers under your command by 30%, critical strike rate by 20%, and life sucking by 10%, which lasts for 15 minutes. After the skill was activated, the melee troops under Lin Yuan were immediately strengthened, causing the situation on the field to change instantly. However, the orc priest would naturally not choose to stand idly by. Another orc priest sneered and immediately began to chant in a low voice. As the last syllable fell, all the orc warriors in the area in front of it received the blessing of Beast God, and gained an 80% increase in all attributes. You know, the orc warrior itself is a 4th level troop. With such a drastic increase, its attributes are even comparable to 5th level troop. The amplified orc warrior charged forward like a wild bull and soon tore a gap in Lin Yuan's formation. If he doesn't find a way to kill one of the orc priests, even if Lin Yuan can finally pass the level, it will only be a miserable victory. Such a result was obviously unacceptable to Lin Yuan. Fortunately, he still has a backup plan. After all, Kaylin has not taken any action until now. The dark magic book around her immediately began to turn the pages one by one. One after another, dark magic bullets gathered around her. Immediately afterwards, Kaylin approached the orc priest step by step. The orc warriors from all around immediately surrounded and killed them. However, the dark elf warriors protected Kaylin fiercely. Under the cover of the dark elves, Kaylin soon came in front of an orc priest. After feeling the pressure emanating from her, a hint of fear flashed across the eyes of the orc priest. But now no one can save it. Light of the dark moon. Kaylin activated his skill immediately. A dark moon immediately appeared in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a beam of dark moonlight suddenly shone down and enveloped the body of the orc priest. -345. -377. -455. Under the cover of the dark moonlight, the orc priest not only fell into a suppressed state, but even the damage values continued to pop up from the orc priest's head. The skill, Light of the Dark Moon, is not obtained by Kaylin's upgrade, but is attached to the treasure, Heart of the Dark Moon. This platinum-level strategic treasure was what Lin Yuan obtained when he killed the Dark Elf Queen. It happened to be a perfect match for Kaylin. The effect of this skill is also very simple, which is to suppress the enemy and continuously cause damage to it while suppressing it. After the orc priest was forcibly suppressed, Kaylin attacked again. The dark magic ball that gathered around her suddenly shot out towards the orc priest at an extremely fast speed. -1126. -1345. -895. A series of blood-red damage numbers suddenly appeared above the orc priest's head. However, this is not the end yet. Kaylin chanted the spell again, using the dark energy surging from the dark magic book to condense a shadow blade out of thin air. This can be said to be the skill with the highest single target damage that she has mastered so far. Accompanied by a whistling sound breaking through the air, the shadow blade suddenly slashed out. -7754. An extremely high damage number suddenly appeared above the orc priest's head. The head of the orc priest also fell to the ground. Kaylin used a whole set of skills and actually killed an orc priest instantly. At this moment, even Lin Yuan was shocked by the terrifying outburst of the Dark Elf Queen. This is totally a magic machine gun. Although Altria is also very strong, her strength is very balanced. In terms of burst damage, it can't be compared with Kaylin at all. The two S-class heroes took different development paths. After this orc priest was killed, the blessing on the orc leader also dissipated. This instantly relieved a lot of pressure on Altria. Although the orc leader is of a higher level, she can still deal with him in a fair fight. What's more, all she has to do now is to delay the other party. As long as Kaylin is free, he can join forces with her to deal with the orc leader. The situation on the front battlefield is also not optimistic. The strengthened orc warriors are madly slaughtering the heavily armored skeleton warriors. The difference of 2 levels in attributes made these skeletons as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the orc warriors. But Lin Yuan knew in his heart that as long as he killed another orc priest, the current situation would be reversed again. Kaylin was very efficient and soon set his sights on another orc priest. The latter had a look of fear on its face and yelled loudly, attracting many orc warriors who forcibly protected it. You know, in order to break in by force, most of the dark elf swordsmen who were protecting Kaylin had died. The skill, Summon Dark Elves, also has a cooldown time and cannot be used indefinitely. Under such circumstances, the orc warriors quickly surrounded Kaylin. Even the attacks of several orc warriors have already landed on Kaylin. Although Kaylin is an S-class hero, his defense is not very high. The strengthened orc warrior can still cause considerable damage to her. Under the siege of many orc warriors, Kaelin's bloodline was also dropping bit by bit. Looking at the scene before him, the orc priest couldn't help but grin, and began to dance excitedly, his face full of mockery. Obviously, in its eyes, Kaelin could no longer get close to it and could no longer pose a threat to it. However, at this moment, a bright smile appeared on Kaelin's lips. Really? I was looked down upon by a bunch of dirty ants. The next second, a large amount of dark energy surged out of the dark magic book again. These dark energies instantly turned into silk threads and connected to the surrounding orc warriors. This move was exactly what Lin Yuan had experienced before, dark life absorption. At this moment, Kaelin truly and thoroughly showed her aura as the queen of the dark elves. After the dark life absorption was activated, all the orc warriors connected by the dark threads were losing blood crazily. Correspondingly, all these health points were fed back to Kaelin. In just 10 seconds, Kaelin recovered nearly 20% of his health. Lin Yuan had experienced the power of this move before. After this skill is activated, either focus your fire on her and kill her as quickly as possible, or fight her one-on-one as much as possible. Otherwise, the health points restored by dark life drainage will make all of Kaelin's enemies feel despair. At the very least, under the current circumstances, all the orc warriors have become Kaelin's mobile blood banks. Looking at the scene before him, the orc priest finally collapsed completely. It dropped the scepter in its hand and turned around to escape. It's a pity that Kaelin would never let it go so easily. Several dark magic missiles once again condensed out of thin air, just like tracking bullets, and suddenly shot out in the direction of the orc priest. -1135. -1456. -1089. One after another, blood-red damage values appeared above the orc priest's head. With its pitiful speed, it could not escape Kaelin's attack range. Finally, the dark magic bullet took away its last bit of health. As the orc priest fell to the ground, the effect of Blessing of the Beast God also disappeared. The orc warrior, who had been charging forward like a wild bull, wilted in an instant. The troops under Lin Yuan's command also launched a counterattack. Kaelin, well done. Lin Yuan praised her and reminded her, go help Altria. She's almost unable to hold on. After both orc priests were killed, the battle actually lost its suspense. Under the counterattack of the skeleton army, the orc warriors fell one after another, and their numbers continued to decrease. So much so that, in the end, many heavily armored skeleton warriors, unable to find a target to attack, turned around and surrounded and killed the orc leader. Although the orc leader was very powerful, he was ultimately no match for four hands. Just dealing with Altria and Kaelin was already enough to overwhelm it. Under such circumstances, it had to face the siege of the Sea of Skeletons, which caused its health to drop madly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even after the orc leader's health dropped to 20% and he entered a frenzy, it was still of no avail. After going berserk, Altria immediately distanced herself from him, leaving only Kaelin to deal long-range damage to him. The orc leader was in a violent state, and except for killing dozens of heavily armored skeleton warriors, he was ultimately unable to turn the tide. Boom. As the last bit of his blood was depleted, the orc leader's eyes dimmed. A huge body as big as a mountain fell to the ground with a loud bang, splashing up countless dust. At the same time, the system prompt sound rang in Lin Yuan's ears. The Chinese lord, Li Yuan, successfully killed the platinum-level boss orc commander and obtained the platinum-level strategic treasure, Shadow Battle Axe. Obtained Orc Leader's Heart X1, Orc Leader's Fong X10, Orc Warrior Summoning Scroll X10, Hero Recruitment Order X5, Lord Experience plus 60,000, Hero Experience plus 60,000. World Announcement: Chinese Lord, Li Yuan, becomes the first lord to clear the Hell-level dungeon, Orc Camp, and receives rewards, Orc Leader Recruitment Order X1, Advanced Resource Pack X150, High-level Hero Experience Book X15. I have to say that the rewards for clearing the Hell-level dungeon are quite generous. Especially when you pass the level for the first time, you can get the First Pass reward. This made Lin Yuan recall that there seemed to be a group of lords in his previous life who called themselves dungeon hunters. What they are most passionate about doing is exploring the map and opening up as many unknown copies as possible. The reason why these people do this is naturally for the first pass reward of the copy. You know, no matter what level of copy it is, the first pass reward will not be too bad. Just like Lin Yuan, who cleared the Hell level difficulty, Orc Camp, for the first time, he was rewarded with the Orc Commander Recruitment Order. However, Lin Yuan is not planning to recruit this time. Although the Orc leader is also an S-level hero, his specialty is commanding the Orc troops, which does not fit in with Lin Yuan's development path. What's more, most of the Orcs' troops have no special features, and they do not have the same high potential as the humans. The only advantage is probably that it is suitable for those reckless people who like to fight without thinking. What's more, training heroes also requires a lot of resources. A hero lies in his quality, not in his quantity. Therefore, Lin Yuan gave up recruiting the Orc leader without even thinking about it. However, even though he was not planning to recruit, it did not mean that he denied the value of this item. You know, even though the server has been open for so many days, in the eyes of most players, A-level heroes are extremely rare. As for S-class heroes, they are hard to come by. How could anyone be as picky as Lin Yuan? It is no exaggeration to say that if Lin Yuan put this Orc leader recruitment order up for auction at an auction house, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. At the very least, it starts at tens of millions. But this idea is just a thought. Because Lin Yuan is not short of money at all, there is no need to exchange this thing for money. In fact, in the later stages of the game, the value of some items can no longer be measured with money. By that time, transactions between players will be more like barter, with each taking what they need. In this battle, Lin Yuan lost nearly 700 heavily armored skeleton warriors. The casualty ratio is close to 2/3. This shows how brutal this battle was. Fortunately, Lin Yuan can still use the treasure, Head of the Skeleton King, to transform all the corpses on the battlefield into skeleton soldiers. Soon, all the Orc corpses were piled together to form a mountain of corpses. Lin Yuan directly took out the skull and activated the power of the treasure. A gust of cold wind blew, and you successfully used the Head of the Skeleton King to transform 6,248 first-level skeleton soldiers. More than 6,000 skeleton soldiers were transformed. This means that Lin Yuan can synthesize nearly 1,500 heavily armored skeleton warriors. Despite having experienced a great war, the troops under Lin Yuan's command increased instead of decreased. This is the power of treasure. Afterwards, Lin Yuan directly cut off the Orc leader's head and threw it into his backpack, then hurried to Xingyue City, ready to return to complete the mission. Lin Yuan came directly in front of Brett. And in front of him, he took out the head of the Orc leader. You should know that the reward for this task is graded according to the difficulty of the dungeon that the player clears. Lin Yuan cleared the Hell level difficulty, Orc Camp, and the mission rewards he obtained must have been of the highest level. After seeing the Orc's head in front of him, Brett's eyes instantly turned red. Then, hot tears burst out. Annie. I finally avenged you. At this moment, there was no pleasure of successful revenge in the eyes of this poor man, only mourning and remembrance for his deceased wife. After venting his inner emotions, Brett turned his gaze back to Lin Yuan. He walked forward and grasped Lin Yuan's hands. Thank you, brave adventurer. Please accept my gift. It is the reward you deserve. Then, the system prompt sounded. Lord Lin Yuan successfully completed the task, Bright's Commission. The task completion rate is 100%, and the reward is 24-hour building acceleration scroll x5, 12-hour building acceleration scroll x10, 1-hour building acceleration scroll x120. After hearing about the mission reward, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He was right. By completing Bright's Commission, you can obtain a large number of building acceleration scrolls. The higher the task completion rate, the more acceleration scrolls you will get. Moreover, this special item cannot be traded. Lin Yuan made a rough calculation and found that the construction acceleration scroll he obtained this time could help him shorten the construction time by nearly 15 days. This means that as long as these acceleration scrolls are used, Lin Yuan can be said to be far ahead of other players in territory construction. This is the advantage of being reborn. At every time period, Lin Yuan knew what he was going to do and had a very clear goal. After returning to the territory with the building acceleration scroll, Lin Yuan immediately began to build the territory. City Lord's Mansion, upgrade. Lance Camp, upgrade. Archer Camp, upgrade. Night Training Camp, upgrade. Blacksmith Shop, build. Magic Tower, build. With a large number of building acceleration scrolls in hand, Lin Yuan felt like he was playing on a private server. Upgrade without saying anything. Then use the acceleration scroll directly to shorten the construction time to a minimum. For example, if you want to upgrade the City Lord's Mansion to level 5, it will take at least 7 days. Lin Yuan directly used 7 24-hour building acceleration scrolls, which instantly upgraded the City Lord's Mansion to level 5. At this moment, the world announcement also sounded. World announcement: Lord Lin Yuan becomes the first player to upgrade the City Lord's Mansion to level 5, and receives rewards, 10 high-level Lord Experience Books, 10 high-level Hero Experience Books, and a 5th-level Troop Upgrade Scroll. After the world announcement sounded, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, he remembered that if the City Lord's Mansion was the first to be upgraded to level 5, he would also be able to receive rewards. In the chat channel, the lords of various countries had an extremely heated debate. What the hell, Boss Lin Yuan has already upgraded the City Lord's Mansion to level 5. This is too fake, isn't it? Didn't everyone enter the game at the same time? Why is my City Lord's Mansion only level 3 now? Yeah, this is too outrageous. I feel like Boss Lin Yuan is an internal agent of the game company. Fuck. This Chinese lord named Lin Yuan must be cheating. This is unfair. I want to complain and report it. Reporting. You can't even quit the game now, are you going to report it with your head? Oh, I'm a little panicked. Could it be that we really won't be able to quit the game for the rest of our lives? Hee hee, it's just right that I can't quit the game. This game is so fun, I'm willing to stay in it forever. Haha, you've got a really good idea. The nutrient solution that comes with the game cabin is only enough for you to survive for a month at most. If you can't quit the game after a month, you'll just have to wait to become a mummy in the game cabin. So scary. I shouldn't have played this game if I had known this. What bad luck. Lin Yuan casually glanced at the chat channel. At the beginning, some people were amazed at how Lin Yuan upgraded the City Lord's Mansion to level 5 so quickly. However, the discussion soon began to go off track. After all, no one in the world can quit the game now. The feeling of panic also spread within the game. After closing the chat channel, Lin Yuan immediately began to count the rewards. There is nothing much to say about the high-level Lord Experience Book and the high-level Hero Experience Book. One can provide a large amount of Lord Experience, and the other can provide a large amount of Hero Experience. But what Lin Yuan was more concerned about was the 5th-level Troop Upgrade Scroll. Tier 5 Soldier Upgrade Scroll, Special Item. Introduction: After use, any 5th-tier soldiers can be upgraded to Advanced Hidden Soldiers. Hidden Arms. After seeing the introduction of this Troop Upgrade Scroll, a hint of excitement flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. You know, after the troop upgrade is completed, what Lin Yuan recruits will all be the upgraded hidden troop types. In his previous life, although Lin Yuan had never obtained hidden troops, he knew how terrifying hidden troops were. How does that sentence go? Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? Lin Yuan remembered that there was an orc lord named Andre, who was lucky enough to get the 9th-level hidden soldier, the Golden Behemoth. Originally, Andre was still an unknown little lord, but after obtaining the hidden troop, Golden Behemoth, he forced his way into the top 10 of the North American lords list in just 1 month. The Golden Behemoths under his command can even tear apart 9th-order angels with bare hands. This shows how powerful the hidden troops are. The 5th-level hidden troops are actually comparable to the 6th-level troops in terms of basic attributes. Not to mention, the most powerful aspect of hidden troops lies not in their basic attributes, but in their troop characteristics. Afterwards, Lin Yuan started to build the Mage Association without any hesitation. The 5th-level military unit of the human race is the Mage. As long as the Mage Association is built, Lin Yuan will be able to recruit mages. Building the Mage Association will cost 3.5 million grains, 3.5 million wood, and 1 million silver coins. On top of that, it took 3 days to build. For Lin Yuan, resources are a small matter, construction time is the key. Fortunately, the building acceleration scrolls have not been used up. Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and directly used 3 24-hour building acceleration scrolls to instantly build the Mage Camp. Then, Lin Yuan took out the 5th level troop upgrade scroll and chose to use it immediately. The next second, the system prompt sounded. You have successfully used the 5th level soldier upgrade scroll, please select the soldier you want to upgrade. There was only one option before Lin Yuan. Because now, the only 5th level soldier he can recruit is the mage. After choosing mage, 3 more options appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Please select the upgrade route. Frost Mage, Pyromancer, Wind Spirit Mage. After seeing the options in front of him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Hidden Arms, can you choose your own evolution path? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan finally made a choice. He finally chose to evolve Mage into Flame Mage. If nothing unexpected happens, the 3 evolutionary directions should represent 3 different characteristics of troops. Frost Mage, more inclined towards control. Wind Spirit Mage, more inclined to support. Flame Mage, more inclined towards output. To be honest, control and auxiliary troops are not particularly important to Lin Yuan. What he needs most is the ultimate output. It is precisely because of this that he chose Flame Mage. After the evolution of the troops was completed, Lin Yuan immediately upgraded the Mage Camp to the highest level, and then directly recruited a group of Flame Mages. He couldn't wait to see how powerful the Flame Mage, a hidden type of soldier, was. After spending a lot of resources, 60 Flame Mages immediately appeared in front of Lin Yuan. These Flame Mages, with tall and straight figures and dressed in scarlet magic robes, look like walking balls of flame. Then, Lin Yuan asked the 10 Flame Mages to stand in a row. Then, he asked Altria to activate the Glory Shield. Alright, attack with all your strength, let me see your strength. Following Lin Yuan's order, the 10 Flame Mages chanted the spell at the same time. It has to be said that the Flame Mage's casting speed is extremely fast. An ordinary wizard would need to chant for at least 4 or 5 seconds to condense a magic bullet. The Flame Mage in front of him, after only 1 or 2 seconds of guidance, condensed several explosive fireballs and bombarded them in the direction of Altria. Boom 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 boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, the exploding fireballs all hit the Glory Shield. In just 1 second, the Glory Shield that could absorb 1,500 points of damage exploded. Looking at the scene in front of him, a look of shock flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. I really did not make the wrong choice. The damage of this Flame Mage is too explosive. Even the 6th level troops may not be able to have such terrifying output. Lin Yuan was naturally very satisfied with the performance of the Flame Mage. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Lin Yuan's communication list suddenly rang. Lin Yuan took a look and found that it was a call from Li Bingu, so he picked up the call immediately. What's wrong? Boss, I've already found someone for you. Li Bingu said, and she has already produced the first batch of dark potions according to the potion formula. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. Is the efficiency so high? He obviously didn't expect that Li Bingu would be so decisive and efficient and help him get things done so quickly. Then, Li Bingu asked again, Boss, what are you going to do with this first batch of dark potions? Are you selling it or keeping it for your own use? How many copies have been prepared in total? There aren't many. There are only 50 copies. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, then mail them all to me first. There's no rush to sell them now. Okay, I understand. Li Bingu nodded, I will ask her to mail all the prepared dark potions to you later. Of course, Lin Yuan was planning to use the dark potion to make money. But not now. It has only been a few days since the game was launched. The vast majority of players are still in the pioneering stage. Under such circumstances, only a few people can realize the value of the dark potion. No matter how valuable a product is, you can only maximize your profits if you sell it at the right time. In this case, there is naturally no need for Lin Yuan to sell the dark potion so early. What's more, the efficiency of preparing the dark potion is too low now, and Lin Yuan will not have too much stock in his hands for some time to come. Oh, there's one more thing I need to ask of you. Li Bingu asked, what's the matter? I want you to train a group of dungeon hunters for me. Dungeon hunter? A hint of doubt flashed across Li Bingu's eyes. What does this mean? It's the exploration team that's specifically assigned to find dungeons for me. Lin Yuan said, you also know that there will be a lot of rewards for the first time through the dungeon. So, I need to train a team like this to explore the map and find dungeons for me. I don't have any other requirements, but they must be professional enough. It would be best if there were a few heroes who specialize in exploration. I see. Li Bingu nodded, understanding Lin Yuan's intention. I have to say that Lin Yuan's ideas are indeed very constructive. At least, before this, she had never thought of doing this. At this moment, Li Bingu suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, I recently found a dungeon. I'm afraid my strength alone is not enough. Are you interested in teaming up with me? What copy? Green Dragon's Lair. After hearing these 4 words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Because he actually had some impression of this copy. You know, in Age of Lords, dragons can be said to be at the top of the food chain. Not to mention real dragons, even monsters with the word dragon in their names are at least level 6. If Lin Yuan remembered correctly, this copy was a special copy and was unique. In other words, after a player completes the level, this copy will disappear completely. I have to say that Li Bingu's luck was quite good. He actually found the entrance to the Green Dragon's Lair so early. However, the Green Dragon's Lair is not something that ordinary lords can challenge. Lin Yuan remembered that as long as he passed the Green Dragon's Lair, he would be able to obtain the Green Dragon's treasure. However, the treasure is guarded by 20 level 9 Green Dragons. In the early stages of the game, 9th Order troops can almost be said to be a world-destroying existence. Previously, when Lin Yuan challenged the Hell-level Death Gold Mine, a mere 9th Order Bone Dragon made him give up the idea of clearing the dungeon. It is conceivable how powerful the 9th level troops are. However, Lin Yuan is now completely different from before. So, the Green Dragon's Lair, he wanted to try to challenge it. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately said, okay, when are you going to challenge the Green Dragon's Lair? The day after tomorrow. Li Bingu said, the day after tomorrow will be a new week, and we can recruit another batch of troops. This way, our chances of winning the dungeon will be better. Lin Yuan nodded, okay, then the day after tomorrow. In his opinion, Li Bingu is simply ignorant and fearless. Even the low-level soldiers recruited in the early stages of the game might not be enough to fill the gaps between the Green Dragons. However, Lin Yuan didn't say much. Li Bingu now is just a young phoenix that has not yet grown up. It's a good thing to go through some hardships. If you want to pass the Green Dragon's Lair, you can only rely on your own strength. 2 days later. At the agreed time, Lin Yuan brought his troops to the designated coordinates. When Lin Yuan arrived, he found that Li Bingu had already been waiting here. Boss, here. After seeing Lin Yuan, Li Bingu immediately waved at him. Li Bingu was at least 1.7 meters tall, and the thin leather armor showed off her curvy figure to the fullest. Coupled with the pair of long legs under the leather armor and that beautiful face, she is absolutely the perfect queen. Next to Li Bingu stood a man and a woman. The man had regular features, a thin body, fair skin, and looked quite gentle. The girl is petite with a pair of big, twinkling eyes, and looks very cute. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Lin Yuan smiled, looked at Li Bingu, and asked, who are these two? Chen Bei, Lin Meng Meng. Li Bingu said, they are all my friends, so I invited them to join me in the dungeon. Obviously, Li Bingu is a very cautious person. She was worried that it would be too difficult to find the Green Dragon's Lair, so she asked 2 more people to come over. Good. Lin Yuan nodded and said, however, it is better to make some things clear in advance. If possible, I hope that the gains from this dungeon will be distributed according to individual contributions. To be honest, Lin Yuan didn't mind if there were more people to share the rewards. But he is determined to get the final green dragon treasure. After Lin Yuan said this, Chen Bei immediately replied with a smile, "Of course there is no problem. Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly. It will be more fair to distribute it according to individual contribution." Lin Mengmeng on the side also expressed her opinion, "I have no objection." From this point of view, Li Bingchu's two friends are actually reasonable people. However, if they can't even accept this condition, then there is no need for me to team up with them. After all, Lin Yuan came here to do a dungeon, not to do charity. Soon, Li Bingchu sent team formation applications to the three of them one after another. After joining the team, Lin Yuan immediately heard Chen Bei's exclamation in his ears. "You are the great god Lin Yuan." Chen Bei's eyes widened, his eyes full of shock. Lin Yuan glanced at him and asked, "Why? Didn't Li Bingchu tell you?" "No." Chen Bei scratched his head, "She just told me that she wanted to team up with me to do a dungeon. How could I have thought that she could even invite a great player like you? Great God, are you deceived by her beauty? Let me tell you, don't be fooled by this woman's appearance. She actually has a very bad personality. She is a total beauty snake." Li Bingchu, who was standing by, was so angry that he almost laughed, and slapped Chen Bei on the back of the head. "Chen Bei, be quiet and stop talking nonsense, or I'll cut off your tongue." Chen Bei wailed and immediately hid aside, covering the back of his head. "See, Boss Lin Yuan, this is the true face of this girl. If you marry her, be careful that she will abuse you every day." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Don't think too much. Li Bingchu and I have only known each other for a short time. Besides, technically speaking, I should be considered her boss." "Boss?" A hint of doubt flashed across Chen Bei's eyes. Li Bingchu explained, "To put it simply, Lin Yuan hired me to work for him and paid me 1 million gold coins every month." After hearing this, Chen Bei's eyes widened instantly. "How much?" 1 million gold coins. And it's 1 million per month. Chen Bei immediately looked at Lin Yuan, rubbing his hands excitedly. "Boss, do you still need a pendant? I'm also very capable. What Li Bingchu can do, I can do too. Although my figure is not as good as Li Bingchu's, I am obedient. And I'm cheaper, only 500,000 a month." Lin Yuan was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This guy, why is he still inward-looking? Even Lin Mengmeng couldn't help but kick Chen Bei. "Okay, stop embarrassing yourself, hurry up and get to the next dungeon." Chen Bei glanced at her and said, "What do you know? I'm just communicating with the boss." "Okay, if you are ready, I will start the dungeon now." Li Bingchu took a step forward and directly chose to lead the entire team into the Green Dragon's lair. Copy. The next second, the scene in front of everyone changed immediately. Before they knew it, they were already in a dense forest. It is worth mentioning that the trees here are not only lush and leafy, but most of them are over 10 meters tall. They are at least ancient trees that have grown for hundreds of years. After entering the dungeon, everyone summoned their heroes and their troops. Even Chen Bei, who was laughing just now, became serious. After Altria and Kalen appeared beside Lin Yuan, everyone present couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Even Chen Bei couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Because the aura of these two heroes is so powerful. Moreover, these two female heroes are both extremely beautiful. One is heroic, noble, and elegant. One with a hot body, arrogant and cold. I guess few men can resist the charm that these two women exude. Li Bingchu asked softly, "Your two heroes should be of high rank, right?" Lin Yuan nodded and admitted without hesitation, "They are both S-level heroes." After hearing Lin Yuan's answer, the three of them couldn't help but gasp again. S-class hero. And there are two of them. Is there any justice in this? Moreover, Lin Yuan not only has two S-level heroes, but the number of troops under his command is also far beyond their expectations. The military strength of Lin Yuan alone exceeds the combined strength of the three of them. Moreover, in addition to this, there are many types of troops in Lin Yuan's army that they have never even seen before. You know, the three of them are already among the more powerful lords. At the very least, it can be ranked in the top 10% in China. However, compared with Lin Yuan, they are simply garbage among garbage. The heroes of these three are all A-level heroes. Li Bingu's race is human, and her hero is the A-level rose swordsman, Kylan. In the early stages of the game, she is considered a very powerful human female hero. Lin Mingming's race is the elf, and her hero is the A-level elf priestess, Amy, who is more of a support-type hero. The only person who was somewhat beyond Lin Yuan's expectations was Chen Bei. This guy looks gentle, but he chose the orcs, an extremely violent race. The hero under his command is the bull tyrant, Quangshan, a minotaur with a burly figure, explosive muscles, and a huge axe in his hand. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled that in his previous life, there seemed to be an orc lord in the Thorny Rose, founded by Li Bingu. There is a reason why Lin Yuan had this impression. It is precisely because all the high-level leaders of Thorny Rose are female lords, with the exception of the orc lord. Moreover, it is said that the guy is extremely powerful and is given the name Beast Tyrant. The orc army under his command is extremely violent, and no matter who they fight against, they can win with a crushing force. Now it seems that the orc lord that he heard about in his previous life should be Chen Bei in front of him. It seems that this guy Chen Bei still has a lot of potential. If necessary, you can make an appropriate investment and bring it under your control. However, judging from his current personality, Lin Yuan still found it difficult to associate him with the infamous orc tyrant in his previous life. Be careful, this instance is not as simple as you think. Before starting to explore the copy, Lin Yuan gave a special reminder. Clear. Everyone nodded immediately. Since Lin Yuan said so, there is definitely nothing wrong with being more careful. At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the jungle in front of him. After hearing the strange noise in their ears, everyone instantly became alert. Then, pairs of dark golden eyes lit up in the depths of the jungle. These dark gold eyes were filled with ferocity and brutality, and it was obvious that they had ill intentions. Cry. Accompanied by a sharp scream, dozens of black shadows rushed out from the jungle. After taking a quick glance, Lin Yuan instantly identified the types of monsters in front of him. It's a green-scaled dragon lizard. Green-scaled dragon lizard, a 6th-level troop. Those whose names are related to dragons are at least level 6 or above. The green-scaled dragon lizard in front of you is just like this. Throughout history, dragons have also mated with other creatures, resulting in the birth of some hybrids with impure bloodlines. Although these hybrids do not have pure dragon blood, their strength should not be underestimated. These green-scaled dragon lizards in front of us are the product of hybridization between the Green Dragon clan and the Monitor Lizard clan. Soon, these green-scaled dragon lizards, which were covered with green scales and as big as Tibetan mastiffs, began to fight with their troops. Not long after, Chen Bei's face began to look a little ugly. Are these lizards too fierce? My 4th-level orc berserker was killed by just 2 bites. Lin Yuan said in a deep voice, these green-scaled dragon lizards are 6th-level soldiers. It is normal for them to have a higher attack power. 6th-level troops. The corner of Chen Bei's mouth twitched fiercely, no wonder he's so fierce. But, this dungeon is too difficult, isn't it? I just came in and I encountered a 6th-level soldier. How difficult will it be later? Naturally, the difficulty of the copy increases as you progress further into the later stages. Now Chen Bei even began to doubt whether they could pass the level. At this moment, Lin Yuan's voice rang in their ears again. Each of you will be responsible for 20 green-scaled dragon lizards. Just hold them off and try to reduce casualties as much as possible. Leave the rest to me. After hearing this, the 3 of them were slightly stunned. There are at least 120 or 30 green-scaled dragon lizards in front of us. Lin Yuan directly asked for half of it. However, no one would doubt Lin Yuan's decision. Because he does have such ability. Soon, nearly 2,000 heavily armored skeleton warriors immediately surrounded the green-scaled dragon lizard in front of them. Although the heavy armored skeleton warriors are only a 3rd-tier type of soldiers, they have an absolute advantage in numbers. What's more, they are not the main output. The role of these heavily armored skeleton warriors is simply to stand at the front and absorb the damage from the green-scaled dragon lizards. The one who is truly responsible for output is the flame mage standing in the back row. Soon, these flame mages began to chant spells. Balls of exploding fire immediately condensed into shape and rushed towards the direction of the green-scaled dragon lizard. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by bursts of loud roars, a series of blood-red damage values suddenly emerged above the heads of this group of green-scaled dragon lizards. As a hidden type of soldier, the Flame Mage is completely comparable to the 6th-level soldiers in terms of basic attributes. It is precisely because of this that the damage caused by the exploding fireball to the green-scaled dragon lizard is so shocking. One exploding fireball can take away nearly 1/3 of a green-scaled dragon lizard's health. After seeing the damage done by the Flame Mage, everyone was shocked. Lin Mengmeng said blankly, "The human race's military forces, are they so powerful? Isn't the damage of this mage too high?" Chen Bei couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "If I had known that the human race was so powerful, I would have chosen the human race." Li Bingu on the side shook his head. "No, that's not right, the basic mage army is not like this at all. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a hidden unit." "Hidden arms?" Chen Bei exclaimed, his eyes full of envy. "You know, hidden soldiers are even rarer than high-level heroes. It is no wonder that these mages in scarlet robes can have such amazing damage." "Okay, stop standing there," Lin Mengmeng said. "Lin Yuan is very strong, we can't hold him back." After saying this, she immediately gave an order, asking the elf priest to bless all the troops. The dark green light immediately enveloped everyone. Blessings from the forest goddess. All troops bathed in the light of the forest gain attack speed plus 10%, movement speed plus 10%, damage immunity plus 10%. With the help of buff, the troops under their command become braver and braver. Under the fierce bombardment of the Flame Mage, the green-scaled dragon lizards died one after another. However, the green-scaled dragon lizard's counterattack was also very fierce. Unfortunately, these green-scaled dragon lizards were surrounded by heavily armored skeleton warriors and could not reach the Flame Mages in the back row at all. They could only vent their anger on the skeleton warriors in the front row. Although the heavily armored skeleton warriors suffered heavy casualties, for Lin Yuan, these cannon fodder soldiers were meant to be sacrificed. Even if they all die, they can be summoned again, so there is no need to feel sorry at all. This battle lasted for a full 15 minutes. A total of more than 100 units of green-scaled dragon lizards were completely wiped out by them. However, their casualties were not few. Among them, the one who suffered the heaviest casualties was Lin Yuan, who lost more than 500 heavily armored skeleton warriors. "Boss, are you okay? You lost so many troops, is it a big deal?" Chen Bei looked at the bones scattered all over the ground, and a hint of heartache flashed across his eyes. Even though these heavily armored skeleton warriors are only third-tier soldiers, anyone would feel the pain after seeing so many of them killed in battle. However, Lin Yuan remained calm and said calmly, "It's okay. If you really want to help me, then help me move all the bodies of the green-scaled dragon lizards together." Ah. Chen Bei was slightly stunned, obviously not knowing why Lin Yuan did this. Fortunately, he was a smart man and didn't ask too many questions. Since Lin Yuan asked him to do it, he just did it. Soon, the corpses of the green-scaled dragon lizards piled up into a small hill in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately activated the ability of Skull of the Skeleton King. The next second, a dark magic circle appeared, like a black hole, swallowing all the bodies of the green-scaled dragon lizards. Then, one after another, low-level skeleton soldiers walked out of the dark magic circle. Looking at the scene before them, everyone couldn't help but reveal a hint of shock in their eyes. They obviously didn't expect that the skeleton soldiers under Lin Yuan's command came from this way. No wonder he didn't care at all about the deaths of those skeleton warriors. However, these skeleton soldiers in front of him looked like just the most rubbish first-level skeleton soldiers. There are still big differences between it and the heavily armored skeleton warrior. But soon, Lin Yuan began to use the treasure in his hand to synthesize the skeleton soldiers in front of him. 2 skeleton soldiers merge into 1 skeleton warrior. 2 skeleton warriors merge into 1 heavy skeleton warrior. Just like that, the skeleton soldiers summoned through the corpse of the green-scaled dragon lizard were directly transformed into 400 heavily armored skeleton warriors. In other words, in the battle just now, Lin Yuan only lost more than 100 heavily armored skeleton warriors. This battle damage is completely acceptable. Chen Bei couldn't help but sigh, this treasure is too powerful. With this treasure in hand, there is no need to worry about lack of soldiers. Lin Mengmeng smiled and said, no matter how powerful a treasure is, it still depends on the user. If it were in your hands, it would be a waste of precious gems. It would be good enough if it could transform into a few lame little skeletons. Tisk, please don't look down on me. Chen Bei responded bluntly, once my orc army develops, I will definitely kill anyone who stands in my way. As for your elves, they are only good enough to heal me. Lulyalu, who wants to give you blood? Lin Mengmeng made a face and laughed, the orcs are so ugly that even dogs won't play with them. What about the Orc Legion? Be careful that you won't even be able to find a girlfriend in the future, you straight bastard. I have to say that these two people are really a pair of enemies. They started quarreling for no reason. However, it was not difficult for Lin Yuan to see that the relationship between the two should be quite good. Otherwise, I wouldn't joke like that. After incorporating the transformed heavily armored skeleton warriors into the army, Lin Yuan continued to move forward with a few people. Next, they were attacked by 3 waves of green-scaled dragon lizards. Moreover, the number of green-scaled dragon lizards in each wave is over 100. Obviously, this copy called Green Dragon's Lair is not something that the Lord at this stage can challenge. The reason why they were able to get here was entirely due to Lin Yuan's personal strength. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, they wouldn't have been able to come here even if all their soldiers were dead. However, in the following rounds of battles, Lin Yuan also took the casualties into consideration, so he chose to let Altria and Kalin join the battle. With the strength of these two S-level heroes, it is no problem for them to fight 10 enemies at once against a mere 6th-level army. Therefore, after the two of them joined the battle, Lin Yuan's casualties quickly turned from negative to positive. The number of heavily armored skeleton warriors transformed from the corpses of green-scaled dragon lizards is even greater than that of those who died in battle. But for Li Bingu, Chen Bei, and others, it was not without any gain. A large amount of materials can be peeled off from the body of the green-scaled dragon lizard, such as the dragon lizard's eyes, dragon lizard's blood, dragon lizard's fangs. These are all extremely precious alchemical materials. If it is put on the auction house, it will definitely sell for a good price. In addition to these, the most precious thing is the scales of the dragon lizard. If Lin Yuan remembered correctly, if he could collect enough dragon lizard scales, he could even find a blacksmith to create a platinum-level strategic treasure, the dragon lizard armor. Although for Lin Yuan, a platinum-level strategic treasure is no longer considered a good thing. But for Li Bingu and the others, it was definitely a good thing. After all, they don't even have a complete set of gold-level strategic treasures yet. If nothing unexpected happens, the next step should be the final battle. Lin Yuan looked around and said calmly, everyone, get ready, because this decisive battle may be much more difficult than you think. Because the last checkpoint is guarded by 29th-level green dragons. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but reveal a look of horror in their eyes. 9th-rank green dragon. 20 of them. Are you kidding me? Chen Bei said in disbelief, this copy is too abnormal, it seems that they don't want us to pass it. Lin Mengmeng asked curiously, then how did you know? If I remember correctly, this is your first time in this instance, just like us, right? Lin Yuan smiled and said calmly, this is indeed my first time in this dungeon. However, before entering the game, I obtained a lot of internal game information through some special channels. Otherwise, how do you think I could be so far ahead of you right from the start? I have to say that Lin Yuan's explanation is quite reasonable. At least, Lin Mengmeng chose to believe. Chen Bei even hugged Lin Yuan's thighs and said, as expected of you, you are the boss of Lin Yuan. You can even get the internal information of the game. You are so awesome. From now on, if the boss tells me to go east, I will never go west. If the boss tells me to beat a dog, I will never scold a chicken. Even if the big guy tells me to eat shit, I'll just ask if it's dry or watery. Chen Bei's face was full of determination, and it was obvious that he was ready to be a dog licker to the end. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. To be honest, it was hard for him to imagine that this guy would be the future orc tyrant, the second in command of the Thorny Rose Guild. However, although this guy's personality is a bit weird, it is still necessary to win him over. Although Lin Yuan has no interest in forming a power, the future situation is destined not to be changed by his own strength. Among these three people, only Li Bingu did not speak. She looked at Lin Yuan quietly, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly. Before, Lin Yuan told her that he was a reborn person, but she didn't believe it. But now, she began to waver. Although the explanation of getting the game information in advance was reasonable, Li Bingu felt that it was an excuse made up by Lin Yuan. This guy, could he really be reborn? Just as Li Bingu was thinking about this, the final level of Green Dragon's Lair arrived. What appeared before them were dozens of giant trees that towered into the sky. The crowns of these giant trees, with lush branches and leaves, covered each other, and actually formed a sea of trees directly above the sky. Among the trees, you can vaguely see the figure of a green dragon. Obviously, Lin Yuan did not lie to them. Above this sea of trees, there lived 20 legendary creatures, dragons. Soon, a huge green dragon head stretched out from the sea of trees above. The dark golden dragon eyes quickly locked onto them. Immediately afterwards, the green dragon raised its head and let out a dragon roar from its mouth. It was obvious that this green dragon had already regarded them as invaders. After hearing the dragon's roar, Chen Bei was so scared that he took a step back. It's my first time seeing such a high-level monster. I'm a little excited. After coming to his senses, Chen Bei smiled awkwardly and explained sheepishly. Lin Mengmeng mercilessly exposed him. If you are scared, just say it directly. No one will laugh at you. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. There are a total of 29th level green dragons. Can each of you hold back 3? It should be fine. Li Bingu nodded. Then what are you going to do? Lin Yuan said in a deep voice, I'll take care of the rest. If we want to defeat these green dragons, we must defeat them one by one. You know, whether it is Li Bingu, Chen Bei, or Lin Mengmeng, the troops under their command are only at the 4th level at most. With a level difference of 5 levels, low-level troops can hardly cause much damage to the green dragon. However, these green dragons can easily slaughter the troops under their command. As for the only way for them to hold back the green dragon, it is to use their lives to attract the green dragon's attention as much as possible. Then be careful. Li Bingu whispered, if it doesn't work, just exit the dungeon. Even if we suffer some punishment and lose some resources, it is better than being completely wiped out. Lin Yuan nodded and said calmly, don't worry, I know what's going on. Lin Mengmeng, have your hero buff everyone. Clear. Lin Mengmeng responded and immediately ordered the elf priest to release his skills. The blessing of the forest is once again bestowed upon everyone. Then, the elf archers under her command shot a round of arrows at the green dragon above the sea of trees. -156. -78. -121. Due to the level suppression, the 3rd level elf archer could not cause much damage to the green dragon. After a round of arrow rain, the green dragon only lost a little blood. However, Lin Mengmeng's goal was not to kill the green dragon, but just to lure it away. After being attracted by the hatred, the green dragon swooped directly towards Lin Mengmeng. Then, the green dragon opened its huge mouth, and a wind bomb condensed in its mouth, blasting towards the direction of the elf archer. Boom. The attack power of this green dragon is far greater than imagined. Just this one wind bomb blew the 4 elf archers into pieces. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lin Mengmeng's expression changed involuntarily. If the situation continues like this, the troops under her command may not be able to hold out for long. We must hurry up. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and immediately ordered the flame mage behind him to attack the other green dragon. After he gave the order, a series of exploding fireballs suddenly hit the body of the green dragon. -345. -296. -256. However, the damage caused by the flame mage to the green dragon made Lin Yuan frown. You know, even a 3rd level elf archer can cause more than 100 points of damage. As a hidden unit, the damage of the flame mage should be much lower than that. However, Lin Yuan reacted quickly. If he guessed correctly, the green dragon in front of him should have the characteristic of magic immunity. Under this circumstance, all magic attacks on it will have their damage weakened by 70%. Damn it, forgot to consider that. Lin Yuan cursed inwardly, but still did not give up the attack. Soon, the green dragons living in the sea of trees were lured out one by one. Li Bingu, Chen Bei, and Lin Mengmeng all followed Lin Yuan's instructions and led away 3 green dragons each. However, even so, Lin Yuan was still under great pressure. After all, he had to fight against 11 9th-level green dragons alone. The attributes of each green dragon are at least equivalent to those of a level 30 gold-level boss. In other words, Lin Yuan was fighting against 11 gold-level bosses at the same time. Fortunately, Lin Yuan quickly figured out the attack methods of these green dragons. There are 2 types of green dragons' attack methods. Dragon Claw Tears, this is a single target attack. Roaring Wind Bomb, this is a group attack. Every wind bomb spewed out from the green dragon's mouth can instantly take away a group of heavily armored skeleton warriors. Under such circumstances, the troops under Lin Yuan's command were rapidly decreasing. If it were anyone else, they would have probably become extremely impatient. However, Lin Yuan remained calm. If he doesn't come up with a plan to break the impasse, he might not be able to annihilate all the green dragons, and his troops would be killed or wounded. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan quickly came up with a solution. He immediately took out the skull of the Skeleton King, and directly fused it with the heavily armored skeleton warrior on the battlefield. Within just a few seconds, all the heavily armored skeleton warriors were forcibly transformed by Lin Yuan into 4th-level skeleton knights. More than 2,000 heavily armored skeleton warriors were directly transformed into more than 1,000 skeleton knights. Although their numbers have been reduced by half, the skeleton knights have become more maneuverable. Moreover, under such circumstances, the density of Lin Yuan's troops also decreased a lot. This is Lin Yuan's purpose. He just wanted to make the green dragon's group attack ineffective, and at the same time rely on the high mobility of the skeleton knight to deal with these green dragons as much as possible. Soon, Li Bingu, who had been watching from the side, also immediately understood Lin Yuan's intention. Then, she immediately warned, "Let your troops disperse, this will effectively avoid the group damage from the wind bombs and help them hold out longer." At Li Bingu's reminder, Chen Bei and Lin Mengmeng chose to follow suit. Sure enough, after the team dispersed, the power of the green dragon wind bomb was weakened in disguise. On Lin Yuan's side, Altria and Kalen chose to join forces and focus their fire on one target without hesitation. Altria raised the sword in her hand and slashed out, "Holy Light Slash," without hesitation. 3 dazzling sword beams immediately caused massive damage to the green dragon. Kalen was not to be outdone. After chanting the spell, he easily condensed several black magic bullets and instantly blasted them in the direction of the green dragon. Although the basic attributes of the green dragon were equivalent to a level 30 gold-level boss, it was not too stressful for Altria to fight. On the contrary, Kalen was restricted by his magic immunity and found it difficult to deal high damage. However, even so, with the combined output of 2 S-class heroes and a group of ranged soldiers, the health of the green dragon in front of them was still dropping madly. 2 minutes later, accompanied by a shrill wail, the huge green dragon fell directly from midair. At the same time, the system prompt sound rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Kill the 9th-level green dragon, obtain green dragon scale x10, Lord experience plus 19,500, Hero experience plus 19,500. Looking at the shot-down green dragon, a hint of excitement flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Success. Even though this was only the first green dragon he had killed, it was a good start nonetheless. Next, what he had to do was to snipe and kill the remaining green dragons one by one. In fact, not only Lin Yuan was excited, but the other 3 members of the team also felt extremely excited. Because they finally saw the hope of victory. Chivalry. Dawn of War. At this moment, Altria raised the sword in her hand and used 2 skills in succession. In an instant, the troops under Lin Yuan's command received a huge boost. Under such circumstances, the green dragon's health dropped faster. As time went by, green dragons fell from the sky one after another. Although the troops suffered heavy casualties, in the face of the impending victory, these casualties were nothing. However, after the number of green dragons dropped to less than 10, a large number of green-scaled dragon lizards suddenly emerged from the surroundings and besieged them. Faced with this sudden situation, Lin Yuan frowned and made a decision immediately. Ignore these dragon lizards and continue attacking. These green-scaled dragon lizards were obviously here to disrupt their offensive rhythm. If they had shifted their target and given priority to dealing with this group of green-scaled dragon lizards, they would have fallen into a trap. Lin Yuan naturally would not do such a stupid thing. Boom. Another green dragon ran out of blood and fell from the sky. Lin Yuan growled, "Come on, it's almost over." Clear. Everyone's response was extremely firm, because they knew in their hearts that they were only one step away from completing the dungeon. Lin Yuan took a look at the situation on the field. There were over 1,000 skeleton knights, but now there are only over 400 left. Although these skeleton knights are highly maneuverable, they are still unable to withstand the attacks of the green dragon. But in fact, for Lin Yuan, this level of casualties is completely acceptable to him. As long as he can pass the green dragon's lair and get the green dragon's treasure, he will not hesitate even if all these skeleton knights are wiped out. However, judging from the current situation, it is unlikely to reach this point. Finally, the last green dragon also exhausted all its health under the concentrated fire of Lin Yuan's troops. After all the green dragons died, the green-scaled dragon lizards fled in all directions like panicked rats. Finally cleared the level. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, and his tense spirit completely relaxed. Soon, the system prompt sounded. Your team successfully cleared the dungeon, Green Dragon's Lair, and received the following rewards: High-level Lord Experience Book X20, High-level Hero Experience Book X20, High-level Resource Chest X500, Random Platinum Level Strategic Treasure Chest X2. World Announcement: the team led by the Chinese Lord Bingu successfully cleared the Green Dragon's Lair and received the reward, Forbidden Magic Scroll, Green Dragon's Fury. The generous rewards boosted everyone's spirits. 2 platinum-level strategic treasures for each person. The reward for clearing this dungeon is too good. Chen Bei said excitedly, "There are still so many high-level hero experience books, at least enough for my hero to level up 2 or 3 levels. Look at you, you've never seen the world." Lin Mengmeng looked at him with disdain. For a copy this difficult, isn't it normal for the rewards to be generous? Although she said this, the excitement in her heart was no less than Chen Bei's. After all, 2 platinum-level strategic treasures are definitely enough to raise their strength to a higher level. You know, before this, they didn't even have a set of gold-level strategic treasures. Chen Bei said excitedly, "Hurry up and drive. If you find something that is not suitable for you, we can exchange it with each other." "Yes, that's best." Li Bingu chuckled and said, "But we have to let Lin Yuan choose first." "Of course." Chen Bei chuckled, "We were able to pass this instance thanks to boss Lin Yuan." The feeling of hanging out with the big guys can be summed up in one word: awesome. Hearing this, Lin Yuan waved his hands, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Okay, you don't have to be polite to me, just pick your own. Platinum-level treasures are no longer very important to me. I just want the Forbidden Scroll and the Green Dragon treasure that follows." "That's definitely no problem." Chen Bei asked curiously, "But what is the Green Dragon treasure?" Lin Yuan smiled and said calmly, "You will know later." Although he was very curious about the so-called Green Dragon treasure, Chen Bei was more concerned about the strategic treasure box in his hand. It's a pity that his luck is not very good. 2 platinum-level strategic treasures were opened. One was the mage's dusk robe, and the other was the archer's scarlet longbow. After much difficulty, he finally opened 2 platinum-level treasures, but in the end, he couldn't use either of them. This made Chen Bei feel a little autistic. "You're killing me, you idiot." Lin Mengmeng casually threw a black axe to Chen Bei. "Here, take it, it happens to be something you can use." After Chen Bei took the axe and checked the properties of this treasure, his eyes lit up instantly. Platinum-level giant axe, dark cutter. Not only does it have a very high attack power bonus, it also comes with a group attack skill, Dark Harvest. This treasure is absolutely perfect for his orc hero. "Lin Mengmeng, from now on, you are my real mother." After hearing this, Lin Mengmeng couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Stop it. I'm not giving you this axe for free. Exchange it for the dusk robe. I think this equipment is quite suitable for my hero." "No problem." Chen Bei generously gave her the dusk robe. Anyway, this treasure is useless in his hands, so it would be great if he could exchange it for a treasure that suits him. Soon, everyone got the treasure that satisfied them. Although the 2 platinum-level treasures that Lin Yuan opened were not very suitable for his hero, he also exchanged them for a pair of Liuyan boots from Li Bingu, which he just equipped for Altria. Then, Lin Yuan said, "Okay, now that the spoils have been counted, it's time to get the Green Dragon's treasure." "Where is the Green Dragon's treasure?" Chen Bei looked around and asked with a puzzled look on his face. At this moment, Lin Yuan stretched out his hand, pointed to the sea of trees above, and said calmly, "It's right up there." In order to get the Green Dragon treasure, Lin Yuan chose to climb up the ancient tree without hesitation. Li Bingu and the others had no choice but to follow Lin Yuan. "This is too high." After climbing halfway, Chen Bei couldn't help but look down and felt his legs going weak. After all, they are now dozens of meters in the air. If you accidentally fall down, won't you be smashed to pieces? Lin Mengmeng, who was standing by, said with disdain, "You are a grown man, but you are too timid, aren't you? It's just a game. So what if I fall? I can always be resurrected if I die." Li Bingu also chuckled and said, "Yes, look, Lin Mengmeng, a girl, is braver than you." Chen Bei muttered quietly, "Who made this game so realistic? Is it okay for me to be afraid of heights?" In fact, at this time, players who die in the game can indeed be resurrected. The penalty for death is just the deduction of some resources and experience. But a month later, the situation was different. By then, everyone in the real world will be teleported into the game world. At the same time, the rules of death will also change accordingly. Each person has only 3 chances to die. Once the number of times is used up, you will die completely. By that time, no one will be able to take death lightly. Not long after, Lin Yuan and his friends arrived at the top of the sea of trees. Because the branches and leaves are so lush, the layers of branches and leaves look like a flat green land. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Chen Bei suddenly raised his hand, pointed forward, and said in surprise, "There is a treasure chest over there." Everyone looked in the direction of Chen Bei's finger, and indeed, they saw 3 emerald green treasure chests. There is no doubt that this should be the Green Dragon treasure that Lin Yuan mentioned. Then, without any hesitation, they rushed directly towards the direction of the treasure chest. Since the copy had already been completed, they did not encounter any obstacles. "Hurry up and open the treasure chest. I don't know what good things are in this Green Dragon treasure." Before coming to the treasure chest, Chen Bei rubbed his hands excitedly, his face full of anticipation. Although he knew that the things in the treasure chest must belong to Lin Yuan, it was still nice to be able to feast his eyes on them. To be honest, even Lin Yuan was looking forward to it. Because he didn't know what could be found in the Green Dragon's treasure. The person who obtained the Green Dragon treasure in the previous life only announced the location of the treasure chest, but did not announce the contents of the treasure. However, it must be said that the guy was lucky to find the treasure. After all, after completing the dungeon, who would have nothing better to do than wander around in the dungeon? Not to mention climbing such a tall ancient tree. Although no one knew what the Lord in his previous life was thinking, it was his unusual idea that allowed him to obtain the Green Dragon treasure. Fortunately, Lin Yuan has the memories of his previous life, otherwise he might not be able to find this place. After taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan immediately chose to open the treasure chest. Snap. With a slight sound, the treasure chest was successfully opened. You successfully opened the Green Dragon treasure and obtained Green Dragon crystal. You successfully opened the Green Dragon treasure and obtained diamond-level treasure, Green Dragon armor. You successfully opened the Green Dragon treasure and obtained Green Dragon summoning scroll. There are 3 treasure chests, each containing a treasure. Lin Yuan's mind moved, and he immediately began to look through the introductions of these treasures one by one. Green Dragon Crystal Special Item. Introduction: when embedded in armor, it can provide 30% magic immunity. Green Dragon Armor. Quality: Diamond. Attributes: Strength plus 230, Constitution plus 350, Agility plus 170, Defense plus 500, Magic Immunity plus 20%. Additional skill: Green Dragon's Roar. After the skill is activated, the roar of the green dragon will spread in all directions. All enemies who hear the roar will be oppressed by the dragon's might, with all attributes reduced by 10% to 35% and the damage they withstand increased by 20%. The specific weakening value depends on the enemy's strength. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooling time, 120 minutes. Green Dragon Summoning Scroll, Special Item. Introduction. After use, you can summon 10 green dragons and incorporate them into your army. After reading the introduction of the 3 treasures, even Lin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of shock. Because these 3 treasures are all priceless. Green Dragon Armor, needless to say. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the world's first diamond-level strategic treasure. This Green Dragon Armor not only has extremely high basic attributes, but also has ridiculously strong additional attributes. The roar of the Green Dragon can directly suppress enemies in an area. This kind of range suppression skill is the key to changing the situation on the battlefield. As for the Green Dragon Crystal, although it only has the attribute of increasing magic immunity by 30%, this attribute alone has determined the value of this treasure. Moreover, Green Dragon Crystal and Green Dragon Armor can be said to be an extremely perfect match. You know, Green Dragon Armor comes with 20% magic immunity. If you add the Green Dragon Crystal, it will give you a full 50% immunity to magic. Lin Yuan has already experienced the effect of magic immunity on the Green Dragon. Even if hundreds of 5th-tier hidden flaming mages concentrated their fire together, they could not take away too much health from the Green Dragon. If it weren't for the magic immunity feature, it wouldn't have been so difficult for Lin Yuan to pass the level. As for the value of the last Green Dragon Summoning Scroll, there is no need to say more. After all, this scroll can summon 10 9th-level green dragons. Although their numbers are smaller, the 9th Order troops are undoubtedly powerful. This also allowed Lin Yuan, who had suffered heavy casualties, to receive a wave of reinforcements. As soon as Lin Yuan finished checking these treasures, Chen Bei's voice rang out impatiently. "Boss, what good stuff did you find? Show it to us so we can feast our eyes on it." Lin Yuan smiled and did not choose to hide it. He directly showed them the introduction of the 3 treasures. After a few seconds, the 3 people in front of him couldn't help but gasp. A diamond-level strategic treasure. This is too cruel. Chen Bei's face was full of envy. It would be a lie to say I'm not jealous. However, no matter how envious he was, he still knew what he was doing. No matter how good the attributes of this treasure are, it belongs to Lin Yuan. They are all good things indeed. Li Bingu said, if this Green Dragon Crystal is embedded in this Green Dragon Armor, the 50% magic immunity will be a nightmare for the mage hero. It has to be said that Li Bingu had good vision and he immediately saw the true power of this strategic treasure. Lin Yuan said, well, that's what I think. I'm going to put this armor on Altria. In this way, she is truly the nemesis of mages. Before this, Altria's strength was almost the same as Kaylin's. After all, although Kaylin is a fragile mage, her methods of summoning dark elves and absorbing life are still very powerful. It would not be easy for Altria to force her way in front of her. However, after equipping the Green Dragon Armor, the situation is different. With 50% magic immunity, Kaylin is like a lamb in front of Altria. No, to be more precise, all mage heroes will become lambs to be slaughtered in front of Altria. Since the Green Dragon's treasure has been obtained, there is no need for everyone to stay in the copy any longer. As the team leader, Li Bingu immediately led the team out of the dungeon. After they successfully passed the level, the entrance to the Green Dragon's lair also disappeared. After all, this is a unique copy. Once someone completes the game, the copy will naturally disappear. What are your plans next? Lin Yuan looked around and asked. Lin Mengmeng hesitated for a moment and said, me. I should go back and recuperate for a while. After all, a lot of soldiers died this time, so it will take some time to replenish the troops. Yeah, me too. Li Bingu nodded and said, by the way, I'll use this time to find a few dungeon hunters for you. I have to say that Li Bingu's ability to do things is still online. Lin Yuan only mentioned it to her at the beginning, but she has kept it in mind ever since. Chen Bei, who was standing by, came over and asked curiously, Dungeon Hunter, what is this? Li Bingu did not answer immediately, but instead turned an inquiring look to Lin Yuan. Of course he knew that Li Bingu was asking for his opinion. However, this is not a secret and there is nothing that cannot be said. Go ahead, it's okay. After getting Lin Yuan's consent, Li Bingu immediately explained the concept of dungeon hunter to Chen Bei. Looking for a dungeon to get the first pass reward. All of a sudden, Chen Bei's eyes lit up. Boss, I'm good at this. How about I be your dungeon hunter? After hearing this, Lin Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you a dungeon hunter? This is really hard work. If you find a copy, the prize money might be only tens of thousands of dollars. Besides, if you waste too much time searching for copies, it will delay your own development. It will not be worth it for you. Although Lin Yuan wanted to win over Chen Bei, he didn't want to do it in this way. If this guy really became a dungeon hunter, perhaps Chen Bei's development trajectory would be completely changed, and he might not be able to become the famous orc tyrant in the future. After hearing Lin Yuan's suggestion, Chen Bei nodded thoughtfully. You are right, I can't waste my time on this. Then, he changed the subject. But, when you go through the dungeon for the first time, can you take me with you? The two of us, GAGA, kill indiscriminately. The big guy will be in charge of killing indiscriminately, and I will be in charge of GAGA. This guy is really a funny guy. However, since Chen Bei has taken the initiative, Lin Yuan is embarrassed not to respond. Since he will have to be won over sooner or later anyway, he might as well take this opportunity to extend an olive branch to Chen Bei and bring him into his team. After making the decision, Lin Yuan immediately said, Chen Bei, Lin Mengmeng, if you still plan to follow Li Bingu in the future, then I can consider giving you a chance to join my team. After hearing this, Chen Bei and Lin Mengmeng were both slightly stunned. Because they didn't expect that Lin Yuan's invitation would come so suddenly. After all, this was just their first time teaming up to do a dungeon. Being able to go to the dungeon with a big shot of Lin Yuan's level is already a blessing from Li Bingu. Now that the big boss has taken the initiative to invite them, the two feel flattered. In fact, what Lin Yuan really values is Chen Bei's potential. As for Lin Mengmeng, she was just invited along the way. To be honest, in Lin Yuan's memory of his previous life, he didn't have much impression of this girl named Lin Mengmeng. After realizing what was happening, Chen Bei immediately shouted excitedly, I'll join, of course I'll join. Lin Mengmeng quickly responded, I'll join too. Good. Lin Yuan nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. To be honest, this result did not surprise him. Then, Chen Bei said excitedly, Boss, how many people are there in our team now? Besides you, there should be many other big guys, right? In Chen Bei's opinion, a big shot like Lin Yuan's level should be in charge of a large force. However, Lin Yuan glanced at him and counted on his fingers. Originally, there were only me and Li Bingu. Now, including you and Lin Mengmeng, there are 4 people in total. Oh, there is also one of my butlers, but he probably hasn't entered the game yet. Is this true or false? So I can be considered a veteran. However, even so, Chen Bei did not regret it at all. After all, he had seen Lin Yuan's strength. If you follow a big boss like this, it will be impossible for you to go too bad. Since you have all decided to join, I should give you a welcome gift. After saying this, Lin Yuan took out 2 things from his backpack and handed them to Chen Bei and Lin Mengmeng respectively. He is never stingy towards his own people. The gift given to Lin Mengmeng was a platinum-grade wizard scepter named Pure White Dream, which was just right for the elven wizard to use. What was given to Chen Bei was naturally the token he had obtained earlier. Thank you, boss. Lin Mengmeng was very polite. After taking the treasure, she immediately thanked Lin Yuan. Chen Bei immediately checked the introduction of the token in his hand. After a few seconds, Chen Bei couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed, Is this a recruitment order for S-class heroes? As soon as he said this, he immediately attracted the attention of Lin Mengmeng and Li Bingu. They obviously didn't expect that Lin Yuan would be so generous. Even the recruitment orders for S-class heroes were given away casually. Lin Yuan explained calmly, This is what I got when I first passed the Hell level, orc camp. It can recruit an S-level heroic orc leader. To be honest, this hero's potential is only average among S-class heroes, and he's not really suitable for me. But it suits you very well, so I'll treat it as a meeting gift for you. For a moment, endless joy almost overwhelmed Qinbei's mind. After all, he knew the value of an S-class hero only too well. If it were put out there, it could be sold for at least tens of millions. Even so, there is still no demand for it. Not to mention, the S-level hero Lin Yuan gave him was exactly suitable for the race he chose. At this moment, there was only one thought left in his mind. That was the boss Lin Yuan. He was indeed following the right person. From now on, even if Lin Yuan asked him to go through fire and water, he would definitely do it. Boss, I won't say anything polite. Qinbei said solemnly, from now on, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Lin Yuan did not doubt Qinbei's character. Although an S-class hero is priceless, if he can use this orc leader's recruitment order to exchange for Qinbei's loyalty, it will still be a great deal for Lin Yuan. After all, the thing he has the most is money. At this moment, Qinbei seemed to suddenly remember something. He took out a roll of parchment from his backpack and handed it to Lin Yuan. What's this? Lin Yuan took the parchment and found that there seemed to be a map drawn on it. I don't know either. It looks like a treasure map. Qinbei explained, I got this parchment from a goblin merchant. When I was leading my hero to kill monsters, I happened to meet the goblin merchant. I was quite interested in this kind of outdoor NPC, thinking that I might receive a hidden quest or something, so I approached it and started a conversation with it. However, this goblin merchant was very greedy. He said he wanted to trade with me, but after I traded with him several times and spent a lot of silver coins, all he gave me were some junk treasures. I was so angry that I asked my orcs to beat it up. I didn't expect that this goblin merchant was such a pushover. After being beaten half to death, he immediately begged for mercy from me, and even wanted to use the sheepskin map to exchange for his life. However, I still don't know what this sheepskin map is used for. It just looks like a treasure map. At this point, Qinbei scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Boss, you are so generous to me, so I can't be stingy, right? I don't have anything valuable on me, but this sheepskin map might be of some value. I'll just give it to you as a gift. I have to say that Qinbei is quite loyal. Even though he didn't have anything good on him, he still took out the sheepskin map that he had obtained by chance. But after listening to Qinbei's explanation, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Because, in his previous life, he seemed to have heard of this hidden plot about the goblin merchant. If he remembered correctly, the lord in his previous life had the same experience as Qinbei. He also met the goblin merchant in a forest and was cheated out of a lot of silver coins. In the end, he became so angry that he was ready to kill the latter. However, the only difference was that what the lord got from the goblin merchant was not a sheepskin map, but a top-grade platinum treasure. Lin Yuan tried hard to recall and soon recalled the general course of events. If he remembered correctly, the lord who met the goblin merchant beat the latter half to death after being cheated out of a lot of silver coins. Then, the goblin merchant took out the sheepskin map and begged for mercy, but the lord still thought that this guy was fooling him and did not choose to stop. In order to survive, the goblin merchant finally took out a platinum-level treasure, which made the lord let it go. In the early stages of the game, platinum-level treasures are absolutely extremely rare. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for the lord. However, the further he went on, the more he regretted it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the sheepskin map was the real good thing in the hands of the goblin merchant. It's a pity that some opportunities are missed once they are missed. Even if he returned to the forest again, he could not find any trace of the goblin merchant. After recalling the whole incident, Lin Yuan's gaze towards the sheepskin map in his hand had changed. It seems that my rebirth has indeed triggered a butterfly effect and changed a lot of things. The opportunity that originally belonged to someone else has now been obtained by Qinbei and has come into his own hands. I don't know what level of treasure I can find by following the marks on this sheepskin map. Thank you for your kindness. Lin Yuan didn't bother to be polite with Qinbei and directly put the sheepskin map away. Afterwards, they said goodbye to each other and returned to their respective territories. After the City Lord's Mansion reached level 5, the time required to upgrade each building began to take longer. It is natural and reasonable that the more advanced the building, the longer it takes to build. At this rate of progress, it would take at least a dozen days to develop a sixth-order army. However, for Lin Yuan, he can still wait for this period of time. More haste, less speed. He has been developing at a high speed for so long, it is time for him to calm down for a while. What's more, with the Flame Mage as a hidden troop, even if a 6th-level troop is released, it will not be a big improvement for Lin Yuan. 7 days later. With the arrival of a new week, the troops available for recruitment in each camp are also refreshed. Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and directly recruited all the soldiers he could, even the first-level militia. Anyway, he has enough resources, so it would be a waste not to recruit. Even if the resources are used up, the worst that can happen is that we have to spend money to collect some. During this week, Lin Yuan only did 3 things: going to dungeons, killing wild monsters, and building territory. Altria's hero level has been raised to level 33. Even Kaelin's hero level slowly caught up and reached level 30. However, Lin Yuan took them to kill monsters in the wild not just for the purpose of leveling up. Another big part of the purpose is to expand one's own troops. After all, since the last battle in the Green Dragon's lair, there were only a few skeleton army left under Lin Yuan's command. Fortunately, after 7 days of hard work, Lin Yuan once again transformed 1,000 units of heavy-armored skeleton knights. Although 1,000 units may not sound like a lot, the heavy skeleton knights are a 5th-tier unit. In other words, at least 16,000 first-level skeleton soldiers are needed to transform into 1,000 heavily armored skeleton knights. This type of soldier not only possesses the high mobility of the skeleton knight, but also has extremely high defense and very strong combat effectiveness. Now, the troops under Lin Yuan's command have become powerful to a certain extent. 10 9th-level green dragons, 200 5th-level flame mages, and 1,000 heavily armored skeleton knights. These are Lin Yuan's main forces. In addition to these troops, Lin Yuan's team also includes a number of spearmen, archers, knights, dark elf swordsmen, dark elf archers, and dark elf assassins. In fact, these small fry troops alone are enough to defeat many ordinary lords. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Lin Yuan's communication rang again. After answering the call, Li Bingu's voice soon came from the other end of the line. "Boss, are you interested in the wild boss?" These days, Li Bingu has not been idle. He has spent a lot of time and effort to form a dungeon hunter team for Lin Yuan. This team has a total of 5 members, all of whom have been carefully selected by Li Bingu. Not only do these 5 team members have extremely rich gaming experience, but their heroes are all reconnaissance types. The salary package that Lin Yuan offered them was a base salary of 20,000 yuan per month, plus additional bonuses and commissions. A bonus of 50,000 will be given for every copy found that has not been opened up by anyone. This kind of treatment can be considered quite generous. Lin Yuan originally thought that Li Bingu came to find him because he had discovered a new copy that had not been opened. Unexpectedly, I discovered a wild boss. You know, in Age of Lords, wild bosses are also extremely rare. The rewards dropped by killing wild boss are no worse than those for the first clear of the dungeon. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately asked, "What level of wild boss?" "If the level is too low, forget it. I'm not interested. It's such a low-level boss, I'm sure I can handle it myself, why would I come looking for you?" Li Bingu said, "It's a level 40 platinum boss, the Bone Spirit Mage Gulta, located deep in the skeleton forest. The coordinates are. If you want to come over, I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the skeleton forest." After hearing the coordinates reported by Li Bingu, Lin Yuan took a look at the map and found that the skeleton forest was not far away from him. It would only take him about an hour and a half to get there. Then, Lin Yuan made a decision immediately. "Okay, then I'll come over now." The rewards dropped by a level 40 platinum boss should not be too bad, and it is worth the trip. Lin Yuan traveled faster than he expected. In just over an hour, he had arrived at the entrance of the Forest of Bones. After seeing Lin Yuan, Li Bingu immediately waved at him. "Boss, here." Lin Yuan walked forward and said directly, "Let's go, take me to find the boss." "Good." Li Bingu nodded, then changed the subject and said, "But, we have to hurry up. I just saw another Lord team entering this Forest of Bones. Looking at their team configuration, they are probably going for the wild boss. Facing Li Bingchu's worries, Lin Yuan seemed unconcerned. Don't worry, no one has been able to snatch the boss from me yet. Afterwards, he asked Li Bingchu to lead the way and prepared to enter the Forest of Bones to look for the trace of the bone Spirit Mage. It has to be said that Li Bingchu had obviously made preparations and was extremely familiar with the terrain of this Forest of Bones. In less than half an hour, Li Bingchu brought Lin Yuan into the depths of the Forest of Bones. As for the monsters encountered on the road, they were naturally easily dealt with by Lin Yuan's troops. Most of the monsters in the skeleton forest are third-level skeleton wolves, and occasionally there are a few fourth-level skeleton bears. Monsters of this level naturally pose no threat to Lin Yuan. There was no need for the two heroes, Altria and Kalen, to take action. 200 flame mages could just fire a round of explosive fireballs and turn all the monsters into bone powder. Arrive. After entering the depths of the Forest of Bones, Li Bingchu quickly stopped, stretched out his hand, and pointed forward. And the direction of her finger was exactly where the bone Spirit Mage was. What appeared in front of Lin Yuan was a tall skeleton. It is worth mentioning that this skeleton not only holds a scepter, but also wears a dark white robe, just like a wizard. In the background story, this bone wizard was so obsessed with studying undead magic that he even transformed himself into a skeleton. After transforming himself into a skeleton, this bone spirit wizard became a complete heretic among wizards and was soon expelled from the Wizards Association. He was even wanted by all major cities for conducting magic experiments on living people. However, even under such circumstances, the bone spirit mage still did not choose to turn back. He went straight into the forest and continued his research. As time went by, most of the monsters in this forest were transformed by him into skeletal creatures. And this originally peaceful forest also became a forest of bones and became a forbidden place in people's eyes. Lin Yuan glanced at the bone spirit mage and said calmly, "Now that we have found the boss, let's get ready to take action. Altria, go and pull that guy over here." Just as Lin Yuan was about to take action, he suddenly heard other people's voices in his ears. "Are you sure the boss is here? He must be nearby. I ran into him while leveling up this morning and notified you as soon as possible." "Okay, well done. If this operation goes well, I'll give you credit when I get back." "Hee hee, thank you, boss. But, that's a level 40 platinum boss. Can we really deal with it?" "There's nothing to worry about. The total number of troops under our command should be around 1,000 or 2,000, right? Even the 4th tier troops should be around 200 or 300. The leader seemed extremely confident in his own strength. "Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will kill this boss. Will the casualties be too great? If they hurt their vitality, they may not recover in a week or two." After hearing this, the leader said impatiently, "Why are you so cautious? If we really find a few platinum-level treasures, do you think the boss will treat us unfairly?" After hearing the voice next to his ear, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown, and then immediately looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a team of 7 or 8 lords walking towards them. It was obvious that the team in front of them was also targeting the bone spirit mage. The group of people that Li Bingchu saw before should be them. After Lin Yuan saw them, this group of people obviously also noticed Lin Yuan. A young man with a crew cut was slightly startled, then whispered, "Boss Wang Hu, it seems someone has gotten ahead of us." The Wang Hu he mentioned was a burly man with a scar on his face. He looked Lin Yuan and Li Bingchu up and down, sneered and said, "So what if they get here first? There are only 2 of them. Can they still deal with this boss?" The young man with a crew cut quickly reacted and lowered his voice, "Then what the boss means is this even a question?" Wang Hu waved his hand and said in a cold voice, "If these 2 really intend to attack the boss, we can just watch from the side. Wait until they consume some of the boss's health before we take over." After hearing this, the crew-haired young man immediately gave a thumbs up, "As expected of you, boss. This is a brilliant idea." Wang Hu crossed his arms over his chest, sneered, and said, "Of course. Since there are some scapegoats willing to take the blame before us, let them take it first." On the other side, Li Bingchu couldn't help but frown when he saw Wang Hu and others who had stopped. "Lin Yuan, they don't seem to want to team up with us. Team up with me. They are not qualified." Lin Yuan said in a cold voice, "Looking at their appearance, they should be thinking of reaping the benefits. Li Bingu looked a little unhappy. What should I do? Do you want me to go over and negotiate with them? Negotiation? There's no need. Lin Yuan said calmly, isn't this simple? If they dare to do anything, I will kill them directly. Lin Yuan's calm tone was filled with a chilling look. Being kind to the enemy means being cruel to yourself. Facing the enemy, Lin Yuan will never be merciful. This is a truth he has already understood in his previous life. After hearing this, Li Bingu's heart trembled. She knew that Lin Yuan was not joking. However, this was the first time she had come into conflict with another player since she entered the game. Li Bingu has experienced many battles, but this is the first time he fights with other lords. Okay, just keep an eye on them for me. Lin Yuan said calmly, I'm going to go fight the boss alone first. If this group of people makes any movement, don't hesitate at all, just take action. Good. Li Bingu nodded immediately, a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes, and he immediately dispatched his troops to protect Lin Yuan's rear. But in fact, Lin Yuan didn't take this group of people seriously at all. If it weren't for the fact that they hadn't taken any action yet, Lin Yuan would have probably killed them all long ago. As for the Bone Spirit Mage, who was a level 40 boss, Lin Yuan didn't even need Li Bingu's help, and was ready to choose to fight alone. Altria raised the holy sword in her hand, activated the glory shield, and charged in the direction of the Bone Spirit Mage. Altria was extremely fast and quickly appeared in front of the Bone Spirit Mage. She raised her hand and launched a series of holy light slashes. -2134. -2014. -2256. 3 blood-red damage numbers immediately appeared above the Bone Spirit Mage's head. At the same time, the attributes of the Bone Spirit Mage also appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Bone Mage. Platinum level BOSS. Level 40. HP 220,000. Magic attack power 1560 to 2580. Defense 550. Skills: Summon Bone Wolf, Thousand Souls Destruction, Skeleton Arrow Rain, Skeleton Magic Shield. The necromancer who has fallen into evil has mastered the terrifying magic of manipulating bones. The Bone Spirit Mage's defense is not that high. With a series of holy light slashes, Altria knocked down more than 6,000 points of the opponent's health. Just as Altria was about to launch another attack, the Bone Spirit Mage immediately chanted a spell. The next second, a white skeleton magic shield appeared in front of the Bone Spirit Mage, forcibly blocking Altria's attack. Click, click. Then, the Bone Spirit Mage chanted the spell again, and one skeleton wolf after another was summoned by him, and they pounced towards Altria. These skeleton wolves are at least 4th level monsters and still have a certain degree of lethality. I have to say that as a platinum level boss, the Bone Spirit Mage is quite powerful. In just a dozen seconds, hundreds of skeleton wolves appeared around the Bone Spirit Mage. However, despite the Bone Spirit Mage's treacherous methods, there was no trace of fear on Lin Yuan's face. Heavily armored skeleton knights charge and crush them. Following Lin Yuan's order, heavily armored skeleton knights rushed towards the skeleton wolf like a tide. You know, the heavily armored skeleton knight is a 5th-tier troop. Whether it is attack power, defense power, or mobility, it absolutely meets the standards of 5th-level troops. In front of the heavily armored skeleton knights, these skeleton wolves were like paper. What's more, the number of these heavily armored skeleton knights is several times that of the skeleton wolves. Looking at the scene before them, the members of Wang Hu's team couldn't help but widen their eyes. This guy is too powerful, isn't he? Is he planning to kill the Bone Spirit Mage alone? The initial race he chose was the Ghost Tribe. But I've never seen any Ghost Tribe skeleton soldiers riding horses. I have never seen such a fierce skeleton soldier in my life. That was a 4th-level skeleton wolf. I stabbed it to death with just a few strikes. This guy's hero is also very strong. He can always cut off half of the boss's health. Hearing the exclamations in his ears, Wang Hu felt a little embarrassed. He frowned and said in a cold voice, "What's the fuss? The reason why this guy can do it so easily can only mean that this boss is too weak. It might be easier if we take over." The young man with a crew cut at the side immediately agreed, "Boss is right. If we had known that this boss was so rubbish, we should have taken action earlier. Wang Hu's eyes flickered, and he sneered and said, "It's okay, it won't be too late to take action later. Wait until this guy reduces the boss's health to below 20% for us, then we'll take action and snatch the boss away directly. Besides, this guy's hero damage is so high, he probably has a top-grade strategic treasure. Let's kill him, maybe we can find 1 or 2 more items." This is the rule of Age of Lords. If a lord is killed by another lord, there is a 100% chance that he will drop 1 or 2 strategic treasures. Even after the game world officially replaces the real world, once the lord has used up 3 resurrection chances and dies completely, all the strategic treasures on his body will be exploded. After Wang Hu said this, the young man with the crew cut's eyes lit up immediately and licked his lips excitedly. Boss is right, there is no first come first served for boss, whoever grabs it first gets it. It's a pity that heroes can't be captured, otherwise I would definitely get his hero. With that face and that figure, she's definitely a top-notch beauty. At this moment, Lin Yuan didn't know that Wang Hu and others were already preparing to attack him. In fact, even if Lin Yuan knew, he wouldn't care at all. Because in his eyes, these people are like ants. Under the siege of the heavily armored skeleton knights, the Bone Spirit Mage's bloodline has been getting lower and lower. In order to speed up efficiency, Lin Yuan directly asked Kalen to join the battle. You know, when dealing with a boss like the Bone Mage who has no magic immunity, Kalen's output is much higher than that of Altria. When in a safe position, Kalen is like a spell machine gun, and all he needs to do is keep pouring out firepower. The platinum-level boss, who was extremely powerful in the eyes of others, was an existence that Lin Yuan could control at will. Finally, after his health dropped to 20%, the Bone Spirit Mage used his killing move. Resurrect the skeletons and undead souls underground. Just as he finished speaking, a blood-red skeleton hand stretched out from under the ground. Immediately afterwards, half of a blood-red skeleton slowly crawled out and appeared in front of Lin Yuan. But this is not the end. After the first bloody skeleton broke out of the ground, the second, the third, more and more bloody skeletons followed closely. These bloody skeletons, holding rusty iron swords, exude an evil aura. At this moment, one of the bloody skeletons slashed directly at the heavily armored skeleton knight in front of him. Kong! Along with the sound of metal clashing, the armor of this heavily armored skeleton knight was actually cut apart. Even his blood volume dropped by half in an instant. It is conceivable how amazing the attack power of these bloody skeletons is. Lin Yuan looked around and found that there were as many as 200 or 300 bloody skeletons summoned by the Bone Spirit Mage. Under such circumstances, even if Lin Yuan's troops could wipe out all these bloody skeletons, his own troops would suffer considerable losses. Therefore, considering the current situation, the most correct choice should be to focus fire on the Bone Spirit Mage to death. As long as the Bone Spirit Mage dies, these bloody skeletons will naturally disappear. At the same time, a hint of excitement flashed in Wang Hu's eyes. This is undoubtedly the best opportunity for them. As long as they kill Lin Yuan now, wouldn't the boss be theirs? Thinking of this, Wang Hu couldn't help but grin, revealing a ferocious smile. Brothers, get ready. Lin Yuan, be careful, those people are going to attack you. Just as Wang Hu and others were about to make a move, Li Bingu, who had been watching them, discovered the abnormality at the first time. After Li Bingu reminded him, Wang Hu's face darkened and he said coldly, "What are you all standing there for? Why don't you do anything?" After Wang Hu gave the order, these people did not dare to delay in the slightest and immediately dispatched their troops to surround the direction where Lin Yuan was. Li Bingu was not to be outdone and directly sent out the Rose swordsman Kailan, who led his troops to intercept the enemy. Li Bingu's purpose is very clear. If you want to take action against Lin Yuan, you must get past her first. However, Wang Hu's side has the advantage in numbers after all, and she may not be able to hold out for long alone. Now Li Bingu can only hope that Lin Yuan will resolve the battle as soon as possible and come to help her deal with these people. Soon, the Rose swordsman Kailan started fighting with a demon hero with goat horns on his head. After clearing the Green Dragon's lair with Lin Yuan, Li Bingu also gained a lot of benefits. Therefore, Karen is now equipped with 2 platinum-level strategic treasures. With all his strength, he quickly suppressed the goat horn demon in front of him. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Hu couldn't help but frowned. S-class hero. You know, this goat-horn demon is an A-level hero that he spent hundreds of thousands to draw, the goat-horn demon, Azazel. With this hero, he can be said to be invincible in the early stage. However, at this moment, Azazel was forcibly suppressed by the opponent's hero. No, that's not right. If it's an S-class hero, it definitely can't be just this level of suppression power. I know, it must be a strategic treasure. This hero must have a top-grade strategic treasure. Wang Hu's eyes flickered, and he quickly overturned his previous judgment and came to a conclusion. He really didn't expect that in addition to Lin Yuan who defeated the boss alone, Li Bingu also had top-grade treasures. Thinking of this, Wang Hu immediately said, "Girl, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the 2 platinum-level treasures and I'll let you go. Otherwise, we will simply wipe out your troops and make you start from scratch." To be honest, if Li Bingu is willing to do so, that would be great. After all, if there really was a conflict with the two of them, a lot of soldiers on our side would die. If Li Bingu chooses to agree to his conditions, then he will be getting 2 platinum-level treasures for free. It's a pity that Li Bingu had no intention of compromising. She raised her head, stared at Wang Hu with cold eyes, and said sarcastically, "Are you dreaming? A person as shameless as you should not be born into this world." At this moment, Li Bingu was extremely angry. This group of people in front of them not only want to rob their boss, but also covet the treasures on them. They are really shameless. Since you are seeking death yourself, you can't blame me. Wang Hu snorted coldly and said, "Just wipe out her troops for me." Haha, 0. You're really boastful. A figure slowly walked out from behind Li Bingu and asked calmly, "Did you get my permission to clear my people?" After this figure appeared, everyone in Wang Hu's team couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Because the person who appeared in front of them was none other than Lin Yuan. But what is going on? Wasn't this guy just fighting with the Bone Spirit Mage? If they remembered correctly, the boss had less than 20% of its health. How long has it been? 1 minute? Half a minute? Maybe even less than half a minute. But how did he do it? Could it be that this guy killed the low-health boss instantly? Just when these people were still not able to figure it out, Lin Yuan had already launched the offensive. Groups of heavily armored skeleton knights immediately charged towards them. "Damn it, stop these skeleton soldiers." Wang Hu's expression changed instantly. Because he had seen the strength of these heavily armored skeleton knights. The highest rank among them is only level 4. But even the 4th-tier troops could not stop the charge of the heavily armored skeleton knights. Laugh. A 4th-order hellhound was pierced through the body by a spear in the hand of a heavily armored skeleton knight, and then directly lifted into the air. Immediately afterwards, several spears pierced through at the same time, instantly taking the life of the hellhound. "Don't worry, we still have a chance." Wang Hu clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "We have more people and more manpower. We can wear him down to death." Boss is right. Soldiers can be reborn if they die. As long as we kill these 2, the treasures on them will belong to us. Although the young man with the crew cut was heartbroken about the deaths of his troops, he had no choice but to go ahead under the circumstances. Yes, exhaust them to death. Don't be afraid of death. Everyone, charge. Whoever dies more will get the treasures from these 2 people. There are still treasures dropped by the boss. I guess this guy hasn't had time to pick them up yet. Kill him quickly. These people shouted excitedly, and it was unclear whether they were shouting to give themselves courage or if they really regarded Lin Yuan as an object to be slaughtered at will. Looking at the crazy people in front of him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Do you know that there is a saying that goes, "An ant trying to shake a tree is overestimating its own strength." Since you think that military strength is your greatest advantage, then I will let you know that in the face of absolute strength, numbers have no meaning at all. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, the 200 flame mages behind him immediately began to chant spells. One after another, exploding fireballs emitting a scorching aura immediately formed around these flame mages. What these flame mages symbolize is the output of extreme violence and terror. The reason why Lin Yuan was able to concentrate his fire and kill the Bone Spirit Mage instantly in such a short period of time was all thanks to this group of flame mages. In front of monsters without magic immunity and fire resistance, the output of these flame mages is like a nightmare. Now, let's see what real output is. Lin Yuan's tone was extremely calm. At the same time, hundreds of exploding fireballs immediately blasted towards Wang Hu and his group's camp. It was like a meteor shower. Boom, 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 boom. Countless exploding fireballs crashed down. The dazzling flames bloomed in front of everyone. The damage of the flame mage is no joke. Crunchy soldiers below level 4 can be killed instantly with just one explosive fireball. Only soldiers with light armor or even heavy armor can withstand more than 2 explosive fireballs. But the problem is that behind Lin Yuan, there are a full 200 flame mages. One round of concentrated fire means 200 exploding fireballs. After the flames died down, Lin Yuan saw a scene of corpses strewn all over the ground. In just less than half a minute, nearly a quarter of the troops under Wang Hu's command had been lost. On Lin Yuan's side, no soldier was injured. Such a casualty ratio undoubtedly made everyone in Wang Hu's team feel extremely desperate. For them, if they want to win this battle, they must get rid of that group of flame mages. But the problem is that the group of heavily armored skeleton warriors blocking their way are not vegetarians either. It is simply impossible to bypass this group of heavily armored skeleton warriors and forcibly attack the flame mage. Lin Yuan raised his head, looked at Wang Hu and his men, and said calmly, "Now, do you want to disband all your troops, or should I do it myself?" From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of letting these people in front of him go. At this moment, Wang Hu finally realized the gap in strength between the two sides. His face was slightly cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Boy, don't go too far. If you let me go today, we can just be friends. Otherwise, you can just wait to be hunted down and killed by the Lin group." Lin Yuan looked at him in surprise and asked, "Are you from the Lin group?" When he saw that Lin Yuan had heard of the Lin group, Wang Hu's face regained its previous arrogance. "So what? I might as well tell you that the boss behind me is Lin Tiank, the person in charge of the Lin group." Wang Hu sneered, "Now you know. I'm someone you can't afford to offend, right?" After he said this, Li Bingu, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but look strange. She obviously didn't expect that the other party would use the Lin group to put pressure on others. To take a step back, even if the boss behind Wang Hu is really Lin Tiank, he is just a dog under Lin Tiank. But the Lin Yuan in front of him is the real heir of the Lin group. If Lin Yuan had not chosen to sell his shares, he would be the real largest shareholder of the Lin group. Even if Lin Tiank was here, he would have to be polite to Lin Yuan. Li Bingu was really surprised that Wang Hu could still be so arrogant even when he ran into the muzzle of a gun. I have to say, this guy is really brave. Just when Wang Hu thought Lin Yuan was already scared, Lin Yuan's voice sounded faintly in his ears. "I say. I'm not even dead yet. How can Lin Tiank represent the Lin group?" After hearing this, Wang Hu was stunned at first. After he reacted, a look of horror flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know who Lin Yuan was, the fact that he could say such words only proved that he had hit a wall. After saying this, Lin Yuan waved his hand and said in a cold voice, "Kill them all." Following Lin Yuan's order, thousands of heavily armored skeleton knights launched another charge. The flame mage in the back also chanted spells, condensing hundreds of exploding fireballs. The troops under Wang Hu's command could not withstand an attack of this magnitude. In just a few tens of seconds, the troops in front of them were completely wiped out. This battle can only be described as a crushing victory. The casualties on Lin Yuan's side can be said to be negligible. After all the troops under the opponent's command are killed, you can launch an attack on the Lord. Altria's figure instantly turned into a shadow, flashed in front of Wang Hu at an extremely fast speed, and cut off his head with one sword. The lords who followed him were all pierced through the bodies by Kalin's dark magic bullets. These people kept their eyes wide open until they died, obviously showing that they were extremely unwilling to accept their fate. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be their first time experiencing death in the game. After their deaths, each of them revealed one or two strategic treasures. Lin Yuan picked them up and took a look, and found that almost all of them were silver and gold level strategic treasures. There is not a single platinum level strategic treasure. To Lin Yuan, this was just a pile of junk. He could only find time to take it to an auction house and see if he could sell it for some money. These people really deserve it. Not only did they want to steal the boss, they even wanted to kill us too. Li Bingu could be said to have no mercy at all for people like Wang Hu. Then, she spoke again to remind him, by the way, you haven't taken the things that the Bone Spirit Mage dropped yet. After hearing this, Lin Yuan finally remembered. He immediately walked quickly to the body of the Bone Spirit Mage and began to search for the treasures dropped by the boss. I have to say that the things dropped by Wild Boss are still quite valuable. There are as many as 2 platinum-level strategic treasures alone. One is the Bone Hammer, suitable for melee heroes. The other one is the Bone Spirit Robe, which is suitable for mage heroes. Bone Hammer has no effect on Lin Yuan. After all, Altria uses a sword, and this heavy weapon is not suitable for her. As for the Bone Spirit Robe, it is quite suitable for Kaylin. After equipping this strategic treasure, Kaylin's overall attributes were further improved. In addition to these 2 platinum-level treasures, the Bone Spirit Mage also revealed a special hero recruitment order. After using this hero recruitment order, you can recruit the A-level hero, Skeleton Knight, Green. Lin Yuan had some impression of this hero. Among A-level heroes, he has good attributes, especially suitable for being a Ghost Lord. It's a pity that with Lin Yuan's current vision, he no longer looks down on A-level heroes. Therefore, he was not going to recruit the Skeleton Knight and waste his hero position. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan directly threw the hero recruitment order along with dozens of useless strategic treasures to Li Bingu. Then, Lin Yuan said, "You will be responsible for disposing of these things. Just pay according to the market price. However, if possible, I hope you can use these things to exchange for some special items for me. After all, I am not short of money." Li Bingu nodded immediately and replied, "I understand." Of course she knew that money was not important to Lin Yuan. On the contrary, those special props might be able to play some role. Okay, now that the boss is dead and the people have been killed, we should go back. After saying this, Lin Yuan immediately turned around and prepared to leave the Forest of Bones. Li Bingu quickly caught up and asked, "By the way, those people just now should be your uncle Lin Tiang's men, right? This matter won't have any impact on you, right?" Lin Yuan glanced at her and asked, "Are you afraid that my uncle will target me? You should always be on guard against others, even if he is your uncle." After hesitating for a moment, Li Bingu finally chose to speak, "I heard from my father that your uncle is a very cunning man. So, I'm afraid he will hold a grudge against you because of this." After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Li Bingu asked in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" "I laugh at you for not knowing my uncle well enough." Lin Yuan said calmly, "In his eyes, Wang Hu and his people are just a few dogs at most. He won't deal with me for such a small matter. He even greeted me with a smile and apologized to me. He is just that kind of person. He either doesn't do it or does it to the extreme. Even before he kills you, he might still be joking with you with a smile on his face. But, you are right about one thing, he definitely wants to kill me. Because only if I die, he can legitimately take over the Lin group." The reason why Lin Yuan could understand Lin Tiang so thoroughly was because he had died in the latter's conspiracy in his previous life. Lin Tiang's betrayal made him realize the true face of his uncle. What's more, even his parents died at the hands of Lin Tiang. A blood feud that is irreconcilable. To be honest, Butler Lee had reminded him in his previous life to be careful of his uncle Lin Tiang. However, Lin Yuan didn't take it to heart. Because after the death of his parents, Lin Tiang can be said to be one of his few relatives and elders. At that time, Lin Yuan didn't know that his parents were killed by Lin Tiang, and he always trusted him. What's more, Lin Tiang, this old fox, had always disguised himself very well, so Lin Yuan didn't notice anything unusual. It was not until he learned the truth that Lin Yuan realized how naive he was. Pain, regret, annoyance, anger, despair. These emotions intertwined together and eventually turned into the flame of revenge, burning fiercely in his heart. From that time on, he swore in his heart that if he could have another chance, he would definitely take revenge and make sure Lin Tiang died without a burial place. Whether it is for yourself or for your parents. Fortunately, God still favored him and actually gave him a chance to live again. From beginning to end, the flame of revenge in Lin Yuan's heart has never been extinguished. The reason why he didn't choose to take action was because he was still accumulating strength. Even Lin Yuan had to admit that Lin Tiang was indeed very talented. In the previous life, Lin Tiang relied on the influence of the Lin group and quickly established his own power in Age of Lords and became a hegemon in China. Therefore, it is not an easy task to uproot Lin Tiang and the forces under his command. Even if Lin Yuan could defeat 10 with 1, he might not be able to defeat 100 or 1,000 with 1. So, this is why Lin Yuan wants to build his own force. Because a person's power is ultimately limited. Only by building up his own power can he have the capital to compete with other forces. At this moment, Li Bingu spoke again. By the way, my father told me that you have sold all the shares of Lin Group, right? Why does your uncle still target you? Lin Yuan said calmly, some things are not as simple as you think. Even if I sell all my shares, I still have a great influence within the group. Because there are many senior veterans in the group, all of whom were promoted by my father. Once Lin Tiang comes to power, they may be suppressed, so they have a natural hostility towards Lin Tiang. So, to be precise, these people belong to my faction, and they want to fight against my uncle by supporting me. Similarly, if Lin Tiang wants to deal with these people, he can either choose to get rid of me or make me his puppet and use the emperor to control the princes. I chose to sell my shares. Many of them must be extremely disappointed in me. However, I will not regret doing this. The Lin Group is not worth my attachment. The world we live in now is the real future. Lin Yuan's tone was calm, but his words were deafening. Even Li Bingu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Only then did she realize that although Lin Yuan, who was standing in front of her, was young, he possessed a maturity, vision, and courage far beyond his peers. At this moment, Lin Yuan was like an ancient hero, looking to the future and planning the future structure. It seems that I did not follow the wrong boss. Li Bingu felt even more certain in his heart. Wang Hu walked out of the territory's resurrection point with an extremely ugly look on his face. This time, his losses were extremely heavy. Not only did he lose a large amount of resources, his troops were wiped out, and 2 gold-level treasures were discovered. You know, these 2 gold-level treasures were not obtained by him, but were bought from other players for hundreds of thousands. Even for him, hundreds of thousands of dollars is not a small amount of money. How could he not feel pain when his money went to waste so easily? At this moment, Wang Hu's communication suddenly rang. He picked up the phone with a frown on his face and said in a deep voice, "Feng Chang, what's wrong?" The grumbling voice of the crew-haired young man soon rang out from the other end of the line, "Boss, we've suffered heavy losses this time. All of our brother's soldiers have died, and even a lot of strategic treasures have been discovered. Alas. I should have known not to provoke that guy." After hearing this, Wang Hu became even more annoyed. "What are you talking about? You suffered heavy losses, but mine didn't. Okay, stop howling here. It's not like we can't create new soldiers just because they die. I will find a way to compensate you. By the way, let's check who that guy is. I just can't swallow this." "Yes, that's why I came to you." Feng Chang swallowed subconsciously and said, I just took a look at the kill record. The guy who killed us, his game ID is Lin Yuan, the same Lin Yuan who posts world announcements every day. That guy is Lin Yuan." After hearing this game ID, even Wang Hu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. After all, the ID Lin Yuan is really too famous. This is an announcement that will directly dominate the world. At least 8 out of 10 players know this name. Wang Hu obviously didn't expect that the person he offended this time was such a ruthless person. Feng Chang said with a sad face, "Boss, we really hit a wall this time. No, this is not a steel plate anymore, it's a titanium alloy plate. I was wondering how he could defeat a level 40 platinum boss alone. Turns out he is Lin Yuan. Alas, if we had known earlier that he was Lin Yuan, we would not have dared to provoke him even if we had 10 times the courage." Feng Chang kept muttering on and on, but Wang Hu became more and more annoyed the more he listened. After hearing the last part, he couldn't help but curse, "You useless piece of shit, what's the use of you? You're as cowardly as a boneless person. So what if he is Lin Yuan? If he offends me, I will make him pay the price." Feng Chang was stunned for a moment, then he said helplessly, "Boss, I also know that you can't swallow this breath. But the point is, we can't do anything to him. Look, there are so many of us, and we were all killed in seconds by him. We are not even on the same level. The troops under his command are all too abnormal." What Feng Chang said was absolutely the truth from the bottom of his heart. Heavy armored skeleton knights have high attack, high defense, and high mobility. All attributes are very balanced. They are also a 5th-tier type of soldiers, and their number has reached over 1,000. Flame Mage, with super high burst damage, a round of explosive fireballs can even directly clear the field. Feng Chang even saw 10 huge green dragons hovering in the air behind Lin Yuan. As for what level of troops those 10 green dragons were, Feng Chang didn't even dare to speculate. It was precisely because of this that Feng Chang realized that they and Lin Yuan were not at the same level at all. "Of course it's impossible for us to deal with him with just a few of us," Wang Hu said viciously. "However, if we can't cure him, there will naturally be someone who can cure him. Don't worry, Boss Lin will definitely stand up for us." After hanging up the call with Feng Chang, Wang Hu called another person again. Soon, a slightly cold voice sounded. "Wang Hu, what's wrong?" After hearing this voice, even Wang Hu couldn't help but become a little nervous. Then, he took a deep breath and said in an extremely flattering tone, "Boss Lin, how are you?" Wang Hu knew that Lin Tiank didn't like people talking nonsense to him, so he got straight to the point and said, "This is what happened. When we were exploring the skeleton forest today, we happened to encounter a level 40 platinum boss." "What? Can't you guys handle it?" Lin Tiank said calmly, "Tell me the location and I will take care of it. Each of you will go to the finance department to collect the 200,000 yuan bonus." I have to say that Lin Tiank is very generous. Just for the location coordinates of a boss, he asked for 200,000 per person. The total wealth of Wang Hu and his companions is more than 1 million. However, compared with what a platinum-level boss can drop, this 1 million seems to be nothing. However, Wang Hu said awkwardly, "Boss Lin, it's not like that. We originally wanted to tell you the coordinates of the boss, but there was a small accident along the way." Hearing this, Lin Tiank couldn't help but sneer in his heart, but his tone was still calm. "Go on." With his understanding of Wang Hu, he naturally knew how profit-driven this guy was. There are only 2 possibilities for this guy coming to them: either they can't deal with this boss, or maybe something else unexpected happened. Wang Hu gritted his teeth and continued, "Boss Lin, you must make the decision for us this time. We were the first to discover that boss. But 2 people just came over and snatched our boss away." In order to get Lin Tiank to stand up for him, Wang Hu naturally did not hesitate to confuse right and wrong and put the blame on the other party. Lin Tiank raised his eyebrows and said, "2 people snatched the boss from you. How many of you are there?" Eight. "Oh." A playful smile appeared on Lin Tiank's lips. "You 8 people can't deal with 2 people. Now he knew why Wang Hu came to see him. It looks like he's in trouble. You know, although Wang Hu and his friends are not top-tier lords, they can be considered upper-middle-level lords after receiving a lot of benefits from him. As a result, they were wiped out by 2 opponents. It is conceivable how powerful the opponent is. In fact, what Lin Tiank didn't know was that Wang Hu's statement about being wiped out by 2 people was already glorifying himself. The truth is, Li Bingu did not participate in the battle at all, and Lin Yuan alone wiped them all out. Moreover, it took no more than 10 minutes. At this moment, Wang Hu gritted his teeth and said again, "If it were just this, then I might not be so angry. After all, I am not as skilled as others, and there is nothing I can do if the boss is robbed. But the key point is that I said I was from the Lin group and was your subordinate, but he actually spoke rudely to you, saying that it was not your turn to take charge of the Lin group." Lin Tiank couldn't help but frown slightly. To be honest, he was obviously not very satisfied that Wang Hu was using his name to pressure others. However, he was more curious about who the other party was and why he would say such a thing. Thinking of this, Lin Tiank asked directly, have you found out the identity of this guy? Not yet. Right now I only know his game ID is Lin Yuan. Wang Hu seemed to have heard the displeasure in Lin Tiang's tone, and couldn't help but get excited. But, Boss Lin, if you care, I'll arrange for someone to check it out right now. Who in the entire Lin group doesn't know that you, Boss Lin, are the CEO? This kid is so arrogant, he should be taught a lesson. If you ask me, just wipe him out. With your strength, Boss Lin, it would be easy to deal with such an ignorant kid, right? What he wanted to do was to make Lin Tiang develop hostility towards Lin Yuan. Only in this way, Lin Tiang might help him deal with Lin Yuan. However, what he didn't expect was that Lin Tiang laughed again and said lightly, "You really care about me?" Wang Hu chuckled, "Of course, Boss Lin's business is my business." Lin Tiang asked calmly, "But do you know who this Lin Yuan is?" "Who is it?" Wang Hu's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Lin Tiang smiled and said, "My nephew, Lin Yuan." After Lin Tiang said this, Wang Hu immediately felt his scalp tingling. No, to be precise, I felt like my scalp was about to explode. The person he had offended turned out to be Boss Lin's nephew. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan. These two names are so similar, I should have thought of it earlier. At this moment, Wang Hu really wanted to slap himself a few times. "You're lying to me." Just when Wang Hu was extremely annoyed, Lin Tiang's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Suddenly, Wang Hu felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured down on his head. He quickly said in a flattering manner, "Boss Lin, I am just a dog you raise. What is there about me that you don't know? How could I possibly lie to you?" "Wang Hu, I've told you this many times." Lin Tiang said calmly, "Don't take me for a fool. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me the whole story again. If you tell even a single lie, you should know the consequences." You know, Lin Tiang is such a deep-minded person, how could he not hear that Wang Hu was deceiving him half-truthfully? After being ruthlessly exposed by Lin Tiang, Wang Hu no longer had the courage to continue lying. Like an eggplant hit by frost, he quickly told the whole story in detail. "It seems, my nephew is really not a simple person." After listening to the whole story, Lin Tiang was not angry. Instead, he said this meaningfully. To be honest, Lin Tiang doesn't care at all how miserable Wang Hu and his men are. To put it bluntly, there are so many people willing to work for him that they are like crucian carp swimming in the river. The reason why Wang Hu was able to talk to him was because Lin Tiang felt that this guy had some abilities. But judging by the performance of this incident, Wang Hu can be said to be stupid to a certain extent. It's better not to have such trash. The only person Lin Tiang really cares about is Lin Yuan. After all, if he wanted to completely take over the Lin group, Lin Yuan would be his biggest obstacle. If Lin Yuan was just a second-generation rich man with no ability, then he might have let him go, given him a few $100 million, and let him live a life of luxury. But now, Lin Yuan's performance obviously exceeded Lin Tiang's expectations. Whether it was his operation of selling off the group's shares or the strength he demonstrated in the game, Lin Tiang felt a sense of crisis. He didn't think that Lin Yuan sold all his shares just to play games. If this is true, then the cost of playing games is too high. What's more, Lin Tiang himself was also playing this game. With his keen business sense, he quickly realized that this game was not simple. In terms of the authenticity of this game alone, there is no difference between it and the real world. In time, this game could even develop into a second world. Any boss with a great vision would not miss the opportunity to develop in this Lord's world. To be honest, Lin Yuan now makes Lin Tiang feel threatened. If he had to take action, he would get rid of Lin Yuan without hesitation. Even though Lin Yuan is his nephew, it is no exception. In Lin Tiang's heart, all that remained was the desire for power. If he really valued family ties, he would not have chosen to design such a car accident to kill Lin Yuan's parents. Lin Tiang was not going to let go of anyone who stood in his way. At this moment, Wang Hu also heard that the relationship between Lin Tiang and Lin Yuan, the uncle and nephew, did not seem to be good. After all, he is a shrewd person. If he can't even hear this, then all these years of his life can be said to have been in vain. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Hu asked tentatively, "Boss Lin, if you need anything, I can help you deal with this guy." Lin Tiank sneered mercilessly, just relying on a bunch of you crooked people. After hearing this, Wang Hu did not feel ashamed, but became excited instead. Because what Lin Tiank said meant that he also wanted to deal with Lin Yuan. After thinking about this, Wang Hu immediately lowered his voice and said, "It's impossible for us to accomplish anything just by ourselves. But if Boss Lin is willing to support us from behind, it will be different." Lin Tiank chuckled and said, "Do you think I will help you deal with my nephew?" Wang Hu said in a deep voice, "It all depends on what Boss Lin wants. For the sake of our past friendship, I will have the finance department transfer 50 million to you." Lin Tiank said calmly, "However, after transferring this money, I will have nothing to do with you. I will not interfere in the feud between you and Lin Yuan. After all, he is my nephew." After hearing this, Wang Hu was stunned for a moment, then he quickly reacted and couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on his face. "Okay, I understand." Of course Wang Hu could understand Lin Tiang's intention. The latter's implication was that he needed himself to target Lin Yuan for him, but he would never get involved in it personally. Even though he already had murderous intention towards Lin Yuan in his heart, he still called him nephew on the surface. This is the best way to describe Lin Tiank as extremely hypocritical. Wang Hu also has only two choices. Or, accept the 50 million and help Lin Tiank target Lin Yuan and restrict his development as much as possible. Or, just choose to take the money and not do the job. After all, Lin Yuan is not a soft persimmon that can be easily bullied. But doing so would mean that he would have to endure Lin Tiang's endless wrath. In this way, the choice is actually very clear. If this matter can be done beautifully, then my value in Lin Tiang's eyes may be able to go up a few points. What's more, he originally planned to deal with Lin Yuan. Now with Lin Tiang's assistance, Wang Hu feels more confident. After dealing with Wang Hu and his men, Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. Li Bingu glanced at him and asked doubtfully, "Aren't you leaving?" Lin Yuan ignored her and began to look around, finally fixing his eyes on the body of the bone Spirit Mage. Logically speaking, even the body of a boss would only exist for 10 minutes. When the time is up, it will disappear automatically. But the body of the bone Spirit Mage has not disappeared yet, which obviously shows that there is something unusual. Before Li Bingu could figure out what Lin Yuan was trying to do, the latter raised his foot and stepped heavily on the bone Spirit Mage's skull. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound of bones breaking, the skull was shattered by Lin Yuan's foot. Then, an irregular bone-white crystal rolled out from the skull. What is this? Li Bingu looked at the bone-white crystal in surprise and asked in confusion. Lin Yuan was not too surprised. He just picked up the bone-white crystal calmly and explained lightly, "It's nothing. It's just a special prop used to open a hidden plot." Hidden plot? Li Bingu was slightly stunned, and subconsciously asked, "How did you know? Have you forgotten that I am a reborn person?" Lin Yuan said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense and follow me." After hearing this, Li Bingu did not hesitate at all and immediately followed Lin Yuan's pace. After hesitating for a moment, Li Bingu asked doubtfully, "Are you really a reborn person?" Lin Yuan glanced at her and said calmly, "I'm not going to repeat the same thing twice. It's okay if you don't want to believe it." Then, Li Bingu asked again, "Since you know that this crystal can unlock the hidden plot, why didn't you come to this forest of bones?" "Because I didn't remember." Your answer is really direct. In fact, what Lin Yuan said was true. Even though he is a reborn being, he is not omniscient and omnipotent. Especially for some things in the early stage of the game, it is impossible to remember them very clearly. Just like this time, it was only after he saw that the body of the bone Spirit Mage had not disappeared that he recalled that there seemed to be a hidden plot in the forest of bones. The bone-white crystal inside the skull of the bone Spirit Mage is the key to unlocking the hidden plot. Then, Li Bingu asked like a curious baby, "Since you are a reincarnated person, what was my past life like? I must have done pretty well, right?" "That's not the case. You were in a very bad situation and were eliminated many times. In the end, you cried and begged me to take you in. I suspect you are lying to me." "I'm telling the truth." "Then you said that Chinese people don't cheat Chinese people." "You are lying to me." "Well, I did lie to you." Lin Yuan said calmly, "In fact, I didn't take you in, but watched you being wiped out by them. You are a real dog. Humph, I get it. You must have been my suitor in your previous life. You fell at my feet, but I didn't agree to you. Li Bingu raised her snow-white chin with pride. That's why you found me as soon as you were reborn, and tried your best to be my boss, bossing me around, just to make up for the regrets of your previous life. Lin Yuan glanced at her and said, "It would be a pity if you don't write a novel with your imagination." Hee hee, I guessed it right. Li Bingu raised his head and showed a brilliant smile. However, just as she was about to continue speaking, Lin Yuan suddenly interrupted her. Okay, here we are. Arrive. After hearing this, Li Bingu subconsciously turned his head away, and then was so frightened that he couldn't help but take a step back. Because what appeared before her was a deserted cemetery with dozens of tombstones standing in all directions. I have to say that as a woman, Li Bingu's psychological endurance is pretty good. Although he was startled, he quickly calmed down. Where is this place? Li Bingu said in a daze, I never thought that there would be such a place in the Forest of Bones. Lin Yuan did not respond, but just started searching the cemetery on his own. Although Li Bingu didn't know what he was looking for, under the circumstances, she didn't say much and just followed Lin Yuan silently. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Lin Yuan finally stopped in front of a tombstone. The tombstone in front of me has no epitaph on it, and no one knows who the owner of the tomb is. There is only an irregular groove. However, Li Bingu soon discovered that this groove seemed to fit perfectly with the bone-white crystal that Lin Yuan had just obtained. Could it be that? Just when Li Bingu had his guess, Lin Yuan directly took out the bone-white crystal and embedded it into the groove on the tombstone. Then, a dull sound was heard. The tombstone in front of me actually sank slowly into the ground. There were gusts of cold wind blowing all around, making people feel creepy. Li Bingu subconsciously moved closer to Lin Yuan and swallowed his saliva. What happened? Do you even need to ask? The hidden plot has been triggered. Get ready for battle. After saying this, Lin Yuan directly ordered Altria and Kalen to stand in front of him and asked the troops under his command to prepare for battle. Then, the soil around suddenly began to shake. One after another, the skeletons dug up the soil in the grave, came back to life, and surrounded Lin Yuan and Li Bingu. Moreover, it is obvious at first glance that these skeletons are not ordinary low-level skeletons. Among these skeletons, some hold dual swords, some hold giant axes, and some even have bodies that have completely rotted away, but the black armor they wear still has no trace of rust. Protect the Lord. Altria let out a low roar, and rushed out first, slashing out with the sword in her hand without mercy. The pure white holy light suddenly bloomed from the edge of the sword. Holy light continuous slash. However, facing Altria's swift attack, the skeleton in front of him immediately raised the shield in his hand. The rusty giant shield actually blocked the continuous slashes of holy light. Altria's attack only took away about 1/10 of the skeleton's health. And there are dozens of skeletons like this. Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Bingu quickly reacted, these skeletons don't seem simple. Even if it's not a boss, it's at least an elite monster. That's natural. Lin Yuan calmly explained, in the background story, the skeletons buried here are all adventurers who died at the hands of the Bone Spirit Mage. After killing them, the Bone Spirit Mage used their bodies for experiments. Although they were all failed experiments, these bodies still became powerful undead creatures with attributes comparable to those of a boss. It is understandable. So, the Bone Spirit Mage buried their bodies here. Once the mechanism is triggered, they will launch indiscriminate attacks on all invaders. So that's how it is. Li Bingu nodded slightly and said, then these skeletons, can you handle them? Lin Yuan smiled and said calmly, if even I can't deal with it, then no one can deal with it. Just as he finished his words, the 200 flame mages behind him chose to attack at the same time. As the spell was chanted, 200 exploding fireballs simultaneously blasted towards the skeleton holding the heavy shield. Although its defense is extremely strong, it still cannot withstand attacks of this level. After a dazzling burst of fire, the shield-bearing skeleton was killed instantly, leaving only bones on the ground. However, the strength of these skeletons in front of us is not limited to this. Before this group of flame mages could choose the next target to focus their fire on, a black shadow swooped over at an extremely fast speed. With a flick of his sword, he easily chopped off the head of a flame wizard. Although the burst damage of these flame mages is very high, they are not completely without weaknesses. The biggest weakness of this type of soldiers is that they are too fragile. Once you are approached, there is no chance to fight back. At this moment, Lin Yuan finally saw the other party's true appearance. It turned out to be a black skeleton holding 2 daggers. Before Lin Yuan gave the order to concentrate fire on it, the black skeleton turned into an afterimage again. This guy's speed was so fast that the flame mage couldn't lock onto him at all. The time spent chanting the spell was enough for him to escape from the place. However, if they choose to ignore it, it won't be long before all the flame mages under Lin Yuan's command will be killed or wounded. You know, in Lin Yuan's eyes, the flame mage is extremely precious. Although the heavy skeleton knight and the flame mage are both 5th-tier troops, their values are completely different. The former is a renewable energy source and can be summoned through the corpses on the battlefield after each battle. However, the flame mage can only wait for the available troops to be refreshed every week and then recruit from the Mage Association. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately said, "All flame mages, spread out. Make sure every flame mage is protected by 2 heavily armored skeleton knights." Lin Yuan made tactical arrangements without any hesitation. In this way, even if the skeleton assassin cannot be completely eliminated, at least his killing efficiency can be slowed down. As expected, under the protection of the heavily armored skeleton knight, the situation of the skeleton assassin began to become difficult. Even if it wanted to forcibly attack and kill the flame mage, it would inevitably be attacked by the heavily armored skeleton knight. Under such circumstances, the skeleton assassin's health continued to decrease. However, these skeletal creatures are not afraid of death. They execute orders like machines, not caring about their own life or death. In just 2 or 3 minutes, more than a dozen flame mages had died at the hands of this skeleton assassin. The latter still had more than half of his health left. If the progress continues at this rate, he will lose at least 30 or 40 flame mages. At the same time, this also made Lin Yuan realize a problem, that is, his current lineup is still somewhat difficult to deal with assassin-type troops. If I had chosen a control-type frost mage, it would have been an absolute nightmare for the assassin. However, each type of soldier has its own characteristics, and Lin Yuan does not regret his choice. Fortunately, at this moment, Altria finally pulled herself away. Just as the skeleton assassin was about to attack again, Altria raised the sword in her hand without hesitation. Holy confinement. The sacred light instantly enveloped the body of the skeleton assassin and forcefully imprisoned him in place. The flame mages around him naturally showed no mercy. They chanted the spell at a rapid speed, and explosive fireballs instantly blasted towards him. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of exploding fireballs instantly hit the body of the skeleton assassin. The latter originally had a large portion of its health bar still left, but it didn't even last for a second before it reached the bottom. After dealing with the most difficult skeleton assassin, the other skeletons are not so difficult to deal with. Anyway, there are heavy armored skeleton knights in the front, so all Lin Yuan has to do is to order the flame mage to concentrate fire and kill them one by one. Soon, under this circumstance, the skeletons in front of him fell in front of Lin Yuan one after another. Although many heavily armored skeleton knights were killed on Lin Yuan's side, he did not feel sad at all. Finally, the last skeleton was turned into bone fragments under the concentrated fire of the flame mage. Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Bingu asked blankly, "Is it over?" However, Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "Not yet." Sure enough, just as Lin Yuan finished speaking, something strange happened before their eyes again. All the bones on the ground seemed to be pulled by some force and flew in the same direction. In the end, what was unexpected was that these bones were reassembled into a skeleton giant that was 6 or 7 meters tall. Looking at the giant skeleton in front of him that was as tall as 2 or 3 stories, a look of surprise appeared in Li Bingu's eyes. The next second, the attributes of the skeleton giant appeared before them. Skeleton Giant. Platinum level BOSS. Level 45. HP 350,000. Attack power 1470 to 2280. Defense 1050. Skills Bone Smash, Death Blast, Soul Hammer. The skeleton giant, formed by the bones of countless powerful men, possesses destructive power. It will ruthlessly crush the enemies under its feet and throw the corpses and broken bodies in all directions. Li Bingu obviously did not expect that the skeleton giant in front of him would be a level 45 platinum boss. Not only is his level 5 levels higher than that of the Bone Spirit Mage, but his health has also reached an astonishing 350,000 points. Heavy Armored Skeleton Knights, charge! Facing the boss in front of him, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately ordered his heavily armored skeleton knights to charge. Even a skeleton knight riding a bone horse looks like a small dwarf in front of a skeleton giant. You can't stop me! A roar like thunder erupted from the mouth of the skeleton giant. Then, the giant axe in its hand suddenly swept forward. These heavily armored skeleton knights were blown away by the giant axe before they could even get close. They fell heavily to the ground, and their bodies were torn into pieces. Even when facing a 5th-tier heavy-armored soldier, this skeleton giant can still kill him instantly. However, looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Yuan's expression did not change at all. Because he didn't think that these heavily armored skeleton knights alone could eliminate the skeleton giant in front of him. If it is really that easy, then the platinum-level boss is too useless. Lin Yuan's real purpose was just to delay time so as to gain output space for the Flame Mage. Just when the skeleton giant was forcibly dragged down, the Flame Mage launched an attack without hesitation. Hundreds of exploding fireballs blasted directly towards the direction of the skeleton giant. Boom 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 boom. -389. -374. -286. Blood-red damage numbers appeared above the skeleton giant's head. I have to say that the damage of the Flame Mage is still quite considerable. Just one round of concentrated fire directly reduced the skeleton giant's health by more than 40,000. The skeleton giant's health bar immediately dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, humans! The skeleton giant suddenly raised his head, and the soul fire in his eye sockets burned even more violently. Immediately afterwards, a dark green heavy hammer condensed out of thin air in midair. Before Lin Yuan could react, the heavy hammer struck directly into the void. Bang! Accompanied by an extremely dull knocking sound, all the troops under Lin Yuan's command fell into a state of dizziness. Obviously, this is the skill of the skeleton giant, the Hammer of Soul. Although this skill does not cause any damage, it can force all enemy troops involved in the attack into a state of forced stun. Moreover, the dizziness lasted as long as 10 seconds. Go to hell. The giant axe in the skeleton giant's hand swept out again, chopping another group of heavily armored skeleton knights. 10 seconds was enough time for the skeleton giant to rush to the front of the Flame Mage. However, at this moment, a group of 4th-level knights charged directly towards the skeleton giant and blocked it in time. It turned out that after Lin Yuan's troops were stunned, Li Bingu directly led his troops to force their way forward. She did this just to buy enough time for Lin Yuan. I didn't expect you to be quite useful. Lin Yuan glanced at Li Bingu and spoke with a chuckle. Of course. Li Bingu raised her head with a proud look on her face. I'm also very smart, okay. After a few seconds, Lin Yuan's troops finally recovered from their dizzy state. The heavily armored skeleton knight launched another charge. The Flame Mage also chanted the spell again. Even though the skeleton giant's attack was extremely fierce, he was still unable to break out of the encirclement of the heavily armored skeleton knights. Under such circumstances, it could only watch its blood volume dropping madly like a trapped beast. 300,000, 250,000, 200,000, 150,000. Finally, under the crazy concentrated firepower of Lin Yuan's troops, the skeleton giant's bloodline finally dropped below 100,000. You cannot escape the curse of death. The soul fire within the skeleton giant's eye sockets began to burn fiercely again. Immediately afterwards, black energy fluctuations instantly spread out in all directions. These black energies seemed to be extremely corrosive. Any heavily armored skeleton knight that came into contact with the black energy would quickly have his body completely decayed and fallen apart. This is the skeleton giant's killer move, the Death Shock. Just one round of Death Shock directly killed hundreds of heavily armored skeleton warriors. Even Lin Yuan did not expect that this skill of its could burst out with such terrifying power. Fortunately, even the skeleton giant seems unable to launch Death Shock continuously. Another group of heavily armored skeleton knights rushed forward again and surrounded the skeleton giant. At this moment, even Li Bingu, who was standing next to Lin Yuan, couldn't help but sigh, "These skeleton soldiers of yours are too shameless. It's impossible to kill them all. If I were the boss, you would drive me into autism." "You are not right in saying that." Lin Yuan chuckled and said, "It's clearly the advantage in terms of military strength. How can you say I'm a scoundrel?" While the two were talking, the skeleton giant's health had dropped below 50,000. Afterwards, with another round of concentrated fire from the flame mage, the skeleton giant's health was finally completely reduced to 0. And its huge body also fell to the ground with a loud bang. "It's over." Seeing the skeleton giant completely dead, Lin Yuan couldn't help but let out a long breath. I have to say, this skeleton giant is still a bit tricky. In this battle, Lin Yuan lost at least 400 heavily armored skeleton knights. His skeleton army shrank to only half of its original size. Even for him, this is already a big loss. Then, Lin Yuan walked forward and tentatively explored the body of the skeleton giant. However, as he expected, he touched nothing. Because, strictly speaking, this skeleton giant is a special boss that only appears in hidden plots. Nothing exploded, which is normal. However, Li Bingu was a little unconvinced and said angrily, "This boss is too poor, right? At least he can drop a strategic treasure as a token of his appreciation. It's a platinum-level boss, but after it died, not even a hair exploded. How can this be justified?" After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Then, he said calmly, "There is no need to worry about these. The reward for this hidden plot is much more valuable than 1 or 2 strategic treasures." Li Bingu was slightly stunned, and asked in surprise, "Ah. Is the hidden plot over now?" "Of course, look there." Lin Yuan turned around and pointed in the direction of the original tombstone. They saw an old Nanmu coffin slowly breaking through the soil beneath the tombstone and appearing in front of them. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan chose to step forward without any hesitation. "Wait for me." After Li Bingu reacted, he quickly followed. Soon, the two arrived in front of the coffin. Looking at the coffin in front of him, Li Bingu couldn't help but show a hint of curiosity. "What is in this coffin?" "Just open it and you'll know." After saying this, Lin Yuan immediately stretched out his hand, ready to open the coffin in front of him. With a slight sound, the coffin in front of him was opened directly by Lin Yuan. At the moment the coffin was opened, Li Bingu couldn't help but hold his breath. Then, the scene inside the coffin appeared in front of the two of them. Inside the coffin in front of him was a skeleton. However, the bones of the skeleton are as white as jade, without the slightest flaw. If skeletons can be divided into beautiful and ugly, then the skeleton in front of me can definitely be considered extremely handsome. Apart from the skeleton, there was only a tattered parchment scroll left in the coffin. Lin Yuan stretched out his hand without hesitation, picked up the parchment scroll, put it in front of his eyes and quickly browsed through it. Li Bingu, who was standing by, asked curiously, "What's written on it?" "Take it and see for yourself." After Lin Yuan finished reading it, he casually threw the sheepskin scroll to Li Bingu. To be honest, even if he didn't browse the parchment scroll, he would have a rough idea of what was on it. Because what is recorded on this parchment scroll is exactly what Master Bone Spirit said himself. Even after he hid in the Forest of Bones, he still did not give up his research on bone magic. Due to his own powerful strength, all the adventurers who entered the Forest of Bones to hunt him down died at his hands and became his experimental subjects. And his ultimate goal is to create a truly perfect skeleton creature. In his eyes, a perfect skeleton creature, in addition to possessing powerful strength, must also possess human wisdom. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a creature is, it will be no different from a wild beast. Such a result is naturally unacceptable to the Bone Spirit Mage. The reason why the Bone Spirit Mage is so stubborn in wanting to create a perfect skeleton creature is that only in this way can he prove that his research direction is correct. Sometimes, there is only a fine line between genius and madness. During this process, the Bone Spirit Mage experienced countless failures. Even the skeleton creatures transformed from the corpses of those powerful men are still beasts with strength but no intelligence. Once they lose control of themselves, they will become monsters that only know how to kill. Failures again and again can be said to have made the Bone Spirit Mage disheartened. In the end, he even tried to piece together the skeletons of many powerful men to create a skeleton giant with terrifying power. However, the most critical issue has never been resolved. How to give skeleton creatures intelligence has become a problem he has been unable to solve. Finally, by chance, the Bone Spirit Mage obtained the corpse of a top-level powerful man. He felt like he had found a treasure when he got this corpse. The Bone Spirit Mage consumed countless precious materials and used all his life's efforts to refine the corpse of this powerful man into a skeleton. He named the skeleton Ugsal, which is the name of the god of death in ancient mythology. It is conceivable how high the Bone Spirit Mage's expectations are for this skeleton. However, what he didn't expect was that the skeleton he refined did not develop its own consciousness like other skeleton creatures. This skeleton that he had placed high hopes on seemed like just an empty shell. Soon, a bold guess was born in the heart of the Bone Spirit Mage. If this skeleton is regarded as an empty shell, does it mean that as long as the consciousness of a living person is transplanted into it, it will be able to give birth to intelligence? In this way, he can truly create a perfect skeleton life that possesses both powerful strength and human thinking. However, how to transplant the consciousness of a living person into this skeleton has become another difficult problem faced by the Bone Spirit Mage. It was under this circumstance that an even crazier idea was born in the mind of the Bone Spirit Mage. He wants to transplant his consciousness into this skeleton. You know, he is an alien himself, and the failure of the magic experiment caused him to transform himself into a skeleton. It is because of this that his consciousness is completely stored in the soul crystal in his head. As long as this soul crystal can be transplanted into the skeleton, the latter may be able to gain intelligence. And he will be reborn in another way. Although the plan was good, the Bone Spirit Mage lacked the courage to execute it. After all, this was all just his guess. If the experiment fails, he will fall into an abyss from which there is no escape. All his previous efforts will become a thing of the past. That's why he didn't dare to gamble. Therefore, the Bone Spirit Mage set up such a trap, buried the skeleton here, and set up a mechanism that could only be opened with his soul crystal. In this case, even if he died one day, someone would discover his secret and find the buried skeleton. Similarly, only by embedding his soul crystal into this skeleton will this skeleton have a chance to revive. Even though the Bone Spirit Mage is dead. But he was able to return from hell again in another identity. This guy is really a lunatic. After reading the contents on the parchment scroll, even Li Bingu couldn't help but reveal a look of shock in his eyes. He is a madman, but also a genius. Lin Yuan said calmly, he has been working hard for one thing his entire life, and that is to create a perfect skeleton life. Soon, his dream will be realized. After saying this, Lin Yuan reached out and took out the soul crystal that was originally embedded in the tombstone. Then, he placed it gently in the coffin, on the forehead of the skeleton. The next second, an incredible scene appeared. That soul crystal actually turned into countless dark white threads and merged into the skull of the skeleton. Looking at the strange sight before him, a hint of surprise flashed across Li Bingu's eyes. He had no idea what was going on. Time passes by every second. About 20 or 30 seconds passed. The skeleton in front of me finally moved. Click, click. Accompanied by the sound of bones crisscrossing, the skeleton slowly sat up. A faint green soul fire burned in his eye sockets, and he looked towards Lin Yuan with a cold gaze. Human, did you wake me up? I woke you up and gave you a second life. Lin Yuan met the skeleton's gaze without hesitation and said calmly, so, from now on, you will fight for me. And I am your only master. After Lin Yuan said this, the soul fire in the skull's eye sockets immediately flickered violently. Finally, the leaping soul fire gradually calmed down. But the skeleton said in great confusion, who am I? Lin Yuan smiled, as if he had known that he would ask such a question, and replied calmly, your name is Ugsal, the god of the dead in ancient mythology, and the future skeleton king. Athar, this is the name given to the skeleton by the Bone Spirit Mage. To some extent, Lin Yuan can be said to have inherited his legacy. My name is Athar. After hearing the name, the skeleton seemed to come alive. The confusion in his eyes gradually faded away. Afterwards, he actually knelt down on one knee in front of Lin Yuan and said firmly, "Great Lord, from now on, Uxel is willing to fight for you." Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Bingu was completely stunned. "Is this okay?" She pulled Lin Yuan's sleeve and whispered, "What's going on? Did you subdue this skeleton like this?" "What else?" Lin Yuan turned his head and whispered in a voice that only Li Bingu could hear, "In fact, this hidden plot has two endings. Although he now has the consciousness of a bone spirit mage, he has lost all his memories. If this guy knew his true identity, he would choose to kill us. By the way, the strength of this skeleton is equivalent to that of a level 50 diamond level boss." After hearing this, Li Bingu's pupils suddenly contracted. She obviously didn't expect that the skeleton in front of her could possess such powerful strength. A level 50 diamond level boss, which means that he is more than one level stronger than the previous skeleton giant. Then, Lin Yuan said slowly, "As for the second ending of this hidden plot, it is to let this guy accept a new identity. This way, he will regard you as his leader and choose to be loyal to you." Li Bingu couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Is there such a thing?" Lin Yuan smiled and said nothing. Although this choice seems simple, it may not be possible for players who don't know the correct answer to make the right choice. After Uxel chose to recognize Lin Yuan as his master, his attribute panel also appeared in front of the latter. Hero, Ulgathar. S-Class Hero. Title, Skeleton King. Level, 1. HP, 750/750. Mana, 150/150. Attack, 140 to 230. Defense, 70. Strength, 90. Agility, 55. Intelligence, 85. Just as Lin Yuan expected, the skeleton in front of him named Uxel was indeed an S-Class hero. His basic attributes also fully meet the standards of an S-level hero. However, what Lin Yuan really values is not Uxel's basic attributes, but his skills that have not yet awakened. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately opened the auction house and began to check the prices of hero experience books. Primary hero experience books, each can provide 1,000 hero experience points, and the market price is around 500 gold coins. Intermediate hero experience books, each can provide 5,000 hero experience points, and the market price is around 3,000 gold coins. Advanced hero experience books, each can provide 20,000 hero experience points, and the market price is around 18,000 gold coins. The higher the level of the hero experience book, the higher the price. Especially for high-level hero experience books, 1 point of experience value is equivalent to $1. After all, there is a limit to the number of hero experience books that each hero can use every day. Such a high unit price is naturally not affordable for ordinary lords. However, for Lin Yuan, it was nothing at all. Without any hesitation, he casually bought 100 high-level hero experience books. Lin Yuan spent 1.8 million without even blinking an eye. To him, money is just a string of numbers. The only thing that made Lin Yuan depressed was that the Uxel in front of him was clearly a level 50 diamond level boss. How come he became a level 1 hero after being recruited by him? Could this be the legendary that the darkened one is 10 times stronger and the whitened one is 3 times weaker? Afterwards, Lin Yuan used the advanced hero experience book on Uxel without any hesitation. Ding, you have successfully used the advanced hero experience book, and your hero, Uxel, has gained 20,000 hero experience. Ding, you have successfully used the advanced hero experience book, and your hero, Uxel, has gained 20,000 hero experience. Ding, you successfully used. The system prompt sound kept ringing in Lin Yuan's ears. The upgraded white light also continued to light up on Uxel's body. With such a huge amount of experience supplied, Ugthar's level was raised all the way to level 17. In addition, Uxel mastered 3 skills at once. Hero Ugthar successfully comprehended the skill, Throne of Bones. Hero Ugthar successfully comprehended the skill, Skeleton Blade. Hero Uxel successfully comprehended the skill, Summon Skeleton Giant. Afterwards, Lin Yuan directly opened Uxel's attribute panel and began to look at the detailed introduction of these 3 skills. Skill, Throne of Bones. Passive skills. Introduction, skeleton troops commanded by Uxel, attack power plus 20%, defense power plus 20%, attack speed plus 20%, movement speed plus 20%. 10% of the damage caused by all skeleton soldiers will be automatically converted into true damage. After seeing the introduction of this skill, Lin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flash with excitement, and even his breathing became rapid. That's right, this is exactly the skill he was looking forward to. The Throne of Bones. An absolute passive skill. Even heroes of the same race have their own specialties. Let's take the ghost heroes as an example. Like Count Dracula, who is good at commanding vampires. Lichmaster, Claire, good at commanding corpse wizards. Wrath of the Walking Dead, Stronk, good at commanding walkers and zombies. Only the right hero, combined with the right type of troops, can unleash the greatest power. As for the Skeleton King Uxel that Lin Yuan had just conquered, there was no doubt that he was definitely the best hero at commanding skeleton troops, and it could even be said that there was no one better. The passive skill, Skeleton Throne, not only greatly improved the attributes of skeleton troops, but more importantly, this skill could also convert part of the damage of skeleton troops into real damage. You know, the levels of most skeleton soldiers are not very high. Under such circumstances, the damage of skeleton soldiers is generally not high. Lin Yuan remembered that in his previous life, many lords liked to use the skeleton sea tactics. Because skeleton soldiers are easy to create and convenient, it is easy to accumulate a certain number. Even without special treasures like the Skull of the Skeleton King, the Ghost Lord can still use Necromancer to transform corpses into skeleton soldiers. However, the skeleton soldiers transformed through Necromancer can only be the lowest level ones. It is impossible to fuse the skeleton soldiers and upgrade them into more advanced skeleton soldiers. But even so, it is enough. Once the number of skeleton soldiers accumulates to a certain level, they can achieve the effect of many ants killing an elephant. What's more, we won't feel sad even if cannon fodder like skeleton soldiers die. Therefore, many ghost lords relied on the skeleton sea tactics to quickly accumulate advantages in the early stages of the game. However, by the middle of the game, the decline of this tactic began to gradually become apparent. As the level of the troops increases, the skeleton soldiers become weaker and weaker in front of other high-level troops. Even if they were only facing a 4th-level heavy knight, the skeleton soldiers' attacks could not break the opponent's defense. In this case, quantity no longer has any meaning. Therefore, the skeleton sea tactics were also abandoned by most of the ghost lords. But there are exceptions to everything. There are still some ghost lords who still insist on using the skeleton sea tactics, and have made innovations and improvements. They use the characteristics of heroes or treasures to make the skeleton soldiers more powerful. The soldiers who were used as cannon fodder in the hands of other ghost lords could be surrounded and slaughtered, even giant dragons in the hands of these people. The ghost hero Uxel is a perfect fit for the skeleton sea tactics. The skeleton troops under his command not only receive attribute enhancements, but also have real damage. What is the concept of true damage? That's damage that can ignore defense. In other words, even a 1st-level skeleton soldier can still break through the defense of a 9th-level dragon and forcibly cause damage to it. It is no exaggeration to say that no matter it is an angel, a demon, or a dragon, as long as the number of skeleton soldiers is sufficient, nothing can be killed. From the moment he saw the introduction of the skill, Skeleton Throne, Lin Yuan had made up his mind. From now on, the skeleton troops under his command will be handed over to Uxel for command. Lin Yuan believed that this hero, coupled with the treasure, Skull of the Skeleton King, would definitely be able to enable the skeleton army under his command to unleash its strongest power. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan checked Uxel's other 2 skills again. Skill, Skeleton Blade. Active skills. Introduction. Uxel took out his own ribs as a blade and cast bone magic on the bone blade, turning it into a bone magic blade. When Athar holds the bone blade, he will gain a 35% attack bonus, a 25% critical strike rate bonus, and a 25% critical strike damage bonus. At the same time, enemies hit by the skeleton demon blade will suffer from the bone curse, and all attributes will be reduced by 10%. After seeing the introduction of this skill, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. I have to say, this Yuchsar is really a ruthless man. he actually took out his own ribs and used them as weapons. However, there is no doubt about the strength of this skill. Not only can it bring an extremely significant increase to Yudhshar himself, but it can also impose a curse on the enemy and weaken the opponent's strength. It is simply a scam. As for the third skill, Lin Yuan could roughly guess it without even reading the introduction. Skill: Summon Skeleton Giant. Active skills. Introduction: After using this skill, you can summon a skeletal giant that completely obeys the orders of Athar. Moreover, the specific attributes of the skeleton giant depend on the level of the Yudhshar hero. Skeleton Throne, Skeleton Demon Blade, and Summon Skeleton Giant, none of these three skills is useless. Uxul is indeed worthy of the title of S-class hero. All in all, this is the third S-level hero that Lin Yuan has recruited. The skeleton army under Lin Yuan finally found a suitable commander. As for Li Bingu standing aside, he was so shocked by Lin Yuan's actions that he was speechless. If I'm not mistaken, this guy was only level 1 a few seconds ago, right? Li Bingu asked blankly, where did you get so many hero experience books? Of course I bought it. Lin Yuan glanced at her and explained casually, it didn't cost much, probably less than 2 million. You call this not spending much money? Sorry, poverty limits my imagination. It turns out that if you have money, you can do whatever you want. Afterwards, Lin Yuan directly displayed the attributes of Uxul in front of Li Bingu. Although Uxul is only level 17, her basic attributes are almost catching up with her rose swordsman Kalen. Even Li Bingu had to admit that A-class heroes were indeed inferior to S-class heroes. Li Bingu took a deep breath and said, congratulations, you got another S-class hero. Actually, S-class heroes aren't that big of a deal. Lin Yuan said, the most important thing is to choose the one that suits you and based on your own development path. After hearing this, Li Bingu had so many complaints in his heart that he wanted to complain. However, she still held back. Because Lin Yuan is indeed qualified to say this. You know, this guy can even give away S-level hero recruitment tokens, simply because he can't use them himself. At this moment, Lin Yuan spoke again, if you hadn't brought me here, I really wouldn't have been able to remember this hidden plot. Li Bingu was slightly stunned, then laughed and teased, what? Is the boss going to give me a raise? What's the point of raising wages? Lin Yuan smiled and changed the subject, I have a way to upgrade your heroes from A level to S level. Are you interested? After hearing this, Li Bingu was stunned and subconsciously asked, is there really such a way? Under this circumstance, Lin Yuan had given up on continuing to spend money to upgrade the hero's level. Because there is no need for this anymore. Although he was rich, he was not rich enough to spend lavishly. Let's take Altria as an example. After reaching level 40, Altria would need at least several million experience points to advance one level. Spending several million to upgrade to a new level is too cost-effective. What's more, the levels of the three heroes under Lin Yuan's command have reached a level that satisfies him. So, next you just need to upgrade slowly and don't be too hasty. Afterwards, Lin Yuan stood in his own territory and looked around. All the buildings within the territory, such as the Spearman Camp, Archer Training Camp, Mage Association, and other recruitment buildings, were upgraded to the highest level by Lin Yuan. In this way, Lin Yuan can ensure that he can recruit the maximum number of troops every week. No matter at any stage of the game, the strength of the army is the key to measuring the strength of a lord. However, the later you get in the game, the longer it will take to upgrade buildings. Just like now, the City Lord's Mansion in Lin Yuan's territory will take at least 7 days to upgrade from level 5 to level 6. After the City Lord's Mansion is upgraded to level 7, you can build Griffin Cliff. You know, the Griffin, as a 6-tier soldier, is one of the few flying soldiers of the human race in the early and middle stages of the game. Even after upgrading the level of the Griffin Cliff, building to above level 5, Lin Yuan can also spend resources to upgrade the Griffin to a Royal Griffin. The attributes of the Royal Griffin are even comparable to those of 7th-tier troops. It's a pity that Lin Yuan can only think about it now. After all, he hadn't even upgraded the City Lord's Mansion to level 6 yet, let alone recruiting the Royal Griffins. In total, there are 5 days left before real change comes. Lin Yuan glanced at the date and couldn't help muttering to himself. The reason why he made such an exclamation was that in 5 days, all human beings on Earth would be teleported into the game world. This Lord's world will also completely replace the real world. Moreover, by that time, earth-shaking changes will also take place within the game. Therefore, before the change comes, you must be fully prepared no matter what. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking, the sudden sound of a message interrupted his thoughts. He picked up the phone and found that it was Li Bingu calling. "Boss, I found it." After the call was picked up, Li Bingu's excited voice immediately came from the other end of the call. However, a look of doubt appeared on Lin Yuan's face. "What did you find?" "We found the location marked on the sheepskin map." Li Bingu said excitedly, "It's absolutely correct. The terrain recorded on the map is exactly the same as what we surveyed." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned, and subconsciously asked, "How did you find it?" "Those dungeon hunters found it." Li Bingu explained, "I asked each of them to take a look at the sheepskin map, and promised them that whoever could find the location recorded on the map would be rewarded with 1 million. Boss, you won't blame me for acting on my own, right?" It has to be said that letting Li Bingu recruit a dungeon hunter team for him was definitely the best decision Lin Yuan had ever made. During this period of time, this team not only provided him with several unopened copies, but now he has an unexpected gain. "Of course not, you did a good job on this matter." Lin Yuan said, "Come to me later to get 2 million gold coins. 1 million will be their reward, and the other 1 million will be your bonus." Li Bingu said with a smile, "Boss is very generous." "Okay, stop kissing my ass and send me the coordinates of that location now." It's no wonder that Lin Yuan seemed a little anxious. After all, he didn't know whether he was the only one who had the sheepskin map. Therefore, it is better to hurry up to avoid being overtaken by other players. Under Lin Yuan's urging, Li Bingu quickly sent the coordinates. Then, Li Bingu asked tentatively, "Boss, do you need us to come over too? Although the role we can play may not be significant, it still means more strength." After hearing this, Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, then said, "Then you can just take Chen Bei and Lin Mengmeng with you, and don't take anyone else." Lin Yuan knew these two people quite well. Even if we bring them along, there won't be any conflict of interest. Moreover, Lin Yuan also intended to let them hone their skills under him. Although Chen Bei and Li Bingu both have great potential, flowers are destined to not grow in a greenhouse. "Okay, I understand." Li Bingu said, "I will definitely take them there as soon as possible." 6 hours later. Following the guidance of the coordinates, Lin Yuan arrived in front of a canyon. The canyon before us is majestic and winding. The steep and deep strata are like billions of books, stacked up on top of each other. If you look down from above, the winding canyon looks like a maze standing on the earth. I have to say that this place is indeed not very close to Lin Yuan's territory. Even if Lin Yuan traveled at full speed, it still took a full 6 hours. When he arrived here, Li Bingu and others had been waiting for him for a long time. Before he even had time to say hello, Chen Bei pounced on him like a pervert and started howling like a ghost. "Boss, we finally meet again. Ever since we last parted, my longing for you has been like a rushing river, endless. It's true that one day without seeing you feels like 3 years. Once you've seen the sea, all other waters are but puddles. Once you've seen Mount Wu, all other clouds are but mounds. Can you be more normal?" The corner of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched violently. "I'm sorry, I was too excited. I couldn't hold back and my true feelings came out directly." Chen Bei grinned, looking embarrassed. Only then did Lin Yuan notice that the hero following him had turned into the S-level orc leader. The rose swordsman who followed Li Bingu had also been promoted from a level to S-level. His aura had undergone earth-shaking changes, and he had obviously passed the trial. It seems that during this period of time, the strength of both Li Bingu and Chen Bei has improved significantly. As for Lin Mengmeng, nothing has changed. At this moment, Li Bingu opened his mouth to explain to Lin Yuan, "The canyon in front of you is the location marked on the sheepskin map. If this is really a treasure map, then the treasure must be hidden in this canyon." Lin Yuan said, "Of course. Go to Emperor Light City, find the sword master Olet, and let your heroes pass his trial." As long as you can successfully pass the level, he will take your hero to experience. The training will take about 3 days. After it's over, your hero will be able to successfully upgrade from A level to S level. After hearing this, a hint of excitement flashed in Li Bingu's eyes. She had no doubt about the truthfulness of Lin Yuan's words. After all, Lin Yuan had verified it several times that everything he said was true. If this is the case, then I must seize this opportunity. If the Rose Swordsman can really be upgraded from A level to S level, it will be a qualitative improvement in her strength. However, Li Bingu soon thought of something and asked, will this trial be very difficult? Of course there are difficulties. Lin Yuan said, the most important thing is that this trial is only for heroes. That is to say, no matter how strong your troops are, they cannot participate in the trial. So that's how it is. Li Bingu asked tentatively, then do you think that with the strength of Rose Swordsman, it is possible to pass the trial? Lin Yuan said bluntly, impossible. You are so direct. Li Bingu pursed his lips and said, if it's impossible, why do you want me to try? I just said it's impossible, not that there is no way. After saying this, Lin Yuan directly handed a potion to Li Bingu and said, as long as your hero takes this potion, you will have a chance to pass the trial. Is this a dark potion? After seeing the familiar bottle of medicine in his hand, Li Bingu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Because what Lin Yuan handed her was the dark potion. You should know the effects of the dark potion. Lin Yuan said calmly, after taking the dark potion, the hero will enter a demonic state, gaining a 50% bonus to all attributes, and his attacks will also carry 10% dark attribute damage, which will last for 15 minutes. However, the dark potion is also a double-edged sword. After the effect of the potion ends, the hero will enter a weak state for 8 hours, and all attributes will drop by 70%. Moreover, taking dark potions continuously in a short period of time will cause irreversible effects on the hero. Dark potions are expensive, and there's a reason for that. In the past, the dark potion could be said to be a god-level potion in the early and middle stages of the game. Many people will let their heroes take dark potions when they are opening up a dungeon or killing a boss for the first time, so that they can gain stronger strength in a short period of time. After hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, Li Bingu finally understood his intention and immediately said, I understand. Thank you for your reminder. Lin Yuan said, I hope that when I see you next time, your hero will have been upgraded to S level. Also, in a few days, the dark potion will be available on the market. It's been a few days, so there should be some stock by now, right? Li Bingu nodded immediately, that's for sure. Since you have decided, I will arrange it later. Yeah, okay. Lin Yuan spoke again, also, find the place marked on the parchment scroll as soon as possible. This matter is also urgent. Good. You know, the sheepskin map obtained from Qianbei was an opportunity that Lin Yuan had never heard of in his previous life. Therefore, he must seize the opportunity and never let this chance fall into the hands of others. In the next few days, Lin Yuan focused his attention on Uxel. After all, compared with Altria and Kalin, Uxel's level is still too low. But the potential of this hero is undoubtedly powerful. Therefore, under this circumstance, Lin Yuan naturally wanted to raise Uxel's level as soon as possible. Whether it is killing wild monsters or doing dungeons, Lin Yuan will let Athar be the main general and let him get the lion's share of experience. To be honest, for ordinary lords, it is already quite difficult to specialize in training a hero. Not to mention, like Lin Yuan, training 3 heroes at the same time. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's biggest advantage is that he is rich. The daily high-level hero experience books are filled up directly. The upper limit for a hero to use is 100 books per day. Lin Yuan was not shy about buying 300 high-level hero experience books every day. Uxel, Altria, and Kalin, 2 million experience points each, equal benefits. Under this circumstance, the upgrade speed of these 3 heroes is as fast as a rocket. However, behind the rapid upgrade, Lin Yuan's expenses are like flowing water. A high-level hero experience book, 18,000 gold coins. 300 books a day, that's 5,400,000. At this rate of spending, 100 million would only be enough for less than 20 days. Fortunately, During this period of time, Lin Yuan's dark potion was finally put on the auction house. Many lords realized the effect of the dark potion at the first moment. As a result, these lords immediately started to scramble for the dark potions on the market. The price of dark potion is also soaring. The price set by Lin Yuan, which was 2,000 gold coins, soared all the way to 10,000 gold coins. And there's no sign of stopping. In Lin Yuan's opinion, there are only two reasons for this situation. The first reason is that things are valuable because they are rare. The second reason is that there are still too many rich people in the game. Now many people have realized the huge value behind this game. In the eyes of these people, Age of Lords is no longer just a game. However, as dark potions flow into the market in large quantities, the inflated prices of dark potions will soon cool down and eventually return to normal prices. But even so, Lin Yuan can still make a lot of profits through dark potions. A net profit of 100 million per year is no joke. But judging from Lin Yuan's current spending rate, 100 million a year seems to be not enough. Fortunately, his efforts were finally rewarded. With Lin Yuan's crazy spending of money, Altria's hero level has reached level 40. Kalin's hero level has reached level 37. Even Uxel's hero level has reached level 31. Let's go in and take a look. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan led his troops directly into the canyon in front of him. Li Bingu and the others quickly followed his pace and headed into the canyon. Just after they entered the canyon, gusts of cold wind suddenly blew around them. A rustling sound was also heard from the depths of the canyon. Lin Yuan immediately stretched out his hand, stopped the people who were about to move forward, and whispered, "Be careful and be prepared for battle." I have to say that Lin Yuan's reaction was quite sharp. Just as he finished speaking, pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly lit up in front of them. Is this a hellhound? Li Bingu looked forward, and after seeing the faces of the blood-eyed monsters on the opposite side, he quickly overturned his guess. No, that's not right, this is the three-headed dog of hell. Hellhound is a fourth-tier soldier of the demon clan. The Cerberus is an upgraded version of the Hellhound, and its attributes are even comparable to those of the fifth-tier soldiers. The key point is that there are too many Hellhounds in front of us. It was pitch black, with no end in sight. Boss, let me do it. Chen Bei volunteered and immediately ordered his troops to launch a charge. The orc leader roared and activated his skills directly, and his blood boiled. After this skill was activated, all the orc troops were glowing blood-red. Obviously, the skill, Beast Blood Boils, can bring extremely significant attribute increases to the orc arms. You know, the orcs are the race that is best at fighting head-on. Under the increase of Beast Blood Boiling, these orcs became even more brave. Even Lin Yuan had to admit that Chen Bei was indeed very talented. If he continues to grow at this rate, it won't be long before he can become the best orc lord in all of China. Li Bingu and Lin Mengmeng were not idle either, and also joined the battle. Rose swordsman Kylin took the lead and charged into the herd of beasts. As the sword flew in her hand, the three-headed hell dogs were also killed one after another. Obviously, Li Bingu did follow Lin Yuan's instructions and completed the trial of the sword master Olet, thus promoting Kylin from a level to S level. All attributes have been greatly improved. The human troops led by Kylin performed in the front battlefield in no way inferior to Chen Bei's orc army. As for Lin Mengmeng's performance, it was naturally slightly inferior. Whether in terms of hero level or the number of troops, she is no match for Li Bingu and Chen Bei. Fortunately, this little girl doesn't have any jealousy. Anyway, she positions herself as a support, so she just needs to add buffs to her teammates. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan didn't even have to put in much effort, as nearly 1,000 units of Cerberus were completely wiped out by Li Bingu and the other three. Both Li Bingu and Chen Bei can be regarded as lords who can stand on their own. However, even so, Chen Bei still acted like a lackey in front of Lin Yuan. After the battle, he was even thoughtful enough to collect all the corpses of the hellhounds together. Lin Yuan glanced at him, smiled and said, "You guy, if I don't pay you a salary, I will feel guilty about it." Chen Bei said with a smile, "It doesn't matter whether I get paid or not, I'm definitely going to hold on to the boss's support." Judging from Chen Bei's expression, he has obviously decided to follow Lin Yuan and cannot be driven away. However, this is also a good thing for Lin Yuan. Then, he turned around, faced the pile of corpses in front of him, and directly used the ability of Skull of the Skeleton King. Immediately afterwards, a black magic circle appeared, and one skeleton after another walked out of the circle. 1,000 corpses of hellhounds transformed into 4,000 first-level skeletons. 4,000 first-level skeletons can at least fuse into 250 fifth-level heavily armored skeleton knights. In other words, the conversion ratio is about 4 to 1. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied with this ratio. After expanding his troops, Lin Yuan immediately said, "Let's continue to move deeper into the canyon. We have just entered the canyon and have encountered so many demonic creatures. It seems that this place is more dangerous than we imagined. It's definitely not that easy to get the treasure on the sheepskin map." Chen Bei said confidently, "What does it matter? Even if there are more demonic creatures here, we can just sweep them away with our army." Li Bingu glanced at him and said, "Okay then, we will withdraw first. You can take your army to pacify this place and then call us back." "No, dear sister, I'm just trying to boost morale." Chen Bei's expression changed immediately, and he said with a smile on his face, "I am just your little brother. If you leave, it will be useless to leave me here alone." As they talked, they moved forward towards the canyon. After walking for about 10 minutes, the second wave of demonic creatures finally appeared in front of them. It's the fire demon and the ice demon. Li Bingu cast a detection spell and quickly said, "These two kinds of demonic creatures, 700 units each, may not be easy to deal with. Both the fire demon and the ice demon are upgraded versions of the 5th level great demon. The ice demon is good at control, while the fire demon is good at output. Once these two demonic creatures join forces, it will not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. At this moment, Lin Mengmeng suddenly exclaimed, "Watch out behind you. There are demonic creatures approaching behind us." After hearing this, several people were slightly stunned, and then subconsciously looked back. Dozens of huge spiders appeared behind them without them noticing. These spiders are not only huge in size, but also have extremely swollen abdomens, and it even seems like something is wriggling inside. After seeing these large spiders, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. With his experience from his previous life, he of course recognized these demonic creatures at the first moment. If he remembered correctly, these large spiders were the 7th-level soldiers of the demon clan, the Demon Spider Queen. This type of soldier is not a regular type of soldier, but a hidden type of soldier of the demon clan. Only after obtaining the construction drawings of the evil spider nest and building it within the territory will one be eligible to recruit the Demon Spider Queen. The Demon Spider Queen is considered by countless people to be one of the most disgusting types of soldiers among the demons. The reason lies in the characteristics of the demonic Spider Queen. The Demon Spider Queen's own combat capability is not that strong, but it can produce spider eggs continuously. It only takes a few seconds for these spider eggs to produce little spiders. The demon spider that hatched from the egg has attributes equivalent to those of a 5th-level troop. If that were all, the demonic Spider Queen might not be so disgusting. The most crucial point is that these demonic spiders will self-destruct. After facing the demon spider, most players will definitely want to eliminate the source first. But once they are ready to attack the Demon Spider Queen directly, these demon spiders will directly self-destruct, causing massive damage to the surrounding enemies. Those ordinary lords have no special means to deal with it, and often have to pay a huge price to kill the Demon Spider Queen. It is precisely because of this that they feel that this type of soldier is truly too disgusting. Looking at these dozens of level 7 demon spiders, Chen Bei couldn't help but frown and asked, "When did these big spiders get behind us?" Lin Yuan pointed to the rock walls on both sides and said calmly, "Don't forget, spiders can crawl on the rock walls." Li Bingu gritted his teeth and whispered, "Then we are now attacked from both sides." However, there was no fear on Lin Yuan's face. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I can handle this little situation." Then, Lin Yuan commanded in an orderly manner, "Chen Bei, your orc army is too heavy, so don't join the battle. Just stay where you are and protect the back row. Li Bingu, you take your troops and wait for the opportunity on the flank. Wait until I create a suitable opportunity for you, then you can take action. Lin Mengmeng, you don't have any special tasks. Just be responsible for adding buffs to everyone's troops. Although Li Bingu and Chen Bei were both famous lords in their previous lives, they have not grown up yet after all. Whether in terms of combat experience or tactical thinking, Lin Yuan is more than one level ahead of them. Therefore, under this situation, Lin Yuan would naturally be responsible for command. Afterwards, Lin Yuan, without any hesitation, directly ordered Uxel to lead his heavily armored skeleton knights to launch a charge. I will make you feel the fear of death. Uxel directly pulled out one of his own ribs and turned it into a skeleton blade. At the same time, he also directly used bone magic to summon out the skeleton giant. Afterwards, he led the skeleton giants and a group of heavily armored skeleton knights behind him and launched a charge towards the direction of the flame demon and the ice demon. At this moment, the demonic creature in front of him chose to attack without hesitation. Ice Inferno. Hellfire. In an instant, countless sharp ice spikes suddenly grew on the ground. These ice spikes pierced directly into the body of the heavily armored skeleton warrior. Although the damage was not high, it forcibly changed the terrain. Moreover, the cold air emanating from the ice spikes also greatly slowed down the speed of the heavily armored skeleton knight. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chen Bei finally understood why Lin Yuan did not let his orc troops participate in the battle. You know, the orcs are known for being bulky. Although they are powerful, they are slow in movement. If you enter the range covered by ice purgatory, it will be no different from a living target. Lin Yuan didn't want him to suffer too many unnecessary casualties, so he chose to let his troops stay where they were. Before the skeleton troops could get rid of the influence of ice purgatory, hellfire burned under their feet again. Compared with ice purgatory, the damage of hellfire is much considerable. Every burn can take away some of the heavy skeleton knight's health. Under such circumstances, I'm afraid that before this group of heavily armored skeleton knights could rush to the enemy, more than half of them would have been killed or injured. However, Lin Yuan naturally couldn't just watch his troops die in vain. The group of charging heavily armored skeleton knights before him were merely a cover to attract firepower. The group of flame mages standing behind him are his real trump card. After these days of recruitment, the number of flame mages in Lin Yuan's army has reached more than 400. Flame Mage, smash them to pieces. Following Lin Yuan's order, the more than 400 flame mages chanted spells at the same time. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of exploding fireballs condensed into shape at the same time, and blasted directly towards the demonic creatures in front of them with a whistling force. Boom 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 boom. Accompanied by a loud roar, these exploding fireballs turned the scene before our eyes into a sea of fire. This round of concentrated fire directly killed more than 200 fire demons and ice demons. You know, the total number of fire demons and ice demons in front of you is only 1,400. This round of attack by the flame mage was equivalent to directly reducing their number by 1/7. More importantly, the formation of the group of demons in front of them was directly defeated. Lin Yuan turned around and looked at Li Bingu. The opportunity has come. Clear. Li Bingu nodded in understanding, and immediately ordered Kailan to lead the human troops under his command to launch an attack from the flank. Her troops went straight in and quickly broke into the enemy camp. The situation before us quickly became even more chaotic. Moreover, before these demonic creatures could organize an effective counterattack, the flame mage's second round of attack came again. Hundreds of flaming fireballs came bombarding again. Under such circumstances, it won't be long before this group of demonic creatures completely collapses. On the other side, the demon spider queen has begun to breed demon spiders crazily. A tear appeared directly on the demon spider queen's bulging abdomen. Round spider eggs kept rolling out from the cracks, and soon hatched after a few seconds, rushing towards them. You know, the reproductive ability of the demon spider queen is quite terrifying. In just a few tens of seconds, hundreds of demon spiders were bred. Large swarms of demonic spiders immediately came like a tide. Under such circumstances, it is necessary to stop this group of demon spiders. Otherwise, once the demon spiders approach their troops, they will immediately self-destruct. The damage caused by that would be immeasurable. The heavily armored skeleton knight riding on a skeleton warhorse immediately charged towards the demon spider. Puff 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 puff. Immediately afterwards, this group of demonic spiders chose to self-destruct. After the demon spider self-destructed, countless dark green venoms immediately sprayed out from its exploded body. The dark green venom is extremely corrosive. Even if a heavily armored skeleton knight is wearing heavy armor, once it comes into contact with the venom, it will be corroded instantly until not even a bone is left. However, Lin Yuan had already figured out how to deal with this group of demon spider queens. He waved his hand and gave orders directly to the green dragons behind him, instructing them to attack the group of demon spider queens in front of them. To be honest, ever since Lin Yuan summoned these 10 ninth order green dragons, he rarely let them participate in the battle. After all, these green dragons are non-renewable resources. If a few of them died accidentally, he would be really sad. However, now is the time for these green dragons to come into play. The 10 green dragons flapped their wings, and their huge bodies immediately soared into the air, and soon flew right above the group of demon spiders. Then, they opened their huge mouths, and the wind elements gathered directly in their mouths into explosive wind bombs, which shot out towards the demon spider queen below. Boom, 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 boom. The lethality of these explosive wind bombs is extremely terrifying, and they also cause group attack damage. One explosive wind bomb could directly injure 2 or even 3 demon spider queens, and at least destroy 1/3 of their health. This is the suppression of military rank. So what if these demonic spider queens are 7th level soldiers? What they are facing is the green dragon, a 9th level soldier. And, more importantly, their methods have no effect on green dragons. Because the green dragon is a flying troop, the demon spiders hatched by the demon spider queen cannot attack the green dragon at all. Even if they choose to self-destruct, the venom cannot splash onto the green dragon. Although the demon spider queen is a disgusting type of soldier, they have met their nemesis this time. Amid the green dragon's roar, the demon spider queens died one after another under the exploding wind bombs. The number of demon spiders they hatched was decreasing, and they could no longer pose any threat to Lin Yuan's troops. 10 minutes later, the troops under Lin Yuan's command won victories on both battlefields. The flame demons and ice demons were all killed. The demonic spider queen was also completely annihilated. The price Lin Yuan paid was just a few hundred heavily armored skeleton knights. Only half of the heavily armored skeleton knights were killed by the flame demons and ice demons. The other half of the heavily armored skeleton knights all died in the self-explosion of the demon spider. This is enough to show how disgusting the demon spider queen is. Lin Yuan said, "Okay, let's clean up the battlefield. Remember to pile the bodies together so that I can convert them more easily." Chen Bei chuckled, "Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of this little thing. It's easy to hang out with the boss. You don't have to do any work. You just need to clean up the battlefield after the fight is over." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "I just don't want you to die in vain. When it's your turn to contribute, you still have to contribute." "That's for sure." Chen Bei immediately said, "As long as the boss says the word, even if all the soldiers die, I will definitely follow you into battle." Just when Chen Bei was still expressing his loyalty, Li Bingu's voice suddenly came. "Lin Yuan, come and take a look. These demon spider queens have dropped something." Lin Yuan immediately turned around and asked, "What happened?" "It looks like a construction blueprint." Li Bingu immediately handed the drawing he had just picked up to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took a look and his eyes immediately lit up. Because this is basically the construction blueprint of the evil spider's nest. Construction blueprint, spider's nest. Special items. Introduction: this construction blueprint can only be used in the demon tribe's territory. Assuming that the city lord's mansion reaches level 7, this construction blueprint will be used to build a special building, the evil spider's nest. Resources required for construction: 50 million grains, 50 million wood, 50 million stones, and 20 million silver coins. Lin Yuan said, "This blueprint is a good thing. When the time is right, put it on the auction house, it can be sold for tens of millions at least." After hearing this, Li Bingu couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. Tens of millions. So valuable. Of course. The demonic spider queen is a 7th level hidden soldier, and it is extremely useful. We can develop countless tactics with this soldier as the core. Lin Yuan said calmly, no demon lord would miss this architectural blueprint, so it will definitely fetch a high price. It's a pity that no one among us can use it. After hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, Li Bingu finally understood the value of this architectural drawing. Then, she asked, do I need to put this drawing up at the auction house? Not necessary for now. Lin Yuan said, this is a 7th level architectural blueprint. No one can use it at this stage. Besides, I don't lack these tens of millions. If there's a chance, see if you can exchange this architectural blueprint for something we can use. To Lin Yuan, money is just a number. What he really wants is something that can improve his strength. At this moment, Lin Mingming's voice also rang out. Brother Lin Yuan, here are 2 architectural drawings as well. After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. 2 more architectural drawings. He originally thought that being able to discover a building blueprint would be a pleasant surprise. Now it seems that there are quite a lot of good things on the demonic creatures in this canyon. Show it to me. Lin Yuan immediately reached out and took the 2 architectural drawings from Lin Mengmeng. Construction Blueprint, Ice Magic Tower. Special Items. Introduction. On the premise that the City Lord's mansion reaches level 5, use this construction blueprint to build a city defense building, Ice Magic Tower. Resources required for construction, 20 million grains, 20 million wood, 15 million stones, and 5 million silver coins. Construction Blueprint, Flame Magic Tower. Special Items. Introduction. On the premise that the City Lord's mansion reaches level 5, use this construction blueprint to build a city defense building, the Flame Magic Tower. Resources required for construction, 20 million grains, 20 million wood, 15 million stones, and 5 million silver coins. These 2 architectural drawings are all drawings of city defense buildings. You should know that buildings are also divided into barracks buildings, functional buildings, resource buildings, and city defense buildings. Buildings like city walls and arrow towers are all city defense buildings. Once the enemy attacks the territory, these city defense buildings will naturally be able to play a corresponding role. In Lin Yuan's previous life, every big boss who was worth a name would build his territory into an iron wall. After all, territory is the base of every lord. If the territory is lost, it would be no different from being dead. However, in the early stages of the game, few people would upgrade city defense buildings. Because in the early stages of the game, there are rarely enemy troops invading your territory. Under such circumstances, wasting too many resources and time on city defense buildings would be completely counterproductive. However, after seeing these 2 drawings, a hint of joy appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. These 2 city defense architectural drawings may be useless in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, they are rare good things. Moreover, these 2 architectural drawings will come in handy soon. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately said, I just happen to need these 2 architectural drawings. Can you leave them to me? Li Bingu shrugged and said, you are the boss, you have the final say. Lin Mengmeng also said softly, I have no objection. Chen Bei grinned, how could I have any objection to this? The rest of us are just doing nothing, and it's only the boss who's doing the most work. Even if you take away all the spoils, I have no objection at all. Then I wouldn't be so ruthless. Lin Yuan smiled and said, you can keep the materials from these demonic creatures. They should be able to sell for quite a bit of money. After distributing the spoils, everyone continued to advance deeper into the canyon. Soon, a 3-way fork appeared in front of the 4 of them. There are 3 forks in the road, all leading to unknown darkness. They seem extremely deep and you can't see the end at a glance. Boss, where should we go now? Chen Bei turned around and looked at Lin Yuan. These 3 forks in the road are obviously meant to make them make a choice. There is very likely only one truly correct path. How should I know? I can't tell fortunes. Lin Yuan said calmly, but I can go over and take a look. After hearing this, Chen Bei couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Isn't that too dangerous? It's nothing dangerous. Lin Yuan said, I said I would go and take a look, I didn't say you should go too. After saying this, he took out the mask of the deceiver from his backpack and put it on his face. The next second, under everyone's gaze, Lin Yuan's appearance turned into that of an ice demon. Looking at the scene before them, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes. Chen Bei even exclaimed, "Boss, you still have this ability. It's just a little trick, no need to make a fuss." Lin Yuan said, "You guys stay here, let me go to the front to check the situation first. Before I come back, remember not to act rashly." Chen Bei immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice, "Okay, no problem." After instructing the few people, Lin Yuan immediately walked alone towards the fork in the road on the left and soon disappeared from their sight. This fork in the road is not short. At least, Lin Yuan walked for more than 10 minutes and still didn't reach the end. However, we didn't encounter any demonic creatures along the way. At this moment, the road in front of Lin Yuan suddenly became wider. Moreover, he was very keenly aware that the ground beneath his feet had turned dark red at some point. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and continued walking forward. After more than 10 seconds, the scene in front of me suddenly became clear, like a huge valley. The dark red land in front of us is extremely vast, at least as big as 3 or 4 football fields combined. However, what really shocked Lin Yuan was not the area of the valley. The thing is that the surrounding rock walls are covered with caves of various sizes. Moreover, inside these caves live hideous-looking evil spirits. These evil ghosts have a single horn on their heads, a wolf head and a human body, but a pair of horse hooves grow on the lower part of their bodies, which looks extremely weird. Their eyes are blood red, their fangs are as sharp as knives, and there are barbs on their tails. They look completely ferocious. If Lin Yuan remembered correctly, these evil ghosts should belong to the 6th level troops. Before Lin Yuan had time to investigate carefully, a long whip burning with flames suddenly lashed in front of him. Bang! With a slight sound, the flaming whip left a charred mark on the ground in front of Lin Yuan. At the same time, a cold voice sounded. "Low-level demon, this is not a place you can set foot in." After hearing the voice in his ear, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be startled and looked up subconsciously. What appeared before him was an extremely tall demonic creature. Although the other party looks very much like a human, he has a pair of goat horns on his head and his skin is a strange scarlet color. This demon had an extremely strong body, holding a flaming whip in his hand and a necklace made of skulls around his neck. After Lin Yuan's investigation, the other party's attributes immediately appeared in front of him. Evil King. Diamond level boss. Level 50. HP 500,000. Attack power 1870 to 2500. Defense 1250. Skills: Hell Whip, Devil's Gate, Evil God's Blessing. An extremely terrifying demon creature, commanding countless evil spirits, with a long whip in his hand burning with the fire of hell, and possessing the ability to bring evil spirits back to life. After seeing the attributes of the evil God King, a solemn look flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. The tall demon in front of him holding a long whip turned out to be a level 50 diamond level boss, the Evil King. Judging from its attributes, this guy is stronger than any boss he has dealt with before. Its health reached an astonishing 500,000 points. You know, the skeleton giant at that time only had 350,000 health points. Although Lin Yuan disguised himself very well and was not noticed by the evil God King, the other party's actions just now were obviously intended to expel him. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan naturally did not dare to stay here for long. He quickly glanced around and then retreated without hesitation. Seeing Lin Yuan leaving, the evil God King retracted his whip and had no intention of continuing the attack. Soon, Lin Yuan returned to Li Bingu and the others, took off his mask, and returned to his original appearance. After seeing Lin Yuan, Chen Bei immediately came up and asked anxiously, "How is it? Did you find anything?" "Yes, of course." Lin Yuan said in a deep voice, "At the end of this fork in the road is a level 50 diamond level boss, the evil God King." Diamond level boss. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Then, Lin Yuan added, "In addition to the evil God King, there are at least thousands of evil spirits gathered there. Those evil spirits are all level 6 soldiers, and they are extremely difficult to deal with." Lin Yuan's words were not modesty. If it was just an evil God King, they might be able to deal with it. But if more than 1,000 6th level evil spirits were added, that might not be the case. Although the Flame Mage is extremely lethal, that is only for low-level soldiers. Once faced with the evil ghosts, which are 6th-level soldiers, where 3 or 4 explosive fireballs are needed to kill one evil ghost, the Flame Mage's advantage will naturally disappear. What's more, judging from the introduction, the evil God King seems to have the ability to resurrect evil spirits. In Lin Yuan's opinion, if they rashly launched the challenge, even if they could win, they would inevitably pay a huge price. Li Bingu pursed her lips and asked, "What should we do now?" After she said this, Chen Bei and Lin Mengmeng both turned their eyes to Lin Yuan. Obviously, Lin Yuan has already become the backbone of this team. There's no rush. Lin Yuan said, "We have only explored one path. I'll explore the remaining 2 forks first, and then we'll make plans." Li Bingu nodded and said, "That's fine." Afterwards, Lin Yuan put on the Mask of the Deceiver again. However, this time, he did not transform into an ice demon, but directly changed into the appearance of the evil God King. I have to say, Mask of the Deceiver is really useful. Lin Yuan now looks exactly like the evil God King. Whether it is the horns on the head, the scarlet skin, or the strong body. Even the long whip burning with hellfire in his hand was conjured up along with it. Chen Bei, who was standing by, was so shocked that his eyes widened. He exclaimed, "Is this the evil God King? He looks so majestic." The reason why Lin Yuan did this was naturally not because he looked majestic, but to ensure his own safety. Even among demonic creatures, there seems to be a strict hierarchy. In the eyes of the evil God King, the ice demon, as a low-level demon, is not worthy of setting foot in his territory. In that case, I might as well transform myself into the evil king and explore the way. Okay, I'm leaving now. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, took a step forward, and walked towards the fork in the road on the right. I don't know where this fork in the road will lead to. As for the road in the middle, there might be something special about it, so let's explore it at the end. After the experience of the first fork in the road, Lin Yuan seemed much more familiar with it this time. If nothing goes wrong, this fork in the road should also lead to somewhere. There shouldn't be any danger before he arrives. So, this time, Lin Yuan's pace quickened a lot. In less than 15 minutes, he successfully reached the end of the fork in the road. But this time, the scene before him was even more bizarre. The ground beneath his feet was no longer dark red, but a frosty ground. The extremely cold frost even spread to the fork in the road. Living here are creatures that are as huge as giant apes. These frost creatures look dull yet strong, with a pair of curved horns on their heads, strong and powerful arms, and thick frost covering their entire bodies. Like evil spirits, these demonic creatures covered with frost are also 6th-level troops, frost trolls. After Lin Yuan arrived, all the frost trolls slowly turned their heads and set their eyes on him. Immediately afterwards, a cold voice sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. "Evil God King, who allowed you to leave your territory without permission?" Lin Yuan looked up and saw a frost giant holding a giant wooden club, walking slowly towards him. Its dark blue eyes were staring at him intently, emitting a strong sense of oppression. Frost Lord. Diamond level boss. Level 50. HP 600,000. Attack power 1570 to 2280. Defense 1550. Skills: Frost Hell, Frost Strike, Frost Armor. An extremely terrifying demon creature, the king worshipped by the frost trolls. The frost covering his body is as hard as steel, and he has the terrifying power to freeze everything. Another diamond level boss. At the fork in the road on the right, Lin Yuan directly encountered the second diamond level boss. The attributes of the Frost Demon King in front of him are not inferior even to those of the evil God King. Although the Frost Demon King's attack power is lower, his health and defense are superior to those of the evil God King. The most important thing is, judging from the tone of the Frost Demon King in front of him, he seems to know the evil God King. Now it was Lin Yuan's turn to be embarrassed. You know, he originally just wanted to use the identity of the evil God King to come in and gather some information. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan finally decided to continue pretending. He raised his head, imitated the tone of the evil God King, and said in a deep voice, "Why can't I come to you? Why? You don't welcome me." The Frost Demon King frowned and said in a cold voice, "If you don't guard the key well, you will be absent from duty. When the Demon Lord returns, you will be punished." Key. Demon. Lin Yuan quickly caught the key words in the other party's words. In order to obtain more information, Lin Yuan immediately chose to go along with the other party. "Don't worry, I've kept the key very well, you don't need to worry about it," Lin Yuan said calmly. "Also, think about why I came to you." To be honest, the information he knew now was too little. If you make up an excuse now, it will have too many loopholes and will be easily seen through by the other party. So, instead of doing this, it is better to take the initiative and let the other party guess directly. In this way, not only will you not be exposed, but you will be able to obtain more intelligence. You know, I don't like charades. The Frost Demon King frowned, and after a long silence, he slowly said, "Could it be that you are here on the orders of the Lord Demon?" "That's right." Lin Yuan nodded and said calmly, "It was the Lord Demon who asked me to come and take your key." To be honest, the reason why Lin Yuan was able to make up such a reason was entirely based on his own reasoning. First of all, the so-called Lord Demon must be the ruler of the evil God King and the Frost Demon King. Secondly, the evil God King and the Frost Demon King are located at the forks on the left and right sides respectively, and they have many similarities. Therefore, Lin Yuan deduced that the Frost Demon King might also be holding a key in his hand. However, no matter how accurate the inference is, it is still just a guess. It is precisely because of this that after saying this, Lin Yuan was actually ready to run away. Fortunately, his inference was indeed correct. After hearing what he said, the Frost King couldn't help but frown. "You mean, Master Demon wants me to give you the key?" Hearing this, a hint of joy immediately appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. The implication of the Frost Demon King's words was equivalent to a disguised admission that he did have a key in his hand. Lin Yuan pretended to be calm and said, "Yes, do you want to go against the will of the Demon Lord?" After a moment's silence, the Frost King finally moved. He turned around slowly and said in a deep voice, "Okay, then wait for me for a moment, I'll get it for you." Soon, Lin Yuan watched the Frost Demon King walk into a huge ice cave. Obviously, the key he held was stored in this ice cave. To be honest, Lin Yuan had thought about taking this opportunity to escape. But after hesitating for a long time, he chose to give up. After all, this is a rare opportunity for him. If he could really get the key from the Frost Demon King, then Lin Yuan would have achieved his goal without bloodshed. He could even do the same thing and use the same method to deceive the evil God King. If the evil God King is stupid enough, he can even trick both keys into his hands at the same time. As for what the two keys actually do, you can explore it slowly by yourself. A few minutes later, the Frost Demon King walked out of the ice cave and returned to Lin Yuan. And in his hand, there was an ice blue key. "The key is right here," the Frost Demon King said in a deep voice, "but I want to know, why did the Lord Demon take back the key from me?" Lin Yuan sneered and said, "Then you can go ask the Demon God yourself. I am only responsible for carrying out his orders." The Frost Demon King looked at him suspiciously and said in a deep voice, "It has always been the Demon Lord who contacted us first. We have no way to contact him. How can you ask me?" After hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It's over, the secret is exposed. However, even so, Lin Yuan still pretended to be calm and said, "Then do you want to disobey the will of the Demon Lord?" His words silenced the Frost Demon King again. It is obvious that he is absolutely loyal to the Demon Lord. After a moment of silence, the Frost Demon King finally spoke, "In that case, then show me the key you are keeping. You should be carrying something so important with you, right?" After the Frost Demon King said this, Lin Yuan felt like cursing in his heart. How come this big lump of ice became smart at the critical moment? At the same time, Lin Yuan also understood in his heart that the Frost Demon King had become suspicious of him. His plan has no chance of success. Since he couldn't trick the key out of her, what he had to do now was to escape unscathed. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan said calmly, "For something as important as the key, of course I will store it in my own territory. There are countless evil spirits guarding there. It is definitely safer than carrying it with me. But since you want to see it, I'll go back and get it for you." After saying this, Lin Yuan turned around and left. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt that every second seemed like a year, and cold sweat broke out from his back. After he took more than 10 steps, the Frost Demon King finally reacted. He looked at Lin Yuan with cold eyes and said in a stern voice, "You are lying to me, you are not the evil God King at all. Who are you?" There were too many suspicious points in Lin Yuan's words, the contrast was too great, and he couldn't even take out the key he was keeping, which made the Frost Demon King completely recognize his identity. Fortunately, the Frost Demon King's reaction was still a beat slow. By the time he reacted, Lin Yuan had already escaped for some distance. After hearing the question from the Frost Demon King, Lin Yuan naturally did not dare to hesitate any longer. He immediately burst out at full speed and ran away. Who? After escaping from the fork in the road, Lin Yuan felt as if he had used up all his strength and began to breathe heavily. Fortunately, the Frost Demon King seemed to be restricted by something and did not choose to chase out of his territory. However, even if the Frost Demon King really chased him out, Lin Yuan would not be afraid at all. After all, he could still handle a single level 50 boss. Like the evil God King, what is really difficult to deal with is not the Frost Demon King, but the thousands of frost trolls in his territory. Lin Yuan actually felt it was a pity that this guy didn't chase out. As long as he kills him, he can get the Frost Key. After seeing Lin Yuan's miserable appearance, Li Bingu couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what's wrong with you? Did something happen?" Chen Bei also came up and asked, "Could it be that we have encountered another diamond-level boss?" Lin Yuan glanced at him and said, "You guys, your guess is really accurate." Afterwards, Lin Yuan did not choose to hide it and directly told the whole story. After listening to Lin Yuan's narration, the 3 people in front of him couldn't help but widen their eyes. "Honestly, I don't know what to say." Chen Bei slowly raised his thumbs up, "Boss, in my heart, you are exactly this. Awesome, this is awesome. I never thought there would be such an operation. You even dare to fool the boss. How cruel." Lin Yuan sighed slightly, it's a pity that it was still a little short in the end. It would be perfect if we could trick the key out of his hand. To be honest, as long as he could get the Frost Key, Lin Yuan would be absolutely confident that he could do the same thing and successfully deceive the evil God King. It's a pity that now that you have missed it, there will never be another chance. But no matter what, Lin Yuan must get the keys in the hands of the evil God King and the Frost Demon King. Since I can't cheat, I have no choice but to take action. However, before taking any action, Lin Yuan still wanted to figure out the functions of these 2 keys. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately raised his head and looked at the fork in the road in the middle. If nothing unexpected happens, the place where this fork in the road leads to should be special. This is also the reason why Lin Yuan chose the final exploration. "Everyone, I'm going first." Lin Yuan said, "We will discuss countermeasures after I come back." After saying this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and walked directly towards the middle fork in the road without looking back. Compared with the other 2 forks, the middle fork appears narrower. The narrowest places can only allow 2 or 3 people to pass at the same time. However, this fork in the road is much longer than Lin Yuan had imagined. It took him nearly 30 minutes to reach the end of the fork in the road. This time, what appeared before him was no longer a hideous and terrifying demonic creature, but an open space. In the center of the open space, there is a high platform. Lin Yuan looked around vigilantly, and after making sure there was no danger, he cautiously approached the platform in the center of the open space. The height of the platform is not low, at least as high as 3 or 4 floors. Fortunately, there are steps built on the platform. Lin Yuan climbed up the stairs in front of him and stepped to the top of the platform step by step. And at the very top of the platform, there is only 1 treasure chest. It is worth mentioning that this treasure chest has 2 keyholes at the same time. One keyhole is crimson, while the other is icy blue. Obviously, 2 keys must be inserted into the keyhole at the same time to open the treasure chest. There is no doubt that the 2 keys needed to open the treasure chest are the 2 keys kept by the evil God King and the Frost Demon King respectively. In other words, if Lin Yuan wants to open the treasure chest in front of him, he must defeat these 2 diamond-level bosses. After confirming his inner guess, Lin Yuan chose to return directly. Half an hour later, he returned to Li Bingu and the others and shared the information with them. Li Bingu said thoughtfully, "So, the treasure marked on the sheepskin map is very likely this treasure chest. And if you want to open this treasure chest, you must defeat those two bosses." Lin Yuan nodded and said calmly, "Now it seems that this is correct. So are we going to do it?" Chen Bei said excitedly, "No one in the world has ever defeated a diamond-level boss. If we succeed, it will be the first kill." It must be said that Chen Bei's words did remind Lin Yuan. If they can really kill these two bosses, then they might be able to get a first kill reward or something. However, the final decision still lies in Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "If you decide to challenge the boss, your troops may suffer heavy casualties. What does it matter?" Chen Bei said disapprovingly, "If the soldiers die, just create new ones." Li Bingu also nodded, "Chen Bei is right, opportunities always coexist with risks. It's normal that some price needs to be paid." Even Lin Mengmeng said softly, "It's up to you to decide. I have no objection." Seeing that they had all made up their minds, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated. Although the diamond-level boss is powerful, it is not impossible to deal with. In that case, let's do it. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, and finally fixed his gaze on the fork in the road on the right. He said in a deep voice, "Let's start with that guy first." After Lin Yuan made the decision, everyone brought their troops and rushed to the fork in the road in front of them. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan came to the Frost Valley again. However, this time, he was no longer alone but brought with him a huge army. The Frost Demon King quickly noticed Lin Yuan's arrival, and couldn't help but frowned, and said in a deep voice, "How dare you come back?" Lin Yuan said as if it was a matter of course, "I just went back to the territory to get the key, why don't you dare to come back?" The Frost Demon King obviously did not expect that Lin Yuan would give such an answer. He was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, "Where is the key?" "Of course I lied to you, idiot." Lin Yuan raised the corners of his mouth and clapped his hands lightly. Immediately afterwards, more than 400 flame mages rushed out from the fork in the road behind them and quickly chanted spells. In an instant, hundreds of exploding fireballs blasted towards the direction of the Frost Demon King at the same time. Accompanied by a loud bang of fireballs exploding, hundreds of exploding fireballs directly hit the body of the Frost Demon King. However, what Lin Yuan did not expect was that this round of concentrated fire only reduced the Frost Demon King's health to less than 40,000. Compared with the Frost King's 600,000 health points, this amount of damage is simply not a big deal. When the flames faded, Lin Yuan discovered that the Frost Demon King's body had been covered with a suit of frost armor without him knowing when. Obviously, Lin Yuan's sneak attack did not succeed. Before the Flame Mage could take action, the Frost King had already reacted. However, the victory of this battle is not determined by the success of a single sneak attack. Lin Yuan directly removed the illusion effect of the disguiser mask, and turned back into a human. He gave the order in a deep voice, "Ugsil, surround him." After the order was given, Ugsil immediately led the heavily armored skeleton knights behind him and surrounded the Frost King. The heavily armored skeleton knights were extremely mobile and in just a few seconds, they surrounded the Frost King. "Damn humans!" A roar emanated from the mouth of the Frost Demon King. Then, he took out a frost hammer from behind and smashed it out angrily. Boom! With a loud bang, the Frost Demon King's powerful hammer directly smashed a huge hole in the ground. At least 7 or 8 heavily armored skeleton knights died directly under the hammer of the Frost King. In front of a boss of this level, a 5th-order heavy-armored skeleton knight would be killed instantly. However, Lin Yuan had already anticipated the strength of the Frost Demon King. This battle is bound to be extremely brutal. For the Lord! Ugsil let out a low growl, pulled out his own ribs, and transformed them into a skeleton blade. At the same time, he also summoned the skeleton giant. However, in front of the Frost King, even the skeleton giant does not seem so powerful. The skeleton giant had just been summoned, and the Frost King immediately swung his hammer at the skeleton giant. Bang! Under this terrifying force, the skeleton giant was forced to retreat several steps, and his blood volume dropped significantly. At the same time, a large number of frost trolls rushed out of the ice cave, roaring and surrounding Lin Yuan and the others. "Boss, leave these frost trolls to me and Li Bingu." Facing the frost trolls in front of him, Chen Bei immediately stepped forward and volunteered to stop these demonic creatures for Lin Yuan. Because only in this way can Lin Yuan devote himself to dealing with the boss. "You two alone can't handle so many frost trolls." Lin Yuan turned around and said in a deep voice, "I'll let Kalen help you. You know, these frost trolls in front of you are all level 6 soldiers, and there are quite a few of them. Even if the troops under Chen Bei and Li Bingu were added together, they probably wouldn't be able to hold out for long." Soon, Kalen led hundreds of heavily armored skeleton knights to provide support. Groups of frost trolls immediately collided with the legion of heavily armored skeleton knights. Roar. With a roar, one of the frost trolls swung its claws and knocked a heavily armored skeleton knight off his horse. Afterwards, another frost troll quickly surrounded him, and stomped down with its giant paw, crushing the skeleton knight's head. Without the attribute enhancement of the skeleton throne, it would take at least 4 or 5 heavily armored skeleton knights to surround and kill a frost troll. According to this ratio, at least 4,000 to 5,000 heavily armored skeleton knights would be needed to contend with more than 1,000 frost trolls. In other words, the hundreds of heavily armored skeleton knights led by Kalen, together with the troops under Chen Bei and Li Bingu, can only delay the enemy for as long as possible. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan must get rid of the Frost Demon King in front of him as soon as possible, and then transfer the main force to assist Chen Bei and others. At this moment, under the joint siege of the Skeleton Army and the Flame Mage, the Frost King's health was constantly decreasing. In just less than 5 minutes, the amount had dropped from 600,000 at the beginning to 450,000 now. However, under the cover of the Frost Armor, the Frost Demon King's defense is simply astonishingly high. At this moment, Altria also raised the sword in her hand and launched 2 skills in succession. Chivalry. Shield of Glory. After these 2 skills were activated, the attributes of the human race's troops were immediately greatly improved. Even those heavily armored skeleton knights received the defensive bonus from the Glory Shield. Looking at the scene in front of him, the Frost King clenched the Frost Hammer in his hand and smashed it heavily to the ground. At the same time, an angry roar sounded. "Fall into the hell of frost." As soon as this voice sounded, extremely cold frost immediately spread in all directions. Click, click. In an instant, all the heavily armored skeleton knights around were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Then, the Frost Demon King's right foot suddenly stomped towards the ground. All the ice sculptures shattered instantly. This skill of the Frost King instantly killed more than 100 heavily armored skeleton knights. The strength of a diamond-level boss is indeed terrifying. Originally, under the effect of Frost Hell, the extremely cold frost was still spreading to a farther distance. But at this critical moment, Altria attacked without hesitation. The holy light containing the power of sealing immediately spread out from the edge of the sword in her hand and enveloped the Frost Demon King. There is no doubt that this is exactly the skill that Altria used. Holy Seal. Under the effect of the Holy Seal, the Frost Hell, that was still within its duration was forcibly interrupted. And Artoria also attracted the attention of the Frost King. "You damn human." The Frost King was furious, and an extremely cold breath was immediately released from his Frost Hammer, which smashed towards Altria with all his strength. Frost Strike. Bang. Accompanied by a dull bang, the Frost King's attack directly shattered Altria's Shield of Glory. Although the shield blocked most of the damage for her, Altria was still affected by this skill. Her body was immediately covered with a thick layer of frost, and her movement speed was directly slowed down by 70%. In this situation, facing the next attack from the Frost King, Altria would have no chance to dodge. At this moment, Altria finally took action. She raised her head and looked straight at the Frost King. Without any hesitation, she activated the additional skill of Green Dragon Armor. The Roar of the Green Dragon. Roar. At the moment this skill was activated, a loud dragon roar immediately spread out in all directions. You know, the Green Dragon Armor is a diamond-level strategic treasure. For a strategic treasure of this level, the accompanying skills cannot be too weak. The most important function of Green Dragon's Roar is to weaken the enemy's strength. After this skill is activated, the roar of the green dragon will spread in all directions. All enemies who hear the roar will be oppressed by the dragon's might, with all attributes reduced by 10% to 35% and the damage they take increased by 20%. As a diamond-level boss, the Frost King's attributes have only been weakened by 10%. But those ordinary frost trolls were not so lucky, and their attributes were directly weakened by 25%. After having its attributes forcibly weakened by a quarter, the frost troll's combat effectiveness instantly dropped to a lower level. It is no exaggeration to say that this skill not only weakens the attributes of the Frost King, but also relieves tremendous pressure on the battlefield on the other side. It's not over yet, idiot. Then, before the Frost Demon King could react, Altria's cold voice rang in his ears again. I saw the sword in her hand burst out with dazzling light again. Altria took a deep breath, raised the sword in her hand high, and pointed the tip of the sword straight to the sky. The golden light immediately condensed into an incomparably huge sword shadow above the sky. This golden giant sword phantom exuded an extremely powerful pressure, and suddenly slashed towards the direction of the Frost Demon King. Boom! The golden giant sword phantom instantly pierced through the body of the Frost Demon King. Minus 31,456. Blood-red damage numbers immediately appeared above the Frost King's head. With just one skill, more than 30,000 HP of the Frost Demon King were taken away. It is enough to see how powerful this move is. In addition to this, there was a small golden sword mark on the top of the Frost Demon King's head. This skill is the new skill that Altria learned after her hero level was raised to level 40, Imperial Light Destruction Slash. As the fifth skill that Altria has mastered, the power of the Imperial Light Destruction Slash is extremely strong. After use, it can cause 500% skill damage to the enemy while ignoring the enemy's defense. In addition, after Taiku Destruction Slash hits the target, a special mark will be added to the target, which will last for 5 minutes. During the duration of the mark, all damage dealt to it by Altria will be increased by an additional 50%. Under the fierce attack of Altria and her troops, the Frost King's health began to drop rapidly again. 400,000, 300,000, 300,000, 200,000. Boss, are you almost done over there? We can't hold on any longer here. Chen Bei's anxious voice soon reached Lin Yuan's ears. After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but turn his head and saw that of the hundreds of heavily armored skeleton knights led by Kalin, only a few dozen were left. The troops under the command of Chen Bei and Li Bingu also suffered heavy casualties and were on the verge of collapse. Even Kalin, a mage hero, was pushed to the front and activated life absorption. While enduring the damage from the frost trolls, he absorbed vitality from them to restore his own blood volume. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Yuan immediately said in a deep voice, "Hold on a little longer, the boss will only have less than 200,000 HP left." Chen Bei glanced at the health bar of the Frost Demon King, gritted his teeth, and said with determination, "Okay." He knew in his heart that even if he could win this battle, he would be seriously injured. However, Chen Bei didn't care about it. He had said long ago that he was willing to go through fire and water for Lin Yuan. Men must always be responsible for what they say. Therefore, Chen Bei will never retreat before fighting to the last man. The last 100,000. Lin Yuan stared at the Frost Demon King's health, which finally fell below 100,000. The Frost King once again raised the Frost Hammer in his hand, apparently preparing to cast Frost Hell again. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan had already seen through his intentions and directly asked Altria to use the Holy Seal. Before the Frost Demon King could even release his skills, they were forcibly interrupted and strangled in the cradle. At the same time, more than 400 flame mages launched another round of concentrated fire. With the damage from Altria, the Frost King's health instantly dropped below 50,000 points. Immediately afterwards, Uxel took a step forward, and the skeleton magic blade in his hand actually emitted a black light. After these days of leveling up, he also learned new skills. Kill the Skeleton Demon King. This skill can cause 230% skill damage to the enemy, and at the same time cause true damage to the enemy equivalent to 8% of the enemy's lost health. The skills of S-level heroes have always been powerful, and this, Skeleton Demon Slash, is no exception. Judging from the characteristics of the skill, this skill is extremely suitable for killing the boss with low health. You know, at this moment, the Frost King has lost 550,000 points of health. Then, he has lost 8% of his health, which is 44,000 points. If the basic damage of Skeleton Demon Slash is taken into account, the damage will definitely exceed 50,000 points. The reason why Lin Yuan chose to let Uxel use this skill only now was to directly end the life of the boss at this time. Go to hell. The soul fire in Uxel's eyes was beating wildly. There was a hint of ferocity on his skull face that was extremely human. A jet-black blade light slashed out from the skeleton demon blade and instantly cut through the body of the Frost Demon King. Minus 54,465. A blood-red damage number suddenly appeared above the Frost Demon King's head. His health, which was originally as low as a candle in the wind, was instantly reduced to 0. That huge body also fell to the ground with a loud bang. The attention of Qin Bei, Li Bingu, and Lin Mengmeng were all attracted at the first moment. After seeing the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on their faces. At this point, the Frost King is completely dead. Diamond-level boss, conquered successfully. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Yuan and his team should have killed the world's first diamond-level boss. As expected, after the Frost Demon King fell, the world announcement prompt sounded in everyone's ears soon. Congratulations to the team led by the Chinese Lord, Lin Yuan, for becoming the first Lord to kill a diamond-level boss and receive the following rewards: 25 random platinum-level strategic treasure chests, 2,000 advanced resource packs, 1,500 equipment enhancement stones, and 30 hero recruitment orders. Get a special reward, Time Stone X1. I have to say that the reward for being the first to kill a diamond-level boss is indeed extremely generous. The basic rewards alone are worth at least tens of millions. After all, a platinum-level strategic treasure is worth at least 600,000 or 700,000. By this calculation, the 25 random platinum-level strategic treasure chests are worth at least 10 or 20 million. In addition, there are a large amount of resources, a large number of equipment enhancement stones, and 30 hero recruitment orders. However, these are nothing to Lin Yuan. What he was really interested in was the special reward called Time Stone. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately opened his backpack and checked the introduction of this item. Time Stone Special Treasure. Introduction: this treasure will take effect once placed in the territory. After the Time Stone takes effect, the time required to construct all buildings will be reduced by 50%. The refresh time of all arms will also be shortened by 50%. The secret of time is recorded on this stone tablet. After seeing the introduction of this time monument, Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face involuntarily. He obviously didn't expect that this special treasure could have such a powerful effect. Shortening the construction time by half means that Lin Yuan can build more advanced buildings in a shorter time. Shortening the troop refresh time by half means that Lin Yuan can recruit more troops in the same amount of time. This time steel is truly a divine artifact. Before Lin Yuan came back to his senses from his ecstasy, Chen Bei's voice rang in his ears again. Boss, if you don't come to save us, we will really be wiped out. There was even a hint of resentment in Chen Bei's tone. Lin Yuan then remembered that when he was checking the properties of the treasure, Chen Bei and his men were still fighting the frost trolls. Moreover, the situation over there is indeed very grim. Even Lin Mengmeng, who was serving as an assistant, ordered his troops to force their way forward. Feel sorry. Lin Yuan apologized very embarrassedly, and then asked the two heroes, Altria and Uxel, to lead their troops and rush to the battlefield over there quickly. Although this group of frost trolls, as a 6th level troop, has extremely strong combat effectiveness, after the death of the Frost Demon King, they are at best a group of guerrillas in Lin Yuan's eyes. Altria and Uxel rushed into the enemy camp one after another. These two S-level heroes, one is at level 40, and the other is at level 33. Facing this group of frost trolls was naturally as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. What's more, the Flame Mage is no pushover. Although there was a 1-level difference in rank, a round of exploding fireballs could kill at least dozens of frost trolls. Within 10 minutes, the remaining frost trolls were completely eliminated by Lin Yuan. Chen Bei on the side chuckled and sighed sincerely. Sure enough, the boss has to take action. Once the boss takes action, the battle immediately becomes easy. Lin Yuan glanced at him and chuckled, okay, the soldiers are almost dead, and you still have the mood to flatter me here. After saying this, Lin Yuan directly initiated a transaction request to them. Chen Bei asked in confusion, boss, what are you doing? Need I ask? Of course it's about distributing the spoils. Then, Lin Yuan looked at Lin Mengmeng and said, Mengmeng, in this battle, Chen Bei and Li Bingu both suffered heavy casualties, so I might favor them in the distribution of spoils. Do you have any objection? You know, Lin Yuan has never been a person who likes to beat around the bush. Instead, he prefers to say what he thinks. What's more, sometimes, only by talking things out can we avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Although Lin Mengmeng also contributed a lot in this battle, her casualties were indeed the least. Fortunately, Lin Mengmeng was also a reasonable person. She immediately shook her head and said with a smile, Brother Lin Yuan, I have no objection. Brother Chen Bei and Sister Bingu lost so many soldiers this time, it's normal for them to share more spoils. Even if you don't tell me, I will give up my share. After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nodded, that's good. Although Lin Mengmeng does not have the gaming talent like Chen Bei, nor can she handle everything as well as Li Bingu, she is also a suitable candidate to be a companion. At least, she is sensible and not greedy. Under Lin Yuan's distribution, Chen Bei and Li Bingu each received 10 random platinum strategic treasure chests, 600 equipment enhancement stones, and 10 hero recruitment orders. As for Lin Mengmeng, she only got 5 random platinum strategic treasure chests, 300 equipment enhancement stones, and 5 hero recruitment orders. However, for her, this was already a very rich harvest. After the transaction was completed, Chen Bei quickly reacted and said, that's not right, boss. You gave us all the rewards, but what about you? Chen Bei was not a fool. After a rough calculation, he found that Lin Yuan had distributed all the rewards for the first kill of the diamond-level boss to them. However, Lin Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, these rewards are not important to me. I just need the time steal. After saying this, Lin Yuan directly introduced and displayed the properties of the time steal. After reading the introduction of this special treasure, Chen Bei couldn't help but widen his eyes, and even drooled. This is simply a divine weapon. With this treasure, the boss will definitely be far ahead of other players. Originally, Chen Bei thought that the reward he got was already quite generous. But compared with this time tablet, it is nothing. But even so, Chen Bei didn't feel the slightest bit of jealousy in his heart. In his eyes, this was what Lin Yuan deserved. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, they wouldn't even be able to get the first kill of this diamond-level boss. Even Li Bingu beside him nodded and echoed, Chen Bei is right. With this treasure, we can indeed create a huge gap between ourselves and other lords. Okay, now that the first kill rewards have been distributed, it's time to go see what goodies the boss has dropped. Lin Yuan slowly turned his head and set his eyes on the corpse of the Frost Demon King. In his opinion, the things dropped by the diamond-level boss should not be too bad, right? Soon, Lin Yuan began to explore the body of the Frost Demon King. You have successfully explored the corpse of the Frost Demon King and obtained a special material, fragments of the Frost Hammer. You have successfully explored the corpse of the Frost Demon King and obtained a special item, Frost Key. You have successfully explored the corpse of the Frost Demon King and obtained a diamond-level treasure, Frost Giant Axe. You have successfully explored the corpse of the Frost Demon King and obtained a diamond-level treasure, Extreme Frost Armor. The system's notification sound kept ringing in Lin Yuan's ears. Afterwards, Chen Bei quickly came over and said excitedly, Boss, let me see what good stuff you found. Nothing. Lin Yuan smiled and said calmly, it's just 2 diamond-level treasures. Chen Bei was slightly stunned, and subconsciously said, oh my god, 2 diamond-level treasures, that's all. Boss, you have such high standards. In fact, even for Lin Yuan, a diamond-level strategic treasure is considered a rare good thing. He said this just as a joke. Afterwards, Lin Yuan directly showed everyone the properties of these 2 treasures. Frost Great Axe. Quality, Diamond. Attributes, Strength plus 350, Attack Power plus 580, Critical Damage plus 35%. Additional skill, Frost Will. This skill is a passive skill. The hero holding this strategic treasure will inflict 15% ice damage when attacking, and will cause a 20% slowdown effect on the enemy when the attack hits, which lasts for 3 seconds. Frost Armor. Quality, Diamond. Attributes, Strength plus 200, Constitution plus 400, Defense plus 650, Damage Reduction plus 10%, Ice Resistance plus 100. Additional skill, Extreme Frost Field. After the skill is activated, the Extreme Frost Field will cover a range of 100 meters. All enemies within the coverage of the Extreme Frost Field will be affected, with their attack speed reduced by 15% and their movement speed reduced by 25%. Duration, 15 minutes. Cooling time, 60 minutes. The attributes of these two treasures are able to meet the standards of diamond-level treasures. However, neither the Frost Giant Axe, nor the Extreme Frost Armor, can compare to the Green Dragon Armor that Lin Yuan had obtained before. After all, Green Dragon Armor comes with 30% magic immunity. After inlaying the Green Dragon Gem, magic immunity can reach 50%. This characteristic alone makes it incomparable to ordinary diamond-grade treasures. The two diamond-level treasures dropped by the Frost Demon King have the common feature of being able to slow down the enemy. However, to be honest, deceleration can only be regarded as a soft control at best, and the effect is not very significant. But no matter what, the practicality of diamond-level strategic treasures is definitely higher than that of platinum-level treasures. Lin Yuan directly equipped Uxel with the Extreme Frost Armor, instantly raising his attributes to a higher level. Uxel's own defense is not that strong, but after being equipped with this diamond-level treasure, it has made up for his shortcomings to a great extent. Afterwards, Lin Yuan traded the Frost Giant Axe directly to Chen Bei. Chen Bei was slightly stunned, and subconsciously rejected the deal. "Boss, this is too expensive, I can't take it." Lin Yuan glanced at him and said calmly, "Don't say this kind of useless nonsense in the future. The reason I gave you this treasure is simply because you are the most suitable. If this treasure is more suitable for Li Bingu or Lin Mengmeng, I will give it to them without hesitation. Since we are already a team, we should consider how to make the overall strength of the team stronger." Everything Lin Yuan said came from his heart. This game has never been a one-person game. No matter how strong a person is, his strength is ultimately limited. Therefore, Lin Yuan didn't mind sharing some of his own interests with his companions. Moreover, this Frost Giant Axe is indeed very suitable for Chen Bei's orc leader. You know, the characteristics of the orc leader are high attack, high damage, high health, and poor mobility, making it easy for others to kite him. But as long as you equip the Frostgree attacks, things will be different. Each attack can slow down the enemy by 20%. If the enemy slows down, isn't that the same as speeding up yourself? So what if I have poor mobility and slow movements? Even with this Frost Giant Axe, I can still chase you and chop you. Boss, I won't say anything more. Chen Bei took the treasure and said with a firm face, "As I said before, if you need me for anything, just tell me. Even if not one soldier is left alive, I, Chen Bei, will definitely rush to the front to help you." Lin Yuan smiled and said jokingly, "All right, there are only a few soldiers left, so you should take good care of yourself." This battle was indeed very brutal. Nearly 80% of the troops under the command of Chen Bei and Li Bingu were killed. Even Lin Yuan was not much better. The heavily armored skeleton knight troops were almost wiped out. Melee troops such as spearmen, knights, and dark elf swordsmen were almost all killed. All in all, the few troops that Lin Yuan had left were only the 400 or so flame mages. This army of flame mages can be said to be Lin Yuan's lifeblood. It is precisely because of their powerful output that Lin Yuan is able to be invincible in battle. Anyway, this troop will not suffer any harm until all other troops are killed. At this moment, Li Bingu suddenly asked, "What are your plans next?" Lin Yuan smiled and said, "What else can I plan? Of course I'll go back and rest." Li Bingu was surprised and asked, "Are you not going to continue to conquer the evil God King? In our current state, how can we challenge the evil king?" Lin Yuan said helplessly, "Look at the remaining forces we have now. I guess the evil God King doesn't even need to make a move. Just relying on that group of 6th-level evil spirits can wipe us out." What he said was not an exaggeration at all. they simply did not have any troops to support the front right now. Once they clash with the army of evil spirits under the evil king, their troops will be defeated instantly. Afterwards, Lin Yuan directly took out the frost key and said, "Anyway, there is no rush. After all, we already have one key. If we want to open the treasure chest at the fork in the middle, we must collect both keys at the same time. That is to say, no matter what, the initiative is in our hands. Besides, I don't think that, apart from me, anyone else can defeat a diamond-level boss at this stage. You know, in the game, Age of Lords, pure human wave tactics are useless. For example, in boss battles, there is a limit on the number of people who can participate. In the same period of time, no more than 10 lords can participate in the conquest of the boss at the same time. Therefore, it is almost impossible to kill the boss by relying on human wave tactics. It is precisely because of this that Lin Yuan is so confident. In Lin Yuan's opinion, unless the 10 most powerful lords in the whole of China, except him, joined forces, there might still be hope of successfully conquering the evil god king. But lords of this level often belong to different forces. How easy is it to bring these people together? In this case, it would be better to rest for a while, and come back to deal with this evil god king after the troops are restored. Soon, Lin Yuan and everyone chose to return. As for the time to conquer the evil god king, it was set at 7 days later. Because the troops in the barracks will not be refreshed until the new week. Recruiting from within the territory is also the best way for Li Bingu and his men to replenish their troops. What's more, what Lin Yuan found was a coincidence that 8 days later, it would be exactly 1 month since the game was launched. By that time, everyone on Earth will be drawn into the game. And Age of Lords will also enter a new era. Lin Yuan, who had experienced all of this in his previous life, not only did not have the slightest fear of the coming of the new era, but was full of anticipation. This time, he must rewrite his own destiny with his own hands. After Lin Yuan left, a figure slowly walked out from the bushes nearby. After carefully looking around, he dialed the number. "Boss, they're gone." "Really?" Wang Hu's voice soon rang out from the other end of the communication. "Have they discovered you?" "Probably not." Feng Chang said, "I have been very careful. I didn't dare to follow them after they entered the canyon." "You also heard the world announcement just now, right? That diamond-level boss should be the one they killed in the canyon." At this point, Feng Chang couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said, "Boss, let's just forget it. These people can even deal with diamond-level bosses. We can't possibly deal with them." "What nonsense." After hearing this, Wang Hu instantly became angry and said viciously, "What boss Lin hates most is trash like you. No matter how strong they are, there must be a limit, right? There are 4 people in total. Is it enough for me to hire 100 people to surround and kill them? If 100 people aren't enough, will 1,000 be enough? Boss Lin gave me 50 million, I must make them wipe out once and for all." Wang Hu's tone was extremely fierce. The ferocious expression was like that of a wild beast ready to devour its prey. The reason why he was able to rise to the top was that he had a ruthlessness in his bones. Even if he is just Lin Tiang's dog, he is a mad dog that will bite people. Even Feng Chang was stunned by Wang Hu's momentum and asked in a low voice, "Boss, what should we do next?" Wang Hu did not respond, but asked, "What are their casualties?" "It's impossible that there won't be any casualties after defeating a diamond-level boss." Feng Chang nodded and said, "Indeed, I see they have suffered heavy casualties." And what?" Feng Chang hesitated for a while and said, "Actually, I didn't hear it clearly, but they seem to be planning to enter this canyon again in 7 days. Do you want to go in again?" Wang Hu was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but touch his chin and began to think. Logically speaking, the bosses in the canyon have been killed, so there is no reason for Lin Yuan and his team to enter it again. Unless, there are places in this canyon that they haven't explored yet. Thinking of this, Wang Hu's eyes lit up and he whispered, "Feng Chang, stay where you are. I'll bring some people over later to see what this canyon has to offer." After parting with Li Bingu and the others, Lin Yuan quickly returned to his own territory. The first thing he did was to place the time tablet within the territory. After successful placement, the effect of time stone will take effect. Construction time of all buildings reduced by 50%. The refresh time of all arms is reduced by 50%. At this rate, Lin Yuan would only need less than 10 days to upgrade the City Lord's Mansion to level 6. Once the Griffin Cliff is built and the 6th level Griffins are recruited, Lin Yuan's air force will grow rapidly. When facing other lords, he can gain an absolute advantage. After all, in the early stages of the game, not all lords can have flying troops. For those lords who do not have flying troops, the Griffin Legion with its extremely powerful attack power will undoubtedly become their nightmare. In the following period of time, Lin Yuan spent most of his time hunting monsters in the wild. The reason why he chose to do this was mainly to use the Skull of the Skeleton King to transform more skeleton soldiers. After all, he must have sufficient military force to have the confidence to challenge the evil God King. You know, the evil king is not only powerful himself, but also has the ability to resurrect evil spirits. This alone meant that he was destined to be more difficult to deal with than the Frost King. However, even when killing monsters in the wild, Lin Yuan used his money-making ability to the fullest. He directly hired 100 players, paying each of them 5,000 a day. Their task is also very simple. One group of people is responsible for finding densely populated monster refresh points. As for the other group of people, they were responsible for attracting the monster's hatred and pulling all the monsters in front of Lin Yuan. You know, if you hire 100 people and pay each of them 3,000 yuan a day, that would add up to 300,000 yuan a day, or 2.1 million yuan in 7 days. I have to say, it's just burning money. But for Lin Yuan, this money was worth spending. After all, this greatly improved Lin Yuan's efficiency in killing monsters, directly saving him the time of finding and pulling monsters, and the efficiency was at least increased by 2 to 3 times. To be honest, Lin Yuan had thought of another solution. That is to purchase monster corpses directly from other lords. Anyway, his main purpose of killing monsters was just to transform the corpses of monsters into skeleton soldiers. However, this idea was quickly dispelled by Lin Yuan. Because after a monster dies, its body will automatically disappear after a few minutes. Therefore, Lin Yuan's idea naturally failed. But after 7 consecutive days of killing wild monsters, the skeleton army that Lin Yuan transformed from monster corpses has begun to take shape. At this moment, a total of 80,000 first-level skeleton soldiers were standing in front of Lin Yuan, like a troop waiting for inspection, with no end in sight. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. My efforts over the past few days have indeed not been in vain. Afterwards, Lin Yuan directly took out the Skull of the Skeleton King. As the power of the treasure was activated, black magic circles lit up under the feet of these low-level skeletons in front of them. The fusion transformation officially began. 80,000 first-order skeletons quickly transformed into 40,000 second-order skeleton warriors. Afterwards, the 40,000 skeleton warriors were transformed into 20,000 heavily armored skeleton warriors. 20,000 heavily armored skeleton warriors transformed into 10,000 skeleton knights. In the end, 10,000 skeleton knights were transformed into 5,000 heavily armored skeleton knights. In front of Lin Yuan, the number of the skeleton army was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. But those that emerged through fusion and transformation are all high-level skeleton soldiers with even stronger combat power. A total of 80,000 first-level skeleton soldiers were fused together, and in the end, only 5,000 fifth-level heavily armored skeleton knights were left. And this is the result of Lin Yuan's work over the past 7 days. However, even though all the skeleton soldiers were transformed into fifth-level heavily armored skeleton knights, Lin Yuan still had no intention of stopping. Because, for Lin Yuan, the fifth-level troops no longer meet his current needs. Sometimes, quality is the decisive factor. When the fifth-level troops face the sixth-level troops, they will definitely suffer a loss. Just like the previous battle, facing the Frost Trolls, which are 6th-tier troops, the heavy skeleton knights were almost completely defenseless. Therefore, no matter what, Lin Yuan must improve the quality of his troops. The treasure power of the Skeleton King's skull is activated again. The heavily armored skeleton knight in front of him underwent another fusion transformation. After the fusion was completed, the soul fire in the skeleton knight's eye sockets changed from its original forest green to pitch black. The black fire of the soul was leaping in the skull's eye sockets, looking extremely strange. Moreover, in addition to this, there are wisps of black mist lingering around these skeleton knights. After the fusion transformation, the 5th level heavy armored skeleton knight was successfully transformed into the 6th level dark skeleton knight. With these 2,500 dark skeleton knights, there shouldn't be any problem conquering the evil king, right? Looking at the group of skeleton knights in front of him that exuded a dark aura, a hint of confidence flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Afterwards, Lin Yuan, without any hesitation, led his army and headed straight for the canyon. By the time Lin Yuan arrived, Li Bingu and the others had already been waiting outside the canyon. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Lin Yuan smiled apologetically and spoke. "It's okay, we didn't come that early." While speaking, Chen Bei's attention was attracted by the dark skeleton knight behind Lin Yuan. Then, Chen Bei couldn't help but ask, "Boss, this seems to be different from the skeleton knight you brought last time." It's no wonder that Chen Bei felt curious. After all, the aura of these dark skeleton knights was too powerful. Compared with ordinary skeleton knights, there is a world of difference between them. Lin Yuan chuckled and explained, "This is the dark skeleton knight, a 6th-tier soldier. It is naturally different from the previous ones. 6th-level troops, there are still so many of them." Chen Bei couldn't help but gasp, "This is too exaggerated." Even after 7 days of rest, their strength had only recovered to about 50%. But Lin Yuan's casualties were obviously more severe than theirs, but now he has become even stronger. I have to say, with special treasures in hand, you can really do whatever you want. In fact, if possible, Lin Yuan even wanted to transform this group of dark skeleton knights into higher-level skeleton kings. Unfortunately, it was not until he tried it that he discovered that this special treasure also had limitations. If the Lord's level does not meet the corresponding requirements, he will not be able to fuse and transform into more advanced skeleton soldiers. In other words, with Lin Yuan's current Lord level, the most he can do is fuse the skeleton soldiers into dark skeleton knights. However, in fact, this is indeed quite reasonable. If the conversion is really possible without limit, then in the initial stage of the game, Lin Yuan will be able to convert 256 first-level skeleton soldiers into 9th-level skeleton emperors. At the beginning of the game, you can have 9th-level troops. What does that mean? This is completely a case of killing gods if gods stand in the way, and killing Buddhas if Buddhas stand in the way. Then, Lin Yuan said, "Okay, now that everyone is here, let's go directly into the canyon." Chen Bei nodded and said excitedly, "After we kill the evil god king, we'll try to get a few more diamond-level treasures." Obviously, Chen Bei had already tasted the sweetness of the frost giant axe that the frost demon king dropped last time. After being equipped with that strategic treasure, the strength of the orc leader can almost be said to have made a qualitative leap. And Chen Bei also completely understood the value of diamond-level treasures. The three followed Lin Yuan and soon entered the canyon, and came to the 3 forked roads again. The fork in the road on the left leads to the evil ghost cave where the evil king is. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all and led the 3 of them in. 10 minutes later, they soon arrived at the evil ghost cave. The moment Lin Yuan stepped into the evil ghost cave, the evil god king immediately noticed their presence. "Human, who gave you the courage to set foot here?" The evil god king's ferocious and tyrannical gaze quickly locked onto Lin Yuan. "Who gave me the courage? Of course it was myself." Lin Yuan didn't bother to talk nonsense, he just waved his hand and said in a cold voice, "Kill him." Originally, the types of soldiers available for recruitment in the territory would only be refreshed once in 7 days. However, under the effect of the time tablet, the refresh time of the troops was directly shortened by half. In other words, during these 7 days, Lin Yuan directly recruited all types of soldiers in the territory in 2 rounds. The number of flame mages directly reached 700. Following Lin Yuan's order, 700 flame mages chanted spells at the same time. 700 scorching fireballs suddenly condensed into shape and blasted towards the direction of the evil god king with the force of a meteor shower. Boom, 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 boom. Dazzling flames burst out directly on the body of the evil god king. Even the latter's huge body was forced to retreat several steps due to the terrifying impact. This round of concentrated fire alone directly reduced the evil god king's health by more than 50,000 points. Damn humans. The evil god king steadied himself, a flash of anger flashed across his eyes, and he shouted angrily, "Kill them all." After he said this, evil ghosts with ferocious faces came out of the cave one after another, like a tide, and quickly surrounded Lin Yuan and the others. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yuan, because they were all very curious about what good things could come out of the evil god king. It's a pity that since this is not the first kill, the reward is bound to be worse. As Lin Yuan explored the corpse of the evil god king, the system's prompt sounds continued to ring in his ears. You have successfully explored the corpse of the evil god king and obtained a special material, the heart of the evil god king. You have successfully explored the corpse of the evil king and obtained a special item, purgatory key. You have successfully explored the corpse of the evil king and obtained a diamond-level treasure, the devil pendant. You have successfully explored the corpse of the evil king and obtained a diamond-level treasure, the hell ring. Like the frost demon king, the evil god king also dropped 2 diamond-level treasures. However, what Lin Yuan did not expect was that the 2 treasures dropped by the evil god king were actually ornaments. Afterwards, Lin Yuan directly displayed the attributes of the 2 treasures in the chat box. Devil pendant. Quality, diamond. Attributes, strength plus 150, attack power plus 210, critical hit rate plus 15%. Additional skill, Devil's Grip. After using this skill, a huge demon hand will be condensed directly, tightly grasping the enemy target and imprisoning it for 3 seconds. During the imprisonment, 15,000 health points will be deducted per second. Hell Ring. Quality, diamond. Attributes, intelligence plus 180, magic attack power plus 300, spell penetration plus 10%. Additional skill, Hell's Gate. After using this skill, a gate to hell will be summoned, from which hell creatures will be summoned continuously. The rank of the hell summoner depends on the hero level of the user. Strategic treasures like accessories are naturally inferior to treasures such as weapons and armor in terms of attributes. However, even so, strategic treasures such as accessories are still indispensable. Then, Lin Yuan said, "I just happen to be able to use these 2 treasures, so I'll keep them for myself." "No problem, you're the boss, you have the final say." Li Bingu shrugged and indicated that he had no objection. Chen Bei immediately expressed his opinion, "Of course I have no objection, and I have already taken a diamond-level treasure. If I were to take another one, I would be embarrassed." "Me too." Lin Mengmeng asked in a low voice, "But, can you give me the heart of the evil king?" I think I have a mission that can be used." "Of course." Lin Yuan smiled and directly traded the heart of the evil god king to her. Although this can be considered a rare material, Lin Yuan has never been a stingy person. Since Lin Mengmeng can use it, let her take it. "Thanks." Lin Mengmeng's eyes sparkled and she spoke sincerely. After clarifying the ownership of the 2 treasures, Lin Yuan directly equipped them to Altria and Kalen. Among them, the Devil Pendant was naturally given to Altria, because Altria herself possesses a control skill called Holy Confinement. If you equip the Demon Pendant and use Holy Confinement and Demon's Hand together, the effect will be even better. As for the Hell Ring, Lin Yuan naturally left it to Kalen. You know, among the 3 heroes under his command, only Kalen needs intelligence attributes and magic attack bonuses. After equipping these 2 treasures, the attributes of Altria and Kalen were greatly improved. A look of satisfaction appeared on Lin Yuan's face. In Age of Lords, the most fulfilling thing is to watch your heroes become stronger and stronger, and to watch the troops under your command grow stronger and stronger. However, for Lin Yuan now, there are more important things waiting for him to do. Now, both the Purgatory Key and the Frost Key have been obtained by Lin Yuan. This means that Lin Yuan is qualified to open the treasure. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan retreated from here without any hesitation, and then led a few people directly into the middle fork in the road. 30 minutes later, Lin Yuan and his friends successfully arrived at the end of the fork in the road. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and stepped directly onto the platform in front of him. The treasure chest from before was still placed on the platform. Obviously, during the time when Lin Yuan was away, it was highly likely that no one had come here. "Okay, I'm going to open the treasure chest." Although Lin Yuan's tone was calm, it could not conceal his inner excitement at all. After all, this is a treasure guarded by 2 diamond-level bosses. Anyway, it can't be that bad, right? The moods of Li Bingu, Chen Bei, and Lin Mengmeng were no different from Lin Yuan's. Lin Yuan directly took out the 2 keys and inserted them into 2 different keyholes. Then, rotate in a clockwise direction at the same time. Click. Click. Accompanied by 2 crisp sounds, the treasure chest in front of him was finally successfully opened by Lin Yuan. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the treasure chest. What appeared before them was an egg as black as ink, emitting an extremely evil aura. The black egg is covered with dense and strange magic patterns, which looks extremely terrifying. The treasure here is just this egg. Chen Bei widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Li Bingu also froze in place, and asked in a daze, "What the hell is this?" After a while, Lin Mengmeng came forward and said softly, "This egg seems to be alive. My elf priest told me that he felt the breath of life inside this black egg." The elves do have a unique gift for sensing life. Since the elf priest has sensed that there is life in this black egg, he is most likely not wrong. However, among the people present, the most shocked was Lin Yuan. After seeing this black egg, his pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme. Because he could recognize what this black egg was. If he was not mistaken, this was actually an egg of the Abyss Demon. You know, Lin Yuan had experienced the invasion of the Abyss in his previous life. At that time, the passage between the Endless Abyss and the Eternal Continent was quietly opened. Countless monsters from the Abyss invaded the continent, causing great suffering to all living things and killing countless lords. Even many of Lin Yuan's companions died at the hands of the Abyss demons. With such an unforgettable memory, how could he forget what the devil's egg looks like? However, if he remembered correctly, the rank of the demon egg should be linked to the magic pattern on the demon egg. A magic pattern means that this demon egg can hatch a first-level demon. The 2 magic patterns correspond to the second-level demons. The 4 magic patterns correspond to the third-level demons. The 8 magic patterns correspond to the 4th-level demon. And so on. If a 9th-order demon is bred in the demon egg, there will be at least 256 demon patterns covering the demon egg. However, this is what really shocked Lin Yuan. Because the devil egg in front of him was covered with far more than 256 magic patterns. Looking at the dark army of evil spirits in front of him, there was no fear on Lin Yuan's face. Because, for him now, the 6th-level troops are nothing. That's perfect. I'll use you to test the strength of the Dark Skeleton Knight. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. Then, he gave the order without hesitation, "Uxel, lead your troops and charge." After hearing Lin Yuan's order, Uxel did not hesitate at all. He immediately drew out the skeleton demon blade and led his Dark Skeleton Knight Corps to charge. You know, Lin Yuan now has a total of 2,500 Dark Skeleton Knights under his command. In terms of number, there are at least twice as many evil spirits as before. If this cannot create a crushing momentum, then the Dark Skeleton Knight is not worthy of existing as a 6th-tier troop. Soon, the Dark Skeleton Knight Legion and the Demon Legion officially started fighting. Facing the ferocious evil spirit in front of him, one of the Dark Skeleton Knights immediately raised the spear in his hand. Black flames were burning on the tip of the gun. Laugh. The black flame spear stabbed out like an angry dragon and instantly pierced through the body of an evil ghost. The evil ghost's health instantly dropped by 1/3. Just as the evil ghost showed a ferocious look on his face and was about to resist, 2 spears burning with black flames came flying from 2 different directions and attacked. Show. Accompanied by 2 slight sounds, 2 more blood holes appeared on the evil ghost's body, and the blood volume was instantly reduced to 0. Looking at the scene in front of him, a hint of surprise flashed across Chen Bei's eyes. He couldn't help but ask, "Boss, we are both 6th-tier soldiers, but why do I feel that the Dark Skeleton Knight is stronger? Could it be that you have a hidden soldier?" "Of course not." Lin Yuan smiled and explained, "It's because the treasures in Uxel and my hands have corresponding bonuses to the attributes of the skeleton soldiers. So, even when facing soldiers of the same rank, the Dark Skeleton Knight can demonstrate stronger strength. You know, the treasure, Skull of the Skeleton King, alone can provide a 30% bonus to all attributes for the skeleton troops. And Uxel's passive skill, Throne of Bones, once again provides a 20% bonus to all attributes. The sum of these two is equivalent to a 50% attribute increase. Under such circumstances, the Dark Skeleton Knight can completely crush the evil spirits of the same level. On the other side, Altria is working together with Kalen to besiege and kill the evil king. At the same time, Chen Bei and Li Bingu also pushed their troops to the front to create the safest possible output space for the Flame Mage. Foolish human, accept the whipping of hell. The evil god king roared, and the long whip in his hand immediately began to burn with scorching hellfire. Immediately afterwards, the long whip suddenly turned into afterimages, lashing in all directions. Soldiers below level 6 simply cannot withstand such fierce attacks. Once hit by the whip, they will be killed instantly. Even Altria's health was instantly reduced by nearly a quarter by the hell whip, so she quickly activated the Glory Shield. Fortunately, up to now, there has been no suspense in this boss battle. The evil king's health continued to decrease steadily. 400,000, 300,000, 200,000. Under the continuous output of the Flame Mage, the evil king's health dropped rapidly. Even Chen Bei, who was standing by, couldn't help but sigh. I thought it would be a fierce battle, but I didn't expect it to be so comfortable lying down. Li Bingu nodded and echoed, it is indeed a lot easier than last time. After the evil god king's health dropped to 150,000, he finally used his trump card. The evil king raised his arms high and said in a deep and fanatical voice, "Come to the world and destroy everything, gate of evil spirits." Boom boom. Just as the evil god king finished his words, a huge bronze door emitting an evil aura slowly rose from the ground. Behind the huge bronze gate, there was darkness and silence, as if it was connected to the abyss of hell. Obviously, the huge bronze gate in front of us is the gate of evil spirits summoned by the evil king. All the evil spirits that died on the battlefield will be resurrected in the gate of evil spirits. Immediately afterwards, one evil ghost after another walked out of the huge bronze gate, like demons resurrected from hell, and rushed towards Lin Yuan's troops. It must be said that although the attributes of the evil god king are slightly inferior to those of the frost demon king, his methods are even more treacherous. If he had not made sufficient preparations and had not fused and transformed 2,500 sixth-order Dark Skeleton Knights, he might not have been able to deal with these evil spirits that could be resurrected infinitely from the giant bronze gate. Don't worry about these evil spirits, focus all your fire on the evil king. Lin Yuan gave the order without any hesitation. Even if these evil spirits could be resurrected infinitely, it would not be possible to break through the blockade of the Dark Skeleton Knight in a short period of time. Now the evil king only has the last 150,000 HP left. It only takes 1 or 2 rounds of concentrated fire to completely put an end to him. Lin Yuan still has this ability to judge. Just when the evil king's health dropped below 50,000, Lin Yuan chose to recall Uxel without hesitation. Facing the evil god king with low health, Uxel directly raised the skeleton blade in his hand and immediately performed Skeleton Demon King Slash. You know, up to now in the boss battle, the evil god king has lost a full 500,000 health points. The special effect of Skeleton Demon Slash is that it can cause true damage to the enemy equivalent to 8% of the enemy's lost health. In other words, facing the evil god king with low health, the basic damage of Skeleton Demon King Slash is already as high as 40,000 points. Combined with Uxel's own damage, this killing skill instantly cleared the remaining blood of the evil king. Boom. The tall body of the evil god king fell to the ground with a loud bang. Along with the death of the evil god king, the gate of evil spirits that exuded an evil aura also dissipated. After the evil ghost gate disappeared, the remaining evil ghosts naturally became insignificant. It's just a matter of time to solve them. Looking at the scene before their eyes, a look of joy involuntarily appeared on everyone's face. Lin Yuan walked quickly to the corpse of the evil king, ready to check the items dropped by the boss. Boss, do you know what this thing is? Chen Bei has almost developed a habit now. Whenever you encounter something you don't understand, you can always ask Lin Yuan. This is a demon egg that can hatch an abyss demon. Lin Yuan explained in a deep voice, also, the more magic patterns there are on the magic egg, the stronger the abyss demon it breeds will be. Is there such a saying? Chen Bei was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked at the black egg in the treasure chest. The magic egg is covered with dense magic patterns, which are enough to make people with claustrophobia suffer from it. My goodness, it seems that this devil's egg is not simple. Chen Bei couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said, "Let's count how many magic patterns there are on this magic egg." "Let me do it." Li Bingu stepped forward and took the initiative to say, "I am more meticulous than Chen Bei and will not make mistakes." "Okay, then come on." After getting Lin Yuan's permission, Li Bingu immediately bent down and began to count the patterns on the black magic egg very carefully. Time passes by every second. Even Chen Bei was getting impatient. "Sister Bingu, are you ready? If you keep counting, the daylily will get cold." Li Bingu didn't even raise his head and said, "If you make me count wrong, then you can count by yourself later." After hearing this, Chen Bei immediately shut his mouth and dared not say even another word. After a few more minutes, Li Bingu finally stood up. Lin Yuan looked at her and immediately asked, "Have you finished counting?" "Well, I'm done counting." "Have you counted them?" "I have counted them." Li Bingu took a deep breath and answered in a deep voice, "There are a total of 1,000 magic patterns. I won't count them wrong. 1,000 magic patterns." Although Lin Yuan had prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't help but take a breath after hearing this answer. You know, a demon egg with 256 magic patterns is enough to give birth to a 9th-level demon. Even in Lin Yuan's previous life, he had only seen a demon egg with more than 400 magic patterns. The owner of this demon egg directly exchanged it for 2 legendary strategic treasures. And that devil egg eventually hatched into an abyss dragon. That abyss dragon possesses an extremely high talent for growth and almost infinite potential. Under the training of the Lord, he grew up quickly. Finally, the Lord asked his heroes to tame the abyss dragon. And the hero under his command also advanced from an S-class dragon knight to an SS-class abyss dragon knight. You know, it's not easy to advance a hero from S-level to SS-level. Even from this point, it is not difficult to see how powerful the abyss dragon is. However, the demon egg that hatched the abyss dragon only had more than 400 magic patterns. But the magic egg in front of Lin Yuan has a full 1,000 magic patterns. Lin Yuan walked forward, slowly picked up the devil egg, and whispered to himself, "What can this devil egg breed?" Then, before he could react, a huge black crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of everyone's eyes. Li Bingu and the others had never seen such a strange sight before and were immediately shocked. Among the few people, only Lin Yuan remained calm. Because he felt the breath of the abyss in the space crack in front of him. "I never thought that I would come into contact with the existence within the abyss so early in this life." Lin Yuan stared at the black crack in front of him with a sharp gaze. The next second, a huge purple face appeared in front of them. This face doesn't look like a human face at all, but more like a devil's face. On this purple demon face, there are 6 blood-red eyes, exuding an extremely evil aura. Is it the boss? After reacting, Chen Bei quickly became alert and was ready for his troops to launch an attack. However, Lin Yuan stopped him directly and said calmly, "Don't do anything, this guy can't attack us." After seeing the huge demon face in front of him, Lin Yuan immediately knew the other party's identity. The demon in front of him was none other than Asteroth, one of the 72 demons in the abyss. According to rumors, he is completely black and emits a foul-smelling poisonous gas. He holds a hell dragon in his right hand and commands dozens of demon legions. The so-called 72 demon gods are the 72 most terrifying demon kings in the abyss. Every demon possesses unimaginable strength. The next second, Lin Yuan directly threw a detection spell over. Astaroth's attributes also appeared before him. Asteroth. Abyss BOSS. Level 135. Health. Attack power. Defense. Skill. One of the 72 demon gods, possessing a despairing strength. His existence symbolizes disaster and destruction. Since Lin Yuan's current lord level is not high enough, the only information he can detect is up to the level of Asteroth. As for other attributes, there are only a series of question marks left. It is worth mentioning that most abyss bosses are not divided into levels. However, Astaroth's strength is at least equivalent to a legendary boss of the same level. Fortunately, no matter how strong Asteroth is, he can't attack Lin Yuan and others. Because the passage between the endless abyss and the eternal continent has not yet been opened. Therefore, the most Asteroth could do was to tear the space apart to have a conversation with Lin Yuan. Human, leave that devil egg behind. Just then, Asteroth finally spoke. And his purpose was obviously the devil's egg in Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan raised his head, looked straight at the other person, and said calmly, "Why should I listen to you?" Asteroth said in a deep voice, "Take it away, and you will face endless disasters." After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time I've heard of someone threatening someone so refreshingly. But the point is, you can't seem to do anything to me right now, right? Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Even if I take this devil egg, what can you do to me? So, be more realistic and state your conditions. If the conditions can satisfy me, perhaps I will consider keeping this devil's egg." After Lin Yuan said this, Chen Bei and others were stunned. They also cast detection spells on Asteroth and found out how terrifying the demon before them was. But what they didn't expect was that Lin Yuan was so brave. He directly blackmailed the demon god of the abyss. This is a level 135 abyss boss. I can only say that this guy is really not afraid of death. You are the first human who dares to speak to me like this. Asteroth narrowed his eyes dangerously and said in a deep voice, "Do you know that killing you is as easy as crushing an ant?" Really? Lin Yuan laughed loudly and opened his arms. "If you really can kill me, then come on." After hearing this, Asteroth's expression suddenly darkened. Because now he really can't do anything to Lin Yuan. "Human, don't get too carried away." Asteroth suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "When the passage to the abyss is opened, you will definitely pay the price for what you have done." Lin Yuan picked his ears and said lazily, "Really? Then I'll wait until that day. Before that, I will accept this devil egg." 3 legendary treasures. Seeing Lin Yuan's firm attitude, Asteroth finally became a little impatient. No matter what, he couldn't let Lin Yuan take away the devil's egg. The legendary treasure he mentioned was naturally the legendary strategic treasure. You should know that in Age of Lords, equipment is divided into 9 levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legend, epic, and myth. Legendary treasures are even more precious than diamond-level treasures. As long as you leave this demon egg, I can give you 3 legendary treasures. Lin Yuan glanced at him and said calmly, "Okay, then take out the 3 legendary treasures first." Asteroth said in a deep voice, "I swear in the name of the Abyss Demon God, when I reach the endless abyss and the eternal continent, I will personally deliver the 3 legendary treasures to you." After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sneer. After all, you still want to get something for free. How much is a promise worth? If you can't come up with something that can be used for equivalent exchange, then there is no need for us to continue the transaction. After saying this, Lin Yuan turned around and left, as if he was going to take the devil's egg away with him. Wait. Asteroth's voice once again rang in Lin Yuan's ears. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Don't you want sincerity? Then I will give you enough sincerity." After he finished speaking, Asteroth's face disappeared from everyone's sight within the space crack. Instead, there was a map formed by black fog. Asteroth said, "This map marks the location of an epic treasure. As long as you can find it, the epic treasure will be yours. Human, I have shown my sincerity, and I hope you can also keep your promise and leave the devil egg here." After Asteroth said this, a look of shock appeared on the faces of Li Bingu and the others. An epic strategic treasure. This is 2 levels higher than a diamond-level treasure. For them at this stage, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a divine weapon. For a moment, everyone present looked at Lin Yuan, wanting to see what choice he would make. But at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly laughed. Asteroth frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Laughing at your stupidity, of course." Lin Yuan sneered and said, "Why do you think I would make a deal with an abyss demon?" Asteroth was slightly stunned, then roared angrily, "How dare you play tricks on me? Aren't you plotting against me too?" Lin Yuan smiled and said calmly, "Do you think I don't know what is marked on the map? That is the dark labyrinth, filled with dangerous dark creatures. Even if there really is an epic treasure there, with my current strength, I can't reach the end of the maze. So, you just want to trick us into going there and die. After hearing this, Li Bingu and the others all changed their expressions slightly. They obviously didn't expect that Asteroth could be so insidious. If Lin Yuan had not successfully seen through his trick, once they followed the instructions on the black fog map and entered the dark maze, they would probably have been doomed to be completely destroyed. After his plan was directly exposed by Lin Yuan, Asteroth simply stopped pretending. "Human, I indeed underestimated you." Asteroth said in a cold voice, "I never thought that you even knew about the dark labyrinth. Since you insist on going against me, be prepared to pay the price in blood. When the endless abyss and the eternal continent are combined, I will personally retrieve this demon egg and make sure you die without a burial place." A monstrous evil spirit suddenly spread out from the crack in space. I have to say that the power of the abyss demon is indeed strong. Even if they are separated by two worlds, it can still have an impact. However, Lin Yuan's expression was calm. "Want to take this demon egg back from me?" Lin Yuan grinned and chuckled as he spoke. "Haha, then I think, you may not have this opportunity." After saying this, he turned his head and looked at Altria, and at the same time stretched out his hand. "Give me the sword." Soon, Lin Yuan took the sword from Altria's hand. Then, without any hesitation, he cut his palm with the sword. Scarlet blood immediately dripped from Lin Yuan's palm. Drop after drop fell on the devil's egg. The next second, a scene that no one expected appeared. As blood dripped, a blood-red light suddenly burst out from the magic pattern on the devil's egg. One after another, the black magic patterns transformed into blood-colored magic patterns. Looking at the scene in front of him, Astaroth's face immediately became extremely ferocious. "How could you, a human being, possibly know?" Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Are you asking why I know how to make the devil's egg recognize its master? It's a shame. I just know it. So, from now on, this devil's egg belongs to me." In just a dozen seconds, the magic patterns on the devil's egg all turned into scarlet blood color. After absorbing Lin Yuan's blood, the demon egg officially recognized its master. Even if Asteroth took the demon egg back now, it would be of no avail. The demon hatched from this demon egg will always only regard Lin Yuan as its master. To be honest, this is like the blood oath in fantasy novels. Although this method seems simple, not everyone would have thought of it. The reason why Lin Yuan knew this was simply because he had experience in his previous life. "Despicable human, I will kill you, I will kill you." Asteroth was obviously extremely angry, and he kept roaring and shouting. A strong sense of oppression spread from within the space crack, even causing the surrounding space to distort. Such a terrifying energy fluctuation made everyone present feel a little frightened. Li Bingu sighed in a low voice. As expected of a boss of over 100 levels, this strength is truly terrifying. Chen Bei turned to look at Lin Yuan and said, "Boss, are you sure this guy can't attack us?" Lin Yuan nodded. "Don't worry, if he really can do it, do you think he won't just take the devil's egg away?" "That's true. I feel relieved then." Chen Bei grinned, stretched out his hand, raised his middle finger to Asteroth, and made a standard international greeting gesture. "Silly cup, you are a piece of shit. You will pay the price, just wait for it." Following Astaroth's final roar, the space crack in front of him was completely closed. The hideous demon face also disappeared in front of everyone. Lin Yuan looked at Chen Bei and said with a smile, "Interview, what does it feel like to curse the abyss demon god?" "Of course it's cool." Chen Bei grinned and said with a smile, "The purest foul mouth, the most extreme enjoyment." "You are really insightful." Lin Yuan smiled and patted his shoulder. "I hope you can still be so clear-headed when the abyss invades." Upon hearing this, Chen Bei's face turned green instantly. "Boss, when exactly is the abyss invasion going to happen?" "Don't worry, it will take at least some time." "Then I feel relieved." Chen Bei patted his chest and let out a long sigh. "However, even if you wait until then, you probably won't be a match for this abyss demon." Lin Yuan added, "Especially since you scolded him, he will definitely come to you first to settle the score." After hearing this, Chen Bei's face turned pale instantly. He rushed towards Lin Yuan, hugged the latter's thigh, and wailed, "Boss, save me." Okay, look at your useless appearance. Lin Yuan looked at Chen Bei with disdain and said unhappily, don't worry, even if this guy is one of the 72 demon gods, I still don't take him seriously. What Lin Yuan said was completely true. In his previous life, he had defeated 72 demon god-level beings. The main reason why Lin Yuan died in the process of conquering the abyss demon Kunguzat was Lin Tiang's backstab. When he thought of this, the anger in Lin Yuan's heart couldn't help but burn again. He will definitely make Lin Tiang pay the price. Moreover, it won't be long before this day arrives. Then, Lin Yuan turned around, looked at Li Bingu, and asked, can you still remember the Black Fog map? Li Bingu was slightly stunned, and replied, it should be no problem. You know, her memory has always been very good, almost to the point of being able to remember everything she sees. A few seconds later, Li Bingu couldn't help but ask curiously, but isn't the dark maze marked on the map a trap set by the other party? For us now, it is certainly a trap. Lin Yuan explained, but as long as our strength grows, this map will become particularly important. Because, in the dark maze, there is a high possibility that there is indeed an epic treasure hidden. Even before his rebirth, Lin Yuan had only heard rumors about the dark maze. He only knew that this was an extremely dangerous place and that only soldiers of at least level 8 were qualified to enter. As for where the dark maze was located, he had no idea. And he didn't know whether any lord had completed the dark maze. However, this time, Asteroth revealed to him the exact location of the dark labyrinth. Moreover, judging from the situation at the time, what he said was most likely not a lie. To be honest, Lin Yuan never thought about making a deal with Asteroth at the beginning. However, even he himself did not expect that he would actually have an unexpected gain. I see. After understanding Lin Yuan's intention, Li Bingu nodded and said, when I return, I will draw the map as soon as possible according to my memory and try to restore it 100%. Well, thank you for your hard work. Lin Yuan said, okay, now that everything has been done, we should leave here. At this moment, Chen Bei suddenly came up and poked the devil egg in Lin Yuan's hand with his finger, and asked curiously, boss, this thing, when will it hatch? At this moment, the originally pitch-black devil's egg has turned into scarlet blood color. Moreover, it even rises and falls, looking as if it is breathing. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know when this devil egg will hatch. However, the devil's egg that even the abyss demon god attaches so much importance to must not be that simple. They walked out while talking. It didn't take long before they arrived at the exit of the canyon. However, just after walking out of the canyon, the scene before them made all of them frown. The canyon exit, which was originally extremely empty, is now filled with all kinds of troops. It is so dark that one cannot see the end at a glance. And there were hundreds of lords leading these troops. The troops under their command completely surrounded the canyon exit, blocking it tightly. Li Bingu frowned and whispered, Lin Yuan, be careful, something seems to be wrong. Lin Mingming's eyes couldn't help but flash with worry, these people seem to be coming for us. Chen Bei was a rather impatient person. After realizing that the newcomers had bad intentions, he immediately said angrily, boss, these people are not good people at first glance. Why don't we strike first and fight them directly? Lin Yuan waved his hand, signaling Chen Bei not to be so impatient. In his opinion, it could not be a coincidence that so many lords gathered here. In other words, someone must have deliberately gathered these lords here. Therefore, he was also very curious about who was behind these people and wanted to target him. Although Lin Yuan is very famous, he has not made many enemies. Could it be that these lords in front of us are here just to kill people and steal treasures? Just as Lin Yuan was thinking about this, a figure slowly walked out from behind the crowd. Then, a familiar voice sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. Brother Lin Yuan, it's been a long time since we last met. Do you still remember me?